Great. Right. Great. I see a few more colleagues joining. Please feel free to move to the front. So I see some seats here. Great. Without much further ado, I think we can start today's session. So, good morning. My name is Belinda Hlatroya. I'm with the Business and Human Rights team at UNDP, and I have the pleasure of welcoming you all to day 2 of our SARA conference. On day 1, we went through a range of environmental priorities, from biodiversity loss, air pollution, the just energy transition, ESG trends, and so much more. Today is an equally packed agenda, starting with this plenary on climate action, trends, and challenges post COP27. I would like to introduce you to our esteemed moderator, Jessica Cham, founder and managing director of EcoBusiness. Over to you, Jessica.
Thank you so much, Belinda. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jessica Cham. I'm the founder and managing director of EcoBusiness. For those of you who are not aware of who we are Asia's leading media and advisory platform on sustainable development. We started back in 2009 during the days of COP15, and I've covered climate for many, many years. And I joke with my friends that when you think of your years marked with the COP instead of the summer of 2015, now it's like the Paris Agreement of 2015, the Copenhagen of COP15. It means you've covered climate for far too long. But I am really pleased to be here this morning, and I want to thank UNDP for the invitation to be here with all of you and to be moderating this very, very interesting and important conversation. I think all of us have had personal experiences with climate change. We've seen that, in the headlines every day. And I think that what's really surprising is that despite the headlines and despite the urgency of our crisis, the political action, corporate action, and public awareness is still kind of, volatile. And I was actually moderating a panel last week at the Institute for Southeast Asian Studies, and they have launched what is their annual survey on climate change perceptions. And what was really surprising was that even though Southeast Asia experienced major floods, heat waves, droughts, and recognized climate change as the predominant cause, there is a marked decline in the perception of the threat urgency. And almost half Not 49% of respondents perceived climate change as a serious and immediate threat to their well-being, compared to 69% in 2021. So, it is quite interesting because this is obviously just kind of a snapshot in time in public perception, but it also means that our work is not done and we have a lot to do. So today, I'm really, really pleased to be moderating this panel with my distinguished panelists, and I'm going to introduce them now. I have with me Yulin Fang, who is Partner, Sustainability and Climate Change at PwC, who is also the co-chair at the Singapore Eco Fund, Ministry of Sustainability and the Environment Singapore. I have Christine Amolava, good friend of mine and an investor, founder for Investors for Climate, vice chair of the board Zero Waste Singapore, and board advisor of Impact Investment Exchange. I also have Professor Surya Deva, the special reporter on the right to development with us. Welcome. And to my right, I have Andrea Schamberg, Chair and Senior Advisor on the Global Business Initiative on Human Rights, and Anthony Watanabe, Chief Sustainability Officer at Indorama Ventures. Welcome, everyone, and please join me to applause for them joining us, and also for all of you for getting up this morning and joining all of us here. I'm going to set the context with a little bit of science, and I think that all of us here know that the IPCC, reports are published every 6 to 7 years, and actually the latest update was just released in March earlier this year. We've seen the wildfires, the floods, the water shortage, the mass migration, and a lot of ecosystem tipping points. I think we have exceeded 6 out of 9 of our planetary boundaries, and we've really seen kind of the impacts here in this region that is also extremely vulnerable. I'm going to depart from a little tradition and ask how many of you have watched this TV show called Extrapolations? Wow. Okay, I'm really surprised. We talked about it at lunch yesterday. Extrapolations is actually a Apple TV series, and it actually is produced by the documentary filmmaker Scott Burns, who was behind Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth. And if you remember, An Inconvenient Truth was really one of the first impact documentaries about climate change that was released. And he's got a Hollywood cast extrapolating what would happen to our climate from 2037 onwards. And it's really quite a stark reminder of where we are in terms of trajectories. But what's quite depressing also is that when I was watching it, I realized that's not 2037, that's actually today. So I'm gonna start off a little bit with the stark science, but I promise you by the end of this, you're going to be uplifted because we're going to be talking about solutions and we're going to be talking about positive change. And one of the really, interesting things I think, about mobilizing action around climate change is that when you want to put your mind to it, it really can happen. If you look at the Loss and Damage Fund, for example, that was finally agreed on in the last COP, and that's going to be discussed, obviously, is one of the biggest issues in the upcoming COP28. 100 billion fund for countries to combat climate change. That same amount was actually mobilized in 10 months by the Inflation Reduction Act in the US. Private sector money, 100 billion going into it. And you can see really that, if you have the will and the right incentives and the right enabling environment, that things can definitely happen. So I think I'm going to kind of invite my panelists now to give their thoughts on our topic, which is trends and challenges post COP27. And we're a month away from COP28. And so there's a lot to be done and a lot to discuss. And I will start with Yulin. Yulin, as partner of PwC for Sustainability, you advise many organizations. So give us an overview of the state of climate action here in Asia Pacific and your thoughts on the topic. The button in front of you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, UNDP, for inviting all of us to the session. Great question, Jessica. But I think I'm from the business side. We released a report called Sustainability Counts 2, and that was the second edition of Sustainability Counts 1, I guess. We actually analyzed the state of the country's net zero ambitions, but at the same time as well, the corporate ambitions as well. But there were other areas such as, the state of reporting as well, but maybe I'll just share with you a little bit of a snapshot. This is something that we did with the National University of Singapore. It showed that generally across Asia Pacific, The commitments from various countries are not bad. Many of them have already set net zero targets. Singapore, where I come from, had initially set a target which was away from net zero by 2050. As we know, 2050 is our critical exam period. You know, for Asians here, we love exams, right? So the critical exam period is 2050, and our so-called mock exam, right, is actually 2030, right? And we can talk about 2030 later on. And whilst some of the countries within Asia Pacific are a little bit far down, maybe it's not 2050, perhaps it's 2060, for several reasons. When you drill down into the largest corporates, listed corporates in respective jurisdictions, we do find that it's rather variegated. All right. So naturally, you would think that if a country is so ambitious to set net zero targets, it will make sense that the largest companies which can move the needle, will also set net zero targets. But what was the result? The result was that in some countries, only 5% of the largest companies would set net zero targets. And in other countries, yes, maybe they're a little bit more advanced, up to 80%. But if you take an average, it's about 40%. It's not very, very high. But the point I wanted to make is that we are not only perhaps not so progressive in terms of setting net zero targets, but at the same time, I really question about the operationalization of it. What do I mean by that? When you do look at if you're an investor, you question corporates and you ask them, can you show me details of your net zero plan, your climate transition plan, which standards such as the ISSB and TCFD, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, ask for because it matters? I think there is a little bit of a void. But how could you sit for an exam if you haven't gone through the material? So, firstly, I would say that, yes, we have set net zero at the country level. It's a bit lagging in terms of companies setting their net zero targets, and certainly lagging further on. The population is even smaller in terms of those who want to set net zero plans as well. So that's one thing that I wanted to share. I wanted to share as well maybe a parallel, which is the SDG report, as you would have read, the interim report that came out a couple of months ago. I would say that maybe it's too early to rejoice, but there are some signs of hope. But when we do actually drill down into the climate SDGs, you will find that there is some progress, but there are quite a number where it is in certain countries which is lacking. And the most I think a serious part is that there is stagnation, or we are regressing. So I would say that whilst we have progressed a little bit, I think we really have to keep at it as well. And remember, everything has to be grounded in science. It has to be credible, and therefore, when making net zero commitments, particularly from a corporate's perspective, because corporates make up one part of a country, a big part of it, has to be grounded in terms of a climate transition plan as well. So, just a few words from me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Yulin, for that perspective. And I'll come and pick up some threads you have there on corporate action. I think the point you made about operationalizing targets is really important. And that was also a key theme that we heard in the closing plenary yesterday around ESG and how the key really is in implementation. Professor Surya, I'd like to come to you now. Development and climate action are often pitted against each other, especially in developing Asia. We've also seen the rise of the just transition, the equitable transition on the international agenda and in many, many debates around the world. Particularly in the US, I think, that debate has been hijacked by some political factions, excuse for inaction. Would really love to hear your thoughts on how the region has been responding to these trends.
Thanks, Jessica, and thanks also for the invitation. I will say any perceived conflict between development and sustainability is based on a misunderstanding, at least a normative misunderstanding. Because in my recent report, I articulated very clearly that right to development is not a license to destroy the planet. Of course, developing countries in Asia, and in fact, all countries and all people have a right to develop. But I think we should understand development in a more holistic sense. Because if you look at the Declaration on Right to Development, it talks about not merely economic development, it talks about economic, social, political, and cultural development. And I think that is the essence of it. I would also like to highlight there are four principles, but I will just mention two which are directly relevant to our discussion. One is intergenerational equity. And this is the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action as well. And Vienna Declaration of 1993 clearly mentions future generations in the context of right to development and other agenda. So I think those issues are very relevant. Then we also have to bear in mind intersectionality, because the climate change is not going to impact all of us in the same manner. So it's one issue is about intergenerational equity, and the second is intersectionality, and I think we should be aware of that. So keeping that in mind, in my report, I've articulated that what the world needs is a new model of development, and I'm calling it planet-centered participatory development. The two key ideas in this is planet-centered, it's not people-centered. And second is participatory. And let me try to briefly mention why this is crucial. Often we talk about people-centered development, and there's nothing wrong with that. The only wrong thing is that people are often, me included, are focusing on us only. We are self-centered. We don't look at beyond us. We don't look at future generations. And because of that, we are leaving behind other parts of the ecosystem. And that's why I have articulated that the principle of leaving no one behind has to include not only people, but also animals and the biodiversity. Because without animals and the plants, we people cannot survive. So this is one key element, because if the focus of the development is planet-centered, people will be captured automatically, but not the other way around. Because if it is people-centered only, it's quite possible that the other elements may get ignored. The second crucial element of this new development model that I'm articulating is participation. And I think in this debate yesterday as well, this issue came up, that the environmental human rights defenders are getting prosecuted. Participation demands civic space. So without civic space, people will not be able to participate. Now, the current model of development takes place top-down in the capitals of the countries or in big cities. I would like to reverse that. We need a bottom-up approach of development in which people and communities are coming together and they are discussing on the ground that what does development mean for us. And then it has to go up from there rather than the other way around. So I think these issues are very crucial. Let me also mention just transition, and I will conclude with that. I think in developing countries, including in Asia, there's a lot of focus and discussion about just transition. And I would like to highlight here is that we have to keep in mind the historical wrongs here of climate change. Who has contributed? Of course, we can say that Asia is contributing more than 50% of the emissions now, that is correct. But who is benefiting from these emissions? Where are the consumers? So consumers could be anywhere in the world. So if the manufacturing is happening in Vietnam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, but where are the consumers? So those consumers and those countries have a responsibility now to contribute, not only financially, but also in terms of technologies. So everywhere I go, I hear two key aspects to it: development finance, climate finance, and the second is green technologies. Just transition cannot happen in the global south, in developing countries and in Asia, unless the global north comes together and provides those avenues. Let me give you a very simple example. When we talk about just transition, I have not heard serious discussions about that people in Singapore should not use air conditioning. I have not heard that argument, right? There's a couple of panelists from Singapore. But we often talk about phasing out fossil fuel. But millions of people in Asia are needing that coal to cook every day. It is as crucial as air conditioning in Singapore. And that is where I would like to articulate that we need just transition. We need to phase out coal and all other fossil fuel. But these people need alternatives on the ground. And those alternatives have to be provided by those countries and those companies which have created this negative impact for so long. I will stop at this for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that. I mean, as a Singaporean, yes, we are over-reliant on air conditioning, but we also know that it's a ticking time bomb. And in fact, in the building codes, we've been trying to integrate more passive design and architecture, so we rely on natural ventilation. But I think the heat issue is not just for Singapore, right? It's across the world. You've seen that, the more hotter it gets, the more air conditioning. Yes, in Dubai. Exactly. And it's obviously very complex. I had just traveled to Jakarta for the ASEAN meetings as well. And the just transition is huge on the agenda because there are huge industries, the coal industry being one of them, of course, that is facing massive disruption. And there's actually a lot of fear on the ground of people losing their jobs and livelihoods. And this is a very important agenda. I think what is really interesting is that even though there's acknowledgement that this agenda is very important, specific mechanics and policies that address the issue are still missing. I mean, we have not seen a credible plan from governments that actually have outlined, a transition mechanism in which it addresses the upskilling of workers and an orderly transition of energy industries. And I know there's quite a lot of institutions that are trying to work on this. The ADB has the energy transition mechanism. We have the JETP that's been announced for Vietnam as well as for Indonesia. So we're seeing progress, but a lot more needs to be done. So thank you very much for sharing that, and I will come back to you as well. But I want to come to Andrea. Andrea, you have mentioned that, there are a few things that you'd like to share in terms of the trends that you've seen on climate action, but also perhaps we can have your perspective on how business and human rights have been playing out against the climate agenda here as well.
Thank you so much. So thank you very much for the invitation. And I am a human rights lawyer. I've been working in business and human rights for over 20 years. And it's a little bit embarrassing to say that this is the first time that I've been invited to speak at a climate conference. So I feel a little bit like a fish out of water, and a little bit late to the game, right? And I feel like the integration is coming a little bit late. But let me just talk about, first, I should say that I chair the Global Business Initiative on Human Rights. It is a grouping of 23, it's a business-led organization, 23 multinationals. Our task is to help them implement the UN standards, UN guiding principles on business and human rights. We've been doing that since 2009. And since 2019, we've been working on what I've identified as the first trend. The first trend is the integration of the agendas. We see it in this conference, right? We see it in litigation, we see it in legislation, we see it in all kinds of spaces. There's an undeniable set of evidence that those agendas are coming together. But I think that creates a lot of tensions and a lot of also questions. And yesterday, it just struck me. Yesterday, someone was talking about, they were defining the just transition as fast, inclusive, right? And then someone from the audience asked, well, how do you do that? And that is a real question that the companies that I work with have today. How do you do that? What does that mean for free, prior, informed consent for Indigenous peoples? And a study came out in December from the Center of Responsible Mining, looking at future-facing minerals. 54% of future-facing minerals sits below peasant and Indigenous land. So these are questions that we're asking today, and we need answers today. So it is wonderful that we're having this conference together, but we're a little late. And we need to be thinking about solutions. And those questions are absolutely legitimate. We can't now sit at the place of principle. We need to now get to practice. The other trend I would say that I notice is that, companies aren't doing enough. And we already heard about that. But I just wanted to talk about a study that was done by Cornell University's Global Labor Institute and Schroders on the apparel sector in Bangladesh, Cambodia, Pakistan, and Vietnam. That represents 18% of apparel exports. And they were looking at adaptation and mitigation. And they found that basically there's going to be a projected earnings loss due to heat and flooding of $66 billion in 2030. What they found is that companies are failing to work on adaptation. So, question for the ESG panel from yesterday, is ESG looking at adaptation very carefully? What are those KPIs? Yes, we have technical problems with ESG, but I don't think that we've really thought through ESG and climate. The report also found that there's going to be productivity headwinds, what they call the extra cost of goods sold. For Ho Chi Minh, it's going to be 3%, that headwinds, productivity headwinds. For Phnom Penh, 5%. And we're talking about an industry that has extremely small margins. So are we talking about the collapse of the economic model? Right? And I just don't think that companies are really grappling with that. And if I can take an analogy from the human rights space, companies are reactive. Companies respond to crisis. Companies get moved by crisis. But that can't happen in the climate space. Right? That it's too big. And I think that one of the things that troubles me about trying to marry business and human rights standards and climate is that on the climate side, we are time bound, right? We have extinction. We're looking at extinction. And so how do we marry that with all of our high level principles on human rights? And I think, the climate and human rights and companies and people, we need to be talking about this at a much more sophisticated level. We need to get down to work to find these solutions. But let me just talk about a couple of other trends. Climate litigation, it came up yesterday. We now have thousands of climate cases, now less in Asia, but certainly that is a trend and that's going to continue. The other trend I think that comes from human rights and our lens on climate is, of course, the shutting down, and we've heard it from yesterday too, the shutting down of civic space and the damage that that can do to our work, and then the threat to human rights defenders, right? Nothing's going to happen on climate, and climate litigation can move things along, but nothing's really going to happen if we shut down that piece of governance. Right, that piece of civil society that is a piece of our polycentric governance. And then we see legislation happening. So we do see legislation integrating environment and human rights, and we see it moving fast. The Global Business Initiative, we are tracking 68 countries where human rights and environmental legislation is either on the table or is in place. South Korea announced last week that they have a bill now on mandatory human rights due diligence. Tokyo has put human rights and environmental due diligence into their public procurement. They are setting the foundations for eventual legislation. And so things are moving also in Asia. And then the last thing I would say is, on a more positive note perhaps, is that when we look at climate, environment, and human rights, and we look at investment and foreign direct investment, which was an area that I covered for many years, I think we can identify a shifting narrative about what the enabling environment means for foreign investors. We are now going to be seeing that narrative shift. An enabling environment is now going to be a place where companies are free to carry out human rights and environmental due diligence. It is now going to be a country that is thinking seriously about adaptation, mitigation, and transition. Those are going to be the enabling environments for business, and it's going to be considered business positive when you have that kind of enabling environment. And I think that narrative is going to be shifting very quickly, also in the circles of investment policy. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for that perspective. Super useful to see the positive trends in business. And you're absolutely right. I mean, just a few years back, I don't think that you've seen that momentum you've seen in legislation, and the whole idea of climate justice, and the just transition and how you transition communities as well is absolutely high on policymakers. Just this week, actually, the Singapore government has launched its international criteria for carbon markets, for example, and there are pretty high standards for not double counting, as well as, ensuring that the emitters in our country are actually, buying credible offsets that then fund other transition plans as well. So really positive to see all that. Christine, I would like to come to you. You've also worked in this space for a long time. What are some trends and challenges that you've been seeing, and where are the opportunities?
Thank you, Jess. It's great to be on this panel together. As you said, we've known each other for quite a few years. Before I begin, I wanted to just give you a little bit of background. I'm a social entrepreneur, philanthropist, and climate investor. And the climate investment side actually started just a few years ago, and there was really a pivotal point for me. My drive to raise awareness and funds for vulnerable people started about 12 years ago through my philanthropic initiatives. Growing up in the Philippines, I really saw firsthand how vulnerable people suffered when climate changed violently. So there was really a drive behind that in terms of what individual could do in terms of rallying support and community. But what's really exciting is, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier, Jess, is that especially during the pandemic, I realized that there was a shift in our region in terms of prioritizing climate investment. And maybe it was driven by this uncertainty that we felt in Singapore in particular. We were very worried about food security. I got to work with one of my clients, which was a cultivated meat company. Singapore became the first country in the world to launch and give regulatory approval for the sale of cultivated meat. So that's meat made from cells in a bioreactor. And we were able to raise millions and millions of dollars through sovereign wealth funds, government, family offices. And through those conversations, I really sensed that there was a shift, of course, driven by the rising awareness of the urgency of what was happening in our region in terms of climate change. Family offices in particular, looking at generational money and the legacy that they were leaving for generations to come, and how they would protect those investments in the region, because many of them have regional assets. And so it was really promising and exciting to see that when we were talking to them, a lot of them were saying, well, we have our foundation and we have our for-profit investments, and more, those were really coming aligned. And so in terms of my background, it was interesting to see that my worlds were slowly coming together in terms of the investment side. I see a lot of opportunities in the region. I think the renewable energy is one of the key areas I want to focus on in terms of investments. I'm on a few boards, as you mentioned, in terms of sustainable investment, including launching a global climate tech fund with one of our VCs out of Singapore. And so we're looking at a lot of those technologies. China has been leading with solar. India has done incredible well with wind as well. I think those trends are going to only increase. I see a lot of opportunities in sustainable agriculture, especially in Vietnam and Cambodia in particular, and some of those technologies have increased the yields by 30%. We've just invested through our VC with a solar AI company deploying in the Philippines. So lots of opportunities. We're seeing governments like Japan. I think one of you guys mentioned Japan recently, just now in investing in green infrastructures up to $2 billion US. That's massive. That's going to have incredible impact in the region. And of course, we need to be aware that it's not an easy road. There are regulatory hurdles and financial structural challenges within the region. I think green bonds are going to play a big part in terms of supporting that development in developing countries especially. Generally, I'm bullish about the investment opportunity, and this is why I put so much energy behind it, shifting kind of my career towards that area, because I realize that every single one of us, it's really going to take collaborative action, not just governments, but also individuals, corporates. For many years, we were seeing CSR as just a nice to have. And suddenly we're seeing CEOs globally saying we're championing sustainability. So that's quite promising. I'm an optimist in general. And I think that as long as we continue to put pressure and collaborate around sustainable investment, we will be scaling up some of those innovative solutions that are so needed. But obviously needing to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind. And that's going to require a lot of capital.
Thank you very much, Christine. I think you make a really good point there that actually there are loads of investment opportunities in the climate space. In fact, EcoBusiness, we have just hosted our flagship Sustainable Finance Summit with UNEP FI in 4 cities across Asia. We started in Jakarta, then we went to KL, Manila, and then in Singapore last week. And really the resounding kind of feedback from financial institutions is that there's incredible commercial opportunity in solving problems and actually being profitable. And unfortunately, I think, a lot of us in this room probably is quite discomforting to talk about profits, and the way that the capitalist system works. But in reality, that's actually, the only way you really can get things moving is when it makes commercial sense for somebody to invest in that solution and to scale it up, and then you can actually see things change. So thank you very much for that. Anthony, I want to come to you. You represent, the business sector in a petrochemical company, and I'm sure you must get loads of questions as to what are corporates doing? Are they doing enough? There's a lot of criticism, that companies are putting out net zero targets that are too far in the future. You can't get any interim targets, and there is no, as what Yulin said, operationalizing of it. So what are your thoughts on the trends that you've seen in the space?
Well, thanks, Jessica. It's always a charm and a challenge to go last on the panel, right? The charm is that you get to hear from your illustrious fellow panelists and learn. And indeed, that has been the case today. The challenge is what new can one add to the conversation? But I must say the diversity of this panel in perspective makes it relatively feasible, actually, I think, to build on some of the great ideas and maybe even bring something new. So Indorama is a family-owned Thai multinational petrochemical business. We operate in 35 countries around the world. I will talk a bit more later about what we do, but I want to focus on the trends because a couple of things I think I really want to pick up on. So one is biodiversity. Professor Surya mentioned it. Others talked about it. It's a very important link to climate change. And for companies, many companies, it's still relatively new. So when I tell stakeholders that, for example, Indorama, we produced our first TNFD compliant report. Next week, we have our team workshop, and we have a chief nature officer coming in to speak from one of the premier investment banks in Europe to educate my team first, and then we can go and take that to the leadership. We're recruiting a full-time equivalent. Half of that person's time will be focused on biodiversity. This kind of worries me because I find we're so late and we're so just getting started. And people will say to me, actually, wow, Indorama is way ahead doing so much. If that's the state of the market on biodiversity, it's very scary, frankly. So biodiversity is something that has been near and dear to me for about 10 years. Actually, I did a TEDx talk a long time ago about that. Some of our clients and our customers are working on this. So Pepsi, for example, is a major customer of Indorama. They have a big focus on their PEP Plus on regenerative agriculture. So that's, there are some good things happening in experiments. And I think biodiversity is one area we're going to see a lot more around. Nature-based solutions. It's amazing the pitches we've had over the last 6 months from technology-based, blockchain, LiDAR, and so on around nature-based solutions, afforestation, carbon removal, and so on. And this is a really quickly moving space, very complex, I would say, and one that we're studying and acting on, I think, very deliberately. Another one, so much of what you said, Andrea, resonates. I'm shocked that 20 years is the first climate change conference you've been at. I'm really shocked. But you talked about adaptation. So a few weeks ago, I was in New York City for Climate Week, and some amazing sessions organized. And one of them was a group of chief sustainability officers. So under the auspices of the World Economic Forum, there were about 50 of us, including CSOs from Unilever, Danone, Google, Mitsui, Mitsubishi, Suntory, Cargill. And what the WEF did was we had a good discussion. There were about 10 sort of issues, and we debated them, and then we voted as a group on what are the sort of top 3. I can't remember number 2 and number 3 to tell you the truth, but number 1 was climate change adaptation. So that was a sign from the CSOs in major multinationals all coming together to say, damn, we are not prepared for adaptation. And maybe our perspective was somewhat swayed by an incredibly intelligent and persuasive chief scientist of the Nature Conservancy, who happened to be a fellow Canadian, by the way. And she gave us a statistic. The number of natural disasters where the cost exceeds $1 billion. Many years ago, it used to be every few years, then it moved to sort of every 10 or 11 months. But over the last year, the number of insurable events that exceed $1 billion was every 2 weeks. That was an incredibly shocking statistic. I'm amazed that in our 35 countries, 150 manufacturing sites, we hadn't yet been impacted. But I was sharing this. I met with our two CEOs this past week, and individually, I've shared this with them that it's a question of time. And you're right about being reactive. So there are two things that I'm taking on our agenda for 2024. One is biodiversity, and the other is climate change adaptation, to start to bring awareness and socialize and educate our leadership so that we do take a more proactive approach. It's tough, I can tell you. There are many business priorities happening right now. And so things like this that are further afield, it's going to be a wonderful challenge to take on. The third trend I would mention is around data. So we collect sustainability performance data from the 150 manufacturing sites that dials up. We've recently produced our 2022 sustainability report. We've been doing that for 11 or 12 years. We were the first company in Thailand with a TCFD compliant report, TNFD as well, SDG report. So there's a lot of reporting and disclosure. The team that does that for us, I have under the leadership of Kun Sasinotai, I have a lot of respect. It's incredible. And data are the important ingredient into that. And collecting data, the verification of reliable data is going to only intensify. I heard that all across New York City 3 weeks ago. And I know from ourselves, since I've joined Indorama 2 years ago, it's been a major focus of mine. In the coffee break in the hallways, I can bore you with many of the initiatives we've put underway to improve the provision of sustainability data. And given the reporting frameworks, the sort of alphabet soup of reporting frameworks, this will continue to be a very important piece so that we can show to different stakeholders in society what we are doing. So I'm actually writing a book chapter on digitalization and sustainability, and I'm focusing it on the sort of explosion of reporting frameworks and the data required for that. So I think, maybe in the course of the discussion, I can talk more about what we're doing around circular economy. That's a major part of Indorama's play in the market, of course, decarbonization. But in terms of trends, biodiversity, climate adaptation, and the importance of data.
Thank you very much, Anthony. That was very wide-ranging perspective on the corporate challenges that you face. I serve on a couple of public listed boards in Singapore as well, and I can tell you that the corporate disclosure requirement is tremendous. Companies have to invest massive amounts of resources to disclose to all the frameworks, latest being ISSB and then the TNFD framework that was launched last week. But it's a good sign that we have these frameworks and that we're putting nature on the agenda, we're putting climate risk on the agenda. There was an FT piece that ran last month that basically said that we are facing a possible Minsky moment where we have severely underestimated the risk of climate change to our assets. And actually, there's actually tremendous risk in our financial systems. And when we have that correction, we're going to see the destabilization of financial systems and of corporates. And it's really quite interesting how corporates are grappling with it. And in Asia, what I find is that the listed companies have the resources, right? You're listed, you have, the wherewithal to deal with these issues, but 90% of the economy in Asia are SMEs. They're not subjected to any legislation. They are subjected to other forms of legislation like we heard EUDR, CBAM, and et cetera in this conference, but they don't have the resources. And I think that that's an area that we need a lot of attention on, is how do we empower the small and medium enterprises to respond. But thank you so much for,
Just on that
go
quickly,
ahead.
something we can pick up on, and maybe people here have ideas. There's something called advanced market commitments, where a buyer like an Indorama or our customers will signal, this is what we're looking for. So much percentage of recycled PET, for example, in our case, and then you make a signal to the market and a very clear commitment, and then that helps the supply chain kind of step up. It de-risks, can help investment flows into that as well. So that's a mechanism that is understood and well known, but I think we could actually exploit better.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that the power and the leverage that bigger companies have really is quite amazing. I remember that in Davos earlier this year, I was on a panel with the Walmart CEO. I was being quite skeptical about, their carbon reduction plans. And they actually have this project called Project Gigaton. And they remove a gigaton of CO2 from their supply chain by making the suppliers comply with net zero targets. And they say, if you don't have a net zero target, your product can be on our shelf. I was, kind of pleasantly surprised at how far they've gone to influence the supply chain. But I think we're starting to see that with a lot of Asian companies as well. I want to kind of talk a little bit about government policy. We don't have a government representative on this panel, but the enabling environment, which Andrea mentioned, is absolutely key. I had the pleasure of, attending the Philanthropy Asia Summit just 2 weeks ago in Singapore, where Christina Figueres was the keynote speaker. And for all of you in this room, I'm sure you know her as the architect behind the Paris Agreement. And what she said was really interesting. And she said, actually, the baton has passed from governments to companies and to individuals, and that governments who are going to the COP and negotiating, it's like she said, the work is done. We have a global agreement, but have you done your work at home? And her message to governments as well is there's a lot that you can do domestically before you go on the international stage to argue with your peers. And I thought that was a really, really good point. So my question to the panelists here is like, what is your ask of governments? In your positions here, what are some policy action that you want to see? And then perhaps, this could really kind of also be something that we can all take away here. Professor, would you like to go first?
Yeah, happy to start. Thank you. Thank you. This is an excellent question. I will make a couple of points and then probably my co-panelists can jump in. The first is the policy coherence. Often what we see across the governments, including in Asia, that climate change is seen as part of one ministry, and different ministries are not supporting the climate action agenda. Let us say many countries in Asia are looking at special economic zones. So they're creating incentives for businesses to come and invest and give them all the facilities and everything. But in those policy considerations and regulations of special economic zones, climate considerations are not integrated. The second example I will give is trade and investment agreements. When states are negotiating either bilaterally or in a multilateral setting, trade and investment agreements, they are not putting climate considerations at the front and the center of those negotiations. They are at the back burner somewhere. This is an afterthought. So I think the policy coherence is a critical component. The second issue I would like to mention that the governments can do better is incentives and disincentives. Businesses look for incentives as well as disincentives. Governments cannot regulate everything, but can they trigger the market to regulate itself better? And I think they have plenty of leverage in terms of public procurement, in terms of tax rebates, in terms of other paradigms. And I think there's much more that could be done by the governments to bring climate change considerations and send a clear signal what needs to be happening. And if I could give the last example is lobbying. Policy coherence, lobbying by fossil fuel industry or other companies behind the curtain with the government where they're trying to dilute environmental and climate considerations is a major issue, especially because COP28 is happening in Dubai this year. And there's a serious concern that the fossil fuel industry is going to be dominant and is going to capture the negotiation process. And there's serious concern also about the location of the COP28 in Dubai and to what extent participation will be free or CSOs and defenders will be under surveillance. That's a big issue. And I can speak it not only in my personal capacity, but the concern also on behalf of the Office of the High Commissioner in Geneva about this. I will stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was hoping that we won't get into COP28 and all its controversies, but of course we know that there's a lot of debate on there. But I would just say this, that, I was in Dubai in May, in Abu Dhabi in Dubai in May, and Sultan Al-Jaber, who's the president of the COP28 meeting, he spoke quite convincingly of bridging the divide. Yeah. And I think the divide is quite wide right now. It's very divisive and everyone is watching what will happen there. But we need to have faith in that process. And I think you need to have everyone at the table. And so I do think that there is something to be said about getting, all the major sectors at the table and all the major emitters at the table. And hopefully we will see something positive come out of that. But Prof, I wanted to follow up with a question on policy coherence. Yeah. Is there a country in the world that you think is doing really well right now on that?
I mean, I cannot think of any one country because the countries that I deal with in Asia, many of these countries, I think they're really struggling in terms of policy coherence, So I will not be saying that this country is a good practice country.
Okay, well, maybe next year
Maybe,
we'll have an
maybe
example.
someone else has an example of that.
Yeah. Yulin, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just wanted to thank Professor for his very candid views, right? I think from time to time we just need to call it out, and just say what we have on our minds. I mean, I'm not in government, nor do I speak for the government, but having participated as part of, sometimes from time to time they get the business community to come in to help to develop, the policy, right? And what I do observe is this, or at least from what I've seen, is that I think that in developing the policy baseline, you have to be able to get everybody along, right? So I do appreciate that we have to have stronger type of policy, but the trade-off is that then, it might not be attainable by some, for example, the SMEs. But policy mechanisms like emission trading schemes, or whether or not it's carbon taxes, or even like sustainability reporting standards, I think they're there. But I quite like what it said about the baton has passed on to the business community. And what I've been thinking about a little bit more is about market-driven approaches. So whilst governments can set the policy baseline, and they can improve it from time to time, and it's important to always improve it as capabilities improve and technologies improve. But whilst waiting for that to happen, there is a role for the market to drive this. And what do I mean by this? Well, it's important, for example, like the largest companies to come together and like what Angie has been doing, is to say, I don't think this is enough and I don't like what I'm seeing and that we can do more. In Singapore, we also have, these kind of bodies called trade associations, or what we call TACs. And we do find that the TACs are also, really nudging, bringing the rest of the corporate sector along. And the other area that I'll say is that sometimes also governments start first. In Singapore, the government has said that, the government itself is a body who also emits emissions, right? We would actually bring forward our target, not in 2050, but 2045. So I would say that whilst governments can set the policy baseline, improve on it, there's also a role for the corporates in the market, not only businesses, but the market like trade associations, to do those kind of nudges as well. And I'll have to say, I believe that they will do more in this area. I was just listening to the panel, and we're talking about adaptation. Adaptation is not cheap, and one of the questions is, whose job is it anyway? Is it government's? Is it public sector? Is it private sector? I have a piece of a cable in front of me. If I'm a telco company, I'll say, the protection of this cable, which is my asset, is it the government's issue or is it my issue, right? So that's one thing. But the other area is about financing. How is it that we can get more financing to sustainable development, concessional and non-concessional? And also, how can we bring along corporates, but also the MDBs as well, and also governments and philanthropic funds as well? So I think there needs to be this bigger discussion on operationalizing blended finance. I don't think we have enough examples at this point in time. And certainly governments and those stakeholders who play in that area can definitely make that nudge. Or I would say big nudge. Yes.
Thanks very much, Yulin. I think that role of philanthropy coming together with public and private finance is super important. And that was actually a theme of our summit last week. And in reality, I think everyone acknowledges this huge amount of capital in the markets, but they are not being channeled to bankable projects. And that is due to a whole host of reasons, from sovereign risk, to unstable societies or the rate of return. And I think the financial institutions are still applying very traditional notions of finance to the crisis that we have before us. And the role of multilateral institutes, as well as philanthropy, is really key, because what we're seeing right now is that a lot of patient capital are coming into projects to actually help spread that risk. And for all the talk of blended finance, we actually see very little projects that are actually mobilized by blended finance in Asia.
Sorry, I just make one small point, right? Is that, as part of, as I mentioned, right, the decarbonization plan is important, the operationalization of it, but that will actually help to inform companies' budgets, right? And if we want to get corporates on the table, they will have to allocate capital. So if that's why, in terms of, say, for example, the GFANs, right, and some of the kind of like frameworks for that, there is a specific ask about how much are you doing in terms of climate transition investment. So I do think that do need to think a bit harder about companies themselves allocating capital in a very disciplined fashion towards low carbon, more sustainable type of investments as well. So that's
That's a good point. I'm going to come to
Can I
Anthony.
jump in there?
Yes,
Because it's a
go
great,
ahead.
it's a great segue. Thanks, Yulin. So both on the policy side and on the investment and capital allocation, I think. So, as the professor said, that type of lobbying is worrying. Lobbying is actually a neutral term. It can actually also be for good. Let me give you a very clear example. Last year, the Thai FDA in May of 2022 lifted the ban on recycled PET for food and beverage contact. So until last year, we actually, in fact, are the largest recycler of PET in the world. And I will talk a bit more about that in terms of our ambitions and our investments into that, to Yulin's point. But until last year, we could not recycle the PET and make another bottle here in Thailand. So it was always recycled into fibers and then typically exported, going into diapers, clothing, masks, face masks and PPE and so on. According to the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, that is downcycling. That's not recycling. So the Thai government has now lifted that ban. That was the result of lobbying from Indorama, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Nestle, Danone, over a 2-year period, PTT, GC. There were a number of us around the table to show the science that, in fact, it is safe. The same has happened in India. So you can just imagine at that scale. Now, again, I could go into lots of detail, but a recycled PET bottle has about a 30% lower carbon footprint than a virgin bottle. So just imagine on that scale for countries like Thailand and India where the tap water is not potable. It's an important impact. That's the result of good policy change. That's the result of policy coherence. In terms of recycling and investment, just last week, we launched 100 billion bottles recycled. So since we started recycling 11 years ago, we have recycled 100 billion bottles. It's about $1 billion we invested to get there. Some people might have heard of the Blue Loan. It was the Asian Development Bank, the IFC, and DEG who lent us $300 million to build recycling facilities in 5 countries, 5 developing countries, 4 here in Asia. Why is it blue? Because it will help reduce ocean plastic by keeping those bottles back into the economic cycle. 100 billion bottles in 11 years. Our 2030 target is 100 billion per year. So there are other targets where honestly, we could be more ambitious, but this is an incredibly ambitious target. To get there, we committed this last year. It's public information in our Capital Markets Day, $8.4 billion in 2 different areas. On the front side, which is around biofeedstock, so moving away from fossils into algae and other renewables. And at the end, something called chemical recycling. What most of us know as recycling is actually one type, mechanical recycling, cleaning the bottles, crushing them, breaking them into flakes, pellets, and starting again. But there is a more advanced type, in fact, there are types, plural, of chemical recycling that depolymerize the plastic into monomers and start the process over. Very expensive, still very early stage. And so we've invested almost $5 billion, or committed to invest almost $5 billion in that area between last year and 2030. So I think, and at the same time working on other policy changes. China is still forbidding bottle-to-bottle recycling. So that's not something we're seeing that's going to happen anytime soon. But our lobbying links to that type of impact, and our investment and our actions and our progress, I think, show up there. It's one area that's material to Indorama. It's not for every company, but that's a part of our role. We also have a decarbonization plan. I'm happy to talk about that if of interest, but something that's very material to us is the circular economy. And this is where policy and investment, I think, can go hand in hand to drive progress.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Anthony, for that. Just to challenge you a little bit, right? Instead of putting a target on 100 billion bottles recycled, would it be better not to even have to manufacture that in the first place?
When I went to grade school in Canada, the mantra was reduce, reuse, recycle, right? And honestly, that still stands. That absolutely still stands. So, I live by that, let's just say. So there is a UN Global Plastics Treaty.
I was going to mention
I was
that,
at a session, speaking at a session at Climate Week about that, and it's something that we absolutely support. you know, it's like anything. The devil is in the details. And perhaps some people here are aware, perhaps others are not, but there are 7 types of polymers. And the numbers from the Mobius loop that is on any type of plastic, from 1 to 7, it's decreasing recyclability. So 7 is polystyrene, right? And number 1 is PET. So if you think of the pervasiveness of plastic in our lives today, if we just look around, and I'm not talking about straws and bags, but for example, you know, I have 2 boys who are now in university. They were wearing diapers in Canada made from Indorama yarns. I learned retroactively. When we were all wearing face masks, that's polyester. And don't tell my sons I mentioned that because they wouldn't want to hear us. I mentioned that at a UN meeting. But for specifically for water, I've done a lot of work in water technology, you know, back in Canada. And there are many countries, I mean, Singapore is a really actually based on Canadian technologies called Xenon many years ago, your PUB success story. But many countries still don't deliver potable water, or they treat it, but the delivery pipes are corroded. So by the time it reaches the end homeowner, it's not drinkable. So for generations to come, unfortunately, even something as basic as potable water will need to be delivered via trucks, the big 5-liter bottles, and yes, indeed, single, you know, PET bottles. So yes to reduction, especially in some of the other areas where I think there are clear alternatives and needs, and you see a lot of plastic bag bans and this kind of thing. PET and even things like HDPE, which are in the car panels and so on, it's still going to be a long time, Jessica, before we're really, really removing those. So what do we do in the meantime around, like the plastics treaty, design for recyclability? For example, collection infrastructure is the huge thing. We cannot recycle what we can't collect. That's another big thing. Colored bottles, plastic bottles are bad for recycling, so clear bottles are the way to go. These are the ways to encourage the circularity while we work on upgrading our infrastructure, you know, new habits, new materials, and so on. It's a journey for sure.
No, thank you for that. I think the UN Global Plastics Treaty is a very important piece of legislation. And the point I wanted to make about that is that people don't actually realize the huge, intersection between waste and climate change, and waste and human health. And actually the waste sector is something that's extremely underfunded and not talked about enough. I had just, wrapped up production actually on an impact documentary called Wasted. And we went to Hanoi, to India, to Korea, to Singapore, to film the landscape. And what we realized is that what we throw away doesn't go away. And the, kind of intersection with climate change and emissions is huge. And there's a lot of work that we need to do in terms of policy making that addresses our use of resources right at the start. And that has a huge impact on emissions. Professor, you wanted to...
I just wanted to build on what Anthony mentioned. So thank you for giving those concrete examples of lobbying, which could be positive. And I think that's where the transparency becomes crucial, Anthony, right? So if the lobbying is positive, so can companies be transparent about it? But then the transparency will also apply to those situations where it's not positive, right? But building on the plastic bottles issue, the water, let me take a concrete example. So last week I was in Frankfurt. So I went to a restaurant for lunch and I said, okay, serve me the tap water. Water is potable in Europe. And they said, we don't serve tap water. So what I'm saying is, if we need to sell water in Asia, let us say, in bottles, we don't need to sell water at all in Europe. We can completely ban it from tomorrow because water is potable. But that is not going to happen because businesses have, not all businesses, but some businesses have a serious conflict of interest because they are promoting irresponsible business practices. Sorry.
Thank you. Christine,
Sorry.
you wanted to add?
Go ahead. Yes, I just wanted to add, go back to your question about what we want to ask for government. And as you know, I've been advocating for conservation for many years. And for me, there's really one of the biggest ones that we can really address, and all of us can lobby for this, of course, is looking at who is producing the majority of emissions. We know it's about 90 countries, 90 companies around the world, and really looking at that and stopping fossil fuel subsidies, first of all, and then taxing corporations for any kind of damage to the environment. I think that, I know it's happening in parts of Europe, but it's not really done that yet. So that's a big one. And then putting a value on biodiversity and protection. So that would be my ask, and I know there's so many other things that we want to address and we want governments to step in, but those are the biggest ones, I think, in terms of the priorities, reducing those emissions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I'll come to Andrea before I come to you for questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I've been listening to the 2 days of conversation, or the day and a little bit, and I think that we should all have one thing clear in our minds, and that comes from the business and human rights experience and my work with my boss, John Ruggie. And that is that we all have to have in our minds that we need polycentric governance to fix this huge issue, right? To address it. We need governments, we need markets, we need corporate governance, we need civil society, we need all of it. And so we should just always have that in our minds, that those things have to work together. And I think one of when I hear, Surya, you say that about potable water, I live in Italy, and I think about the south of Italy, and nobody trusts that the water is drinkable. And so even if it is, you can't ban it because people will be up in arms and you will have protests in the street and you'll have violence. You can't tell someone from Rome down to drink the water. So I think we have to remember that government is part of this, and it's not just a company bad behavior that is keeping water bottles on our table, right? So we have to think of all those issues. But what I wanted to talk about also was, you mentioned investment agreements. And I think one of the things that we have to ask governments to do is to understand that we need governments at the table, and governments have a duty to address climate change, right? And that duty, this idea of a duty, is not actually manifested in our laws and structures that underpin, for example, international investment. And should we ask states to be rethinking that role and redefining that role? Because when we look at the misalignments, the policy misalignments, we can find those, right, in international investment in particular, and also trade. And I think then domestically, what my message in this forum would be, as an American, is don't wait for the US. And there's a lot of innovation going, right? There's a lot of innovation going on here. We've been talking about it. But if you look at the policy debates and the discussions in the United States, and it pains me to say it, but you see John Kerry talk about the loss and damage fund. Under no circumstances will they pay. And that is because we have, it's a different planet, really. And it's, there is no real engagement on issues right now in the United States, and so we can't wait for them. So I think, that's going to be, we're going to have to exalt the leadership from other places. And I think this forum is one good way to do that. Let's not be shy about leadership coming from other corners. But the last question, and it's actually a question to the panelists, and I wanted to talk about company boards. Because my interaction with company boards is that they are severely lacking in capacity to deal with climate and certainly human rights. So I wanted to ask across the panel, from your experience, and the World Benchmarking Alliance came out with a study just in the last couple of days, and they were looking at food and agricultural companies. And they said that 63% of the 350 largest food and agricultural companies that they benchmarked, 63% assigned sustainability oversight to their boards. 1% of companies had boards that can demonstrate that they have the relevant expertise on topics like biodiversity or climate. Is that consistent with your experiences? Because that, to me, is where we need to be pushing on companies.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I'm just going to acknowledge that point you made about governments having a duty for climate change, and also mention that inaction causes litigation. And we've seen Client Earth, for example, right, suing the UK government for regressing on the climate targets. And just last month, there was also the story of a student in Australia suing the Australian government for not putting climate risk on the Australian government bonds. So that's a really important duty. On company boards, that's really interesting. I mentioned I serve on the ESG committee for the Singapore Institute of Directors in Singapore, and capacity building is a really critical issue because directors, I think, for the longest time, have been focused on very traditional, issues that occupy boards, right? Strategy, talent succession, etc. But not many of them have invested into it. But the good news is, and I've seen that across Asia, is that they're putting, people with expertise on that board or doing capacity building for their boards. So, we actually go in and advise a lot of boards on what is it to have a competent ESG strategy. What does it mean to understand biodiversity and climate risk? But I would like to invite, Yulin, I'm sure you have perspectives on this.
Yeah, Andrea, I think, I've been, studying this for a while because I've got to present to them, right? So, that's the quality of the conversations are important, right? For complex issues like climate, biodiversity, and all things sustainability. The company that I work for, PwC, we did a US cut on corporate directors more recently because I had to present to an SID event, right? So I had to go and update myself on that. And they showed that what do boards think are the most critical issues, and not shocking. Climate change is one of them, right? Biodiversity issues are other thing are one of them as well. But then they had another question, which is, can you rank your skill sets in terms of these issues? And climate issues and sustainability issues was at the bottom 10 basically. So there is a disjoint there. But maybe the observation is that over the past 1.5 years, there is a few things that have been happening, at least from my neck of the woods, no pun intended, which is that, number one, there is a lot more capacity building for directors. And every quarter when I go to present to the directors after they've gone through the training or the immersion, they ask me tougher questions. So whatever I presented them 1 quarter ago, they're like, yeah, I know that. I want to know about this. And to me, it puts me on my toes, but it's also very refreshing and it's important as well. The second point that I'll make is about governance and structure of corporates. I'm increasingly seeing that from the board delegates to certain committees, board committees, and there has been also a formation of what we call board sustainability committees as well, and that's major, because once you set up a committee, it's very difficult to actually unset it up. So when they set something up, it's very serious. It has a terms of reference, and it's as serious as the audit committee, the risk committee, the remuneration committee. So I think having those kind of board sustainability committees shows the seriousness of what the board is looking at, right, which is sustainability and climate. The third point that I'll make is that, very interestingly as well, in those committees, there are also novel ways to obtain so-called insight. And if you see some of there's a bank in Singapore who has engaged, a climate academic, not on the board itself, but at the sustainability committee level. So they're not a board member, but a board sustainability committee member. And that's how you can also obtain information and skills on these topical areas. So yes, but things are happening. So, good glimmer of hope there.
Yeah, no, thank you, Yulin. I think that's absolutely right, that if the board is the central body of governance and puts sustainability on the agenda, that is really, really encouraging. And I have seen that the board sustainability committees are being set up, across Asia and actually even further around. I'd like to just give you all the opportunity to ask questions. So can I have a show of hands? So we'll take 3 and come back to the panel. Can you go first?
Hi, good morning. My name is Mimi Vu, and I'm from Race Partners, an ESG consulting practice in Vietnam. My question is about the just energy transition. So I've been to a lot of meetings, and we talk a lot about inclusion of indigenous communities, local communities in the transition process. But one stakeholder I never hear about is, I would say these, let's call them investors or vested interests who aren't necessarily in front, but these are the ones who are investing heavily in the coal power plants, in the hydropower dams, who have outsized influence behind the scenes on government policies, government actions, and also the treatment of civil society actors across the region. So what is the strategy? Is there a strategy? Is there acknowledgement of these stakeholders? And that the fact that if these plans go forward, they will lose a lot of money. I would like to ask the panelists, what for ideas, advice, strategy, on how to acknowledge, first of all, these stakeholders and entice them, incentivize them to come to the table? And then what's also the strategy to include them in this just transition activity away from coal and hydro, and maybe include them in transition towards renewables?
Thank you. We have a question there? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Mova. I'm an environmental law lecturer from Indonesia, currently doing research in climate adaptation law. I have two questions. Adaptation and mitigation is a trade-off. And given not the inevitability, but the higher likelihood that we will trespass the 1.5 degrees, do you think it's appropriate for the developing nations in Asia to put resources and policies more on adaptation as compared to mitigation? That's the first question. Second question is, adaptation also means a race to the top, because we have to increase the environmental standard, the emission standard has to be increased, the effluent standard have to be increased, and business should not do anything that would jeopardize the resilience and increases the vulnerability of the local community. Not today, but in 5 or 10 years, given the current projections, which means that either business should do less or do nothing. The question is, are you guys ready for this? And do you see any conflict of interest in this? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. We'll take one more from the lady there.
Hi, my name is Hansika Agarwal. I'm a legal researcher at the Columbia Center on Sustainable Investment. This is more of a question for all of the panelists, I suppose, but there's been a lot of talk around mobilizing capital for climate action, which is critical, but we also know that Indigenous peoples and local communities have been at the forefront of climate action for many generations. But at the same time, they are the ones most disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. And as Professor Suryadeva just mentioned, there is a need to rethink economic models. And I guess my question is really, how are or should governments and policymakers and the private sector be altering kind of approaches and models to climate financing specifically, so that we are bolstering and empowering climate action from the bottom up as opposed to top down? This is, I think, also evident as we have more countries involved with JETPs and ETM questioning, for instance, the share between loans versus grants in these mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, and that's a really good one. I think there's a lot of conversation around redefining GDP, right? Even as a metric of progress, and the idea that we can have a thriving economy that's not necessarily growing in the traditional sense. Any of the panelists, we'll take the questions first and we'll come back to the... Okay, Andrea, go ahead.
Yeah, Mimi, I'll respond to yours. It's a great question. So let's just look at our international investment structures, right? And everything I'm saying today is in my personal capacity, right? I am chair of the Global Business Initiative, but this is all in my personal capacity. If we look at how our international investment structure has been created, it's been created through international investment agreements that pits basically the host state against the foreign investor, right? And if there's a conflict, then you go to something called investor state dispute settlement, okay? And we have a series of these agreements around. That structure has already set up an antagonism. The OECD now has a process called Track 1, which is really an important process, and it is talking about the policy misalignments in these agreements that are going to prevent or place obstacles in the way of governments being able to implement transition plans. When I was watching the discussion the other day, someone from the audience asked the right question. They said, aren't we just talking about who's going to pay for this, right? And so why are we tweaking international investment agreements when actually what we need is everyone to acknowledge that states have a duty to put in place a transition strategy. Companies are going to have to accept that some of their company business is going to disappear or change. And why don't we come together and just talk about a funding plan for that, right? Instead of dealing with tweaking international investment agreements and then hoping that investor state disputes don't happen or that they go in the right way. But if they go in the right way, it means the state wins and the investors lose. And it is real, right? This transition risk is real for investors. And thank you for the question, because if we don't accept that companies are also going to suffer for the transition, we can't actually see that there's a problem where we need people to come together, right? States and investors to actually resolve the question. So thank you for that question.
Yeah, I think this emphasizes the need for continuous engagement, right?
Can I just
Thank you.
add one example? Just and to add on to Andreas, I want to share an example that I experienced recently. I was on a panel in Singapore with Airbus and Lufthansa Group, and that's as these big corporations are racing to get to net zero, they're looking at all sorts of innovative solution, which is really admirable. And actually, one example that was brought up by Airbus was that they're looking at sustainable fuel. Looking at kelp in particular in Cambodia, for example. So, everybody was excited about that. But then, of course, it raises the question. So first, what about that biodiversity? Is it being managed and harvested in a sustainable way? So that is also a question, I suppose, that governments and even the SEEN Coalition, for example, that brings in all these environmental NGOs together to try to collaborate and make sure that we don't take those resources in a way that will hurt the biodiversity. And of course, the local communities, to some of the points that you made in your questions, the local communities that are living around there, how does that impact them? Who is actually keeping an eye out for them, that they don't get exploited by the sudden drive for these resources? I think I don't have all the answers, but I think those practical examples show exactly what is happening right now as we race towards those targets. And it's happening on in a lot of regions, in a lot of countries, with big corporations operating locally, either with their presence in their factories or even looking at other resources to turn into sustainable manufacturing facilities as well. So I think it's going to take a collaborative action. I mean, policymakers, governments, corporations, and it's almost like we have to come together and put laws in place and to protect this local people as well, local communities.
Thank you. Professor, I'd like you to take the second question around adaptation and mitigation.
Yes. So I'd like to answer the question about adaptation. But before I do that, let me go back to the water bottles. Sorry for that.
Make it very quick.
Very quick. So I have two issues with the water bottles. One is that if the water is potable, we don't need to do that. And I think we should be investing more in making the drinking water potable in taps rather than using that as justification and keep on using water bottles. My second difficulty with the water bottles is this, that water is a common resource. How could we allow businesses to make money out of this common resource? Then tomorrow companies will start capturing oxygen in Europe and sell it in New Delhi and Jakarta because they're very polluted. Anyway, adaptation. So I think we need both. So we need both mitigation and adaptation. So I think it's not either or in my view. We can definitely mitigate, let us say, energy consumption. We are not focusing enough on preserving the energy. I lived in Hong Kong enough, and I visited Singapore and other places. The shopping malls are so cold that you need to often carry a pair of jacket or something with you. You carry something with you. That can be very easily fixed, right? So conserving energy is a crucial component of it. The lights in Hong Kong, shopping malls, and those signs are there whole night. Do we need those signs? Can we conserve energy? That's one thing. But also adaptation. Like many of us are wearing suits, me included. Can the UN meetings be without these? If it's a hot and humid city, can we adapt that in future we don't need to wear the jackets anymore as part of the formal protocols and decorum? So we need both mitigation and adaptation, and I gave concrete examples of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were just joking at lunch yesterday. There are two seasons in Singapore, inside and outside. Yes. Yulin, would you like to take the third question on mobilizing capital?
Yeah, I think the question about mobilizing capital, is what I've just mentioned just now, is that I think you really need to have leaders, right, within organizations understand what is the potential adaptation risk at hand. And by the way, Singapore will be coming out with our V3 report at the end of or very soon, which is around the physical risk of climate change or potential physical risk in Singapore. I think that needs to be well understood as a adaptation risk. But at the same time, one would need also to understand the physical risks and also the transition risk as well. Once you're able to understand all those risks, then you'll be able to say what is the impact to me as government, or is it to a corporate level, and be able to say that I'll have to allocate capital in that kind of fashion. But at the same time as well, if I'm operating in a country where maybe resources are a little bit more scarce, how is it that I can use the mechanisms out there in order to get different forms of financing? And back to my comment just now, I think this is a role that governments and also corporates can play in terms of determining what is the right type of operationalization and structure for that. Yeah. So same point as before, really. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Yulin. We can take one more round of questions and then we'll wrap up the panel. We'll have a question from this gentleman, this lady, and this lady. Okay, maybe 4 very quick ones. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So this is Dakshinamurthy from Sustainable Development Council, India. So I would like to ask, because Asia is in a very prominent position in emission of CO2. So Asia has top 5 countries among the top 10. So do you think that the significant population in Asian continent playing a very big role on emitting CO2? If population is a problem, so when climate change is addressed globally, does Asia need a special policy just because of its population? So this is my question. It's for the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Very interesting question. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning. This is Avi from IOM, the International Organization for Migration in Thailand. I have a question to Professor Surya Deva. As you mentioned, intersectionality. And I think when we talk about climate change, the human mobility aspect is often left out. So we have conducted a study here on labor migration and climate change, and we actually see in Thailand that many of the workers have moved to Thailand because of impacts of climate change in their country of origin. We see in Thailand that because these workers who are affected by climate change in origin are often the most vulnerable, and in country of destination, they may also end up in informal employment. So they may be subject to debt bondage and also lack decent employment. And in Thailand, we also see that these workers are again affected by climate change, for example, due to floods and also due to heat. We see that these circumstances determine whether actually labor migration can serve as an adaptation strategy to climate change for migrants in origin. And given that labor mobility is a very important aspect in this region, I would like to ask how you think that we can talk more about human mobility and climate change and how we can bring this together and address this issue with multiple stakeholders.
Thank you very much for your question. There was, I think it was this lady. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Namaskar. This is Neha Upadhyay from India. I've been working with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for tribal rights of Ladakh since 2016. So my question and observation from Mr. Surya Dev and Yolin is, Surya Dev ji, Ladakh is struggling for their rights to develop under the concept of 6th schedule. So if in your expertise of working in Geneva and Australia and Hong Kong, if you can shed some light what the international cooperation has done about this. And to Madam Yulin, congratulations on your work. I would like to tell you that our ministry and several ministries in India are audited by PwC and KPMG. However, we still don't have the concept of green audits. And if what Mr. Surya Dev ji said, that if you could introduce the concept of climate change through your green audits to other ministries as well, because at the moment in India, we have only one ministry, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, that works on climate change. It's a smallish ministry for a big country like India, worth 2,000 crores. So I would like your thoughts on the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take a last question from this gentleman.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Massi. I work for the GIZ, and we are collaborating with the Eurocham, where we have opened a responsible business hub in Cambodia. I think the SDG and the ESG give the perspective towards a mountain to reach and the task. But the path is yet to be defined quite well, and there is a marshland in front. We don't know what is the path. Personally, I'm convinced, and I would like to know the opinion of our esteemed panelists. What do they think about government that are taking the lead, like the EU, on the carbon border tax and, for example, the eco-design on bottle or on garments, for instance, which actually put very clear details in front of the private sector on what they can do and what they cannot do. Trying not to put too many obstacles to the private sector. So the question is, what do they think about governance? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go first?
I can pick up that last question very quickly.
Okay,
then,
very quickly.
because CBAM is, an approach that's diametrically opposed to the IRA in the U.S. And as a global corporation, we are tracking those and others. About CBAM, one very good thing is that it's triggering a reflection here in developing Asia for governments to also, of course, have some kind of carbon tax, because why would they send all the money to Europe for the countries, the companies exporting from here? And so to me, that's a corollary effect that will be slow and messy, but ultimately it's a good thing. The IRA, we had a question earlier, Jessica, about, what would we like to see more from, say, governments here in Asia? Well, we have a very big carbon capture project in the planning in Texas. It's in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And frankly, especially given the current economic climate, we wouldn't even be considering that without the IRA tax benefit, which might cover up to 50% of that. So if you think of the US approach, which is really around incentive and mobilizing innovation and technology, the European approach is really about, let's say, barriers and costs to doing business there. Both have their charms and their challenges, to use that same phrase again. And it's a landscape within a company like ours absolutely has to play. I do see benefit on both sides for triggering other policy initiatives. So even the IRA, for example, around carbon capture, it's something we've been discussing with the IFC here. I sit on many committees, here for Asia under USAID and renewable energy and so on. And we're trying to use those examples again to nudge, whether it's the Thai government or the Indonesian government, in those areas of incentives for kind of pretty sophisticated and costly technologies like carbon capture. So those are two that I find are ideologically very different, and both have their place in driving progress.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Yulin, a question
Yeah,
between audit.
just real quick. Audit is important because I view that as the guardrails towards more sustainable development and also towards a low carbon environment, right? So there are guardrails, and it's important. But I just want to, maybe share that it is not smooth, and it's probably fraught with the issues at this point in time. Number one is because I think that the frameworks in terms of what is good or bad, right, green or not green, are still developing. That's one. Then the second thing is, I think the point that Anthony made is data. Sometimes you can get very good data and it's auditable, but sometimes you just can't audit. And one of the key things that I have observed is that the emission side of things are actually more auditable. They are quite the GHG protocol is very clear. I'm not talking about the taxonomy, so just purely the GHG protocol. But if you wanted to audit items like waste, it is definitely more tricky, right? So I would say that audits are guardrails. It is important, but some areas of the E side are more ready than the others. But nonetheless, important to continue to improve on it. Thank you, and thanks for using PwC. Thank you.
Prof, very quickly to you on the population question as well as the question on human mobility, and then we'll close the panel.
Yes, I think that couple of quick questions, quick response from my side. One was a question about mobility, climate change question. And I think there is a clear connection between climate change and issues about exploitation. For instance, Walk Free Foundation just issued a report on climate change and modern slavery. So I think those connections are increasingly getting exposed, and it will be quite crucial going forward that we articulate policy processes and going forward where we should be going to manage those issues. In terms of international cooperation for development, I think that is definitely a key component. The world has plenty of resources in my view, but the fair distribution is the key issue, how we can share those resources to deal with the challenges. In terms of the population, I will say that we should look at the per capita emission, not merely that because India and China are big, so you look how much they're emitting. So we should look per capita, that is a key factor in my view. And we also need to address the historical issue. That's where the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities is crucial in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, just to refer to Project Drawdown, the number one solution was birth control. So quite controversial, but that's an interesting perspective.
Can I just add something to that response? I think it's a great question. We know that by 2050 we will have over 1 billion climate refugees, and it's something that environmental NGOs and UNHCR, etc., are already looking at. And I actually think that one of the big issues we're going to have is the border policies around countries. There are some countries that are more set up for receiving these climate refugees, and I think Australia, Canada has done a very good job in trying to integrate some of these populations, but there's going to be a lot more need for countries, especially in our region of Asia, to not be so tight on certain borders and have plans in place to support these immigrants who are really fleeing for their lives with nothing, with absolutely nothing. And it's not just going to be, non-profits who are going to be able to integrate them. So I think there's a big effort, and corporations will also have a role to play.
Thank you, Christine. Very, very good points. To close the panel as we run out of time, I'd like you to share this one word of if you had a magic wand of something you'd like to see change that would accelerate climate action, what would that be? Anthony, I'll start with you.
That's a tough question to go first on. 5 seconds of reflection there. I mean, to me, in 20 years in corporate sustainability, there's been, policy, technology, financing. It's frankly always been about the people in every instance. It's always about the people mobilizing together with some kind of common shared vision to go forward. So that's why for me, the SDG number 17 has always resonated. This has been a panel of very, very diverse perspectives. I'm sure if we sat down to dinner, there would be maybe 50% of things we agree on and another 50 we don't agree on. And frankly, that plurality of perspective is what it takes. I firmly believe that. So, I go down to maybe the soft skills to answer your question with 3 seconds of reflection, Jessica, around collaboration and people mobilizing together.
Thank you, Anthony. Andrea, it was meant to be one word, but
Mine's a complex word, consensus building. I would say that I think, now is the time when we have to be real, and governments have to talk with governments, but we also have to talk with companies. And similar to the lessons we learned in the business and human rights space, we need to bring companies to the table with a common problem. And they are not the problem. The problem is climate change. And I think that if we can work on building consensus that the problem is there for us to work on, right, instead of blaming parties, I think we can be more constructive.
Thank you very much, Prof.
I think we need to reimagine development, and I would suggest that we should see that protecting the planet should be seen as profit. Accounting standards must change.
Very clear. Thank you. Christine.
I would wish for everyone to become a climate activist. It's really going to take massive collaboration. I know many in the room are already doing that in their jobs, but I think it's going to require even more effort from every single one of us.
Thank you. Yulin, final words.
Right. Actually, Andrea took my word, which is consensus. I was like, oh. But maybe I explain a little bit more, right? I mean, there's polarity, as we just mentioned, what's right, what's wrong, what's green, what's not, what's left, what's right, what's black, what's white, right? But maybe I could leave maybe with one quote that I really like and I always go to. It's by this poet called Rumi. And Rumi says that somewhere beyond right and wrong, there is a garden and I will meet you there. So that's part of what I mean by consensus. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yulin. And I think my word here will be action. And to invoke Christina Figueres again, we really have no time to waste. And so we all really do have a part to play. Please join me to thank my panelists for this really insightful discussion. Tremendously enjoyed it and look forward to interacting with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, esteemed panelists. That was a really exciting discussion to begin the morning. A few announcements. Coffee is right outside. And at 11 o'clock, we start with concurrent sessions, Climate Action 101 and Clean Seas and Rivers.
I think we've lost one panelist.
Jessica, I know your friend Judith Young. You want to something along? Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm on the next page. I'm staying on the next panel. In fact, your publication is on our
Well, our Nazi book is very hard to With the offsets? Right. Yes, that is so interesting. Yeah, right. I know. So interesting.
That's right. I need So anyway, what we're trying to do, I went to the
I see, okay. So you must go in now, correct.
I think that was premature. It's clear that stakeholders. And one of the greatest emphasis I know to write.
Yeah, Robbie's great. He's just let me know. Yeah, I agree.
That's very tall order. Very tall order. I think I'm just going to
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're still in space now.
Well, she's not changing. She's not
She should be actually over here on the far right. And then because
Yeah, great to meet you. So that was very specific.
I need him to have Danielle's slides right away.
Yeah, but she doesn't send to me. She said she sent you and Belinda. Where is she now? Oh my God, I don't want to do it. Sorry. I know it's good. I don't think the slide will be. Yeah. I don't know, but I think
Human rights. Think about the experience of the because what I was raising, you're doing this is different. How do you work with the global community? How do you with the global NGO? Are you really I think most important. There's a space there.
I hope you're not recording.
Always. No, just carry it. That's all. It's just small.
He doesn't want to. He wants to do
Yeah. So on climate, on climate, then France.
I'm Danielle. Nice to meet you. I noticed you're on the way in, but I can't lose.
You're right.
You're not getting into it? No?
I am doing the training.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Law is here. We should tell him like it's impossible to do it now. Hello. I sent them to him. I sent. Yeah, I'm in the room just now. I'm Danielle.
Yeah. Could you actually give us the slides?
Yeah, I'm with them. Bye. No, I've sent them to you. I've sent them to you. Sorry, it's the CTC one, right?
Yes. That's why the GIZ chose the Eurochart rather than the local chart. Because yes, the local chart might be more
Just to put outside.
Yeah. Let's just make sure it's the right.
So that's yes. You'd be surprised that association of manufacturers, which is the main.
I got it. Don't worry.
In the beginning, they were very cheap and suspicious. And now we managed to get them all. And they are understanding that this
Is it going all right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, Bangladesh also. There are many countries. Vietnam and Bangladesh.
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
Are
I need to
you
lose weight,
okay?
clearly. I think
I think it's
that's
done.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can give this to me.
Eject. There you go.
Yes.
The sustainable guidance that comes, they tell you all the beautiful story and the fairy tales, but then actually.
Like one of the projects that we looked at in Siem Reap was with the Salabai school, which is a hotel management school for underprivileged people, and Hotel Accord and a whole bunch of other hotels. We needed the
director is a
and all
friend
that.
of mine.
Okay, so we respond. I took a team of women. We did that, and it's actually it was set up. The original NGO was Agir pour le Cambodge, a French NGO that's been working there for years or something. So Salabai is a free school for underprivileged women, mostly, but also men. 11 months, and then they guaranteed job in hotel industry. And it's one of the other refugees. And it's helping women collaborate with the big hotel group. We need staff. And it's actually such a big.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no, it's okay. Don't worry.
I thought I haven't been tracking the slides, so it was I think if when you sent them to me, I assumed that Sheila was in copy or something, and I'm sorry about that. What did you say? Yeah, it's much easier side to get around. It's kind of
With that collaborative mindset, who are we employing, what are some of the... I have experience with another types of project like this in Indonesia, but the problem is that the government didn't cooperate on the investment side. The investors lobby. It's very difficult. You have all these people that are very sustainable. So the best answer, you're right, is what makes massive trust. I was looking at massive trust. That's a big part of our Singapore. So they only invested when local governments. So water purification project, United co-investment, upscaling of nurseries in Indonesia, co-investment with government, plan IT safety. So those really they are better, even if Singapore government invests more, but they still require a certain investment from the local government. Of course, that's the ideal scenario. I know what you mean. There's no local commitment. And actually, that's why I like the example I gave you, 2030, 30% by 2030. In Mongolia, particularly, Mongolia government are hoping that this way.
If you want to do something with the board, let me know. You are go to the next step as well. You want to make it sustainable. So, yeah.
But you're
I am. Does it sound?
No, I live in Bologna.
Oh, that's why we were talking about the sound of it and all those things. You live in Bologna. Like you, I didn't even say
It's figured it out, but you invest in the situation.
Yeah, please.
In case, if you say something under your breath, you don't want hurt.
So,
Good for
glad to
you.
be at your house.
Thank you and welcome everybody. We're going to just start here in about 30 seconds. So, as soon as I hear that bell stop ringing, clearly it means that the people aren't responding to the bell. But I'm also okay with that people are taking their time to get to the rooms. It means people are having rich discussions afterwards. Networking is a big part of our reason for being here as well as the learning exchange. Great, just 2 more seconds. Okay, well, thanks everyone. Thanks for being here. Welcome to our session, Climate Action 101, Emission Reduction Strategies. I'm your facilitator, Sean Lees. And we just had a very exciting session on climate action trends and challenges. This is going to be a deeper dive because we're going to go into the actual steps of decarbonization, or if you will, GHG emissions reduction strategies that companies employ. I'm hoping that the people in this room are both from business, but also from civil society and other stakeholder groups, because it's important, as I said, maybe in my opening remarks, to get on to develop a common language, a common vocabulary, so we can talk about these issues with accuracy. So you understand when you're reading a corporate sustainability report what they're saying, what they're not saying, so that we can also read between the lines when there is policy that's being issued by government or official statements thereof. It's important to have a common language, and so this is also in furtherance of that agenda. Not just bringing home actionable knowledge, as you might might have assumed. And after that, trends and challenges, we do have a tall order. It was a rich conversation. I'm not going to summarize it. I think Jessica and the others already did a good job at that. Our session, as the name of the session suggests, is going to allow us to focus on the basics of decarbonization. And we're going to do so with our trainer, Danielle King, Head of Climate Strategy from RSK Center for Sustainability Excellence. But we're also going to complement Danielle's training with real-world feedback from our panelists on the challenges that companies may face as they embark on their journeys to net zero. We'll cover two of the issues of disclosures and cultivate a better understanding of the relationship between investors and reporting frameworks. We'll cover a number of different issues, in fact. Well, to advance our discussion, first we're going to have a 30-minute presentation, as I said, from Danielle, followed by a conversation with Tim McCaffrey, on my right here, Global Investment Director from Siam Cement Group, or SCG. Also from Pum Sirapalsiri, forgive me for mispronouncing it, the consulting partner at Corporate Sustainability and Climate Change Unit of ERM Thailand. Bob Fox, who is the, let me get this right, Bob, Board of Director and Chair of the Digital Economy ICT Group at the European Chamber of Commerce to Thailand, and the head of the Climate Group at JFCCT. Last but not least, certainly, is Elizabeth Wu, who is a legal consultant, energy systems for Client Earth. Before I hand over to Danielle, let me just say that we may not have a lot of time for Q&A. This is a training session after all. We're going to give Danielle an outsized bit of time to do her presentation, her training presentation, followed by our conversation with the panelists. I promise to do as much as possible to preserve time for questions, as I do think this is an area that's not just rich in substantive matter, but also in opinions as well. So without further ado, may I ask Danielle King to please start the presentation.
Brilliant, thank you. I'm very sorry, I am going to stand up, largely because I don't know about you guys, but this is ridiculously intimidating. And to be honest, if I don't sort of move about, then I'll probably just have a slight mental breakdown, and that's not what we want for a conference at the UN. Before I begin, thank you all very much for joining me. I'm going to go through the 101s of climate strategy. But before I begin, I should probably introduce myself. My name is Danielle King. I am the head of climate change strategy and decarbonization at the RSK Center for Sustainability Excellence, which is the world's longest, most superfluous title. I have asked for it to be changed. Robert, please do something about that one. So a little bit about RSK before I start. RSK is probably the largest consultancy that you've never heard of. It is a group of 200 different boutique-style environmental and engineering consultancy firms, and we deliver services in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We are fantastically located in a wide variety of countries throughout the globe. That slide is probably about 3 years out of date, let's be honest, but I couldn't be bothered to update it. If I go back 1 second, the beautiful green dot in the middle of Southeast Asia in Singapore is where the RSK Center for Sustainability Excellence is located, which is where I work. So the RSK Center for Sustainability Excellence is a research-led multidisciplinary team that delivers consultancy services. Now, my team, the best team, delivers services in line with the Paris Agreement. And we are complemented by the Metis Institute for Climate Strategy, which is a not-for-profit arm of the business, and they specialize specifically in ESG auditing and climate change disclosure services, specifically in Southeast Asia. So we complement each other very well. So the reason I'm here, I'm going to give you a bit of a brief overview before I get into the meat of the presentation on the history of greenhouse gas accounting. Now, I'm really, really disappointed, as sad as this is, that it'll only be concerning corporate carbon accounting as opposed to LCAs and sort of the greenhouse gas accounting associated with products or with projects such as construction projects, for example. But I'm afraid I don't have enough time, and you don't really want to listen to me waffle on too much, to be honest. So let's go back to the very beginning. In 1995, the IPCC released the Greenhouse Gas Inventory Guidance. And then shortly thereafter, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, another very large title, required Annex 1 countries to report their emissions for 6 different sectors. Those are energy, industry, solvents, agriculture, land use, and waste. I'm very proud of myself. I practiced that the whole plane ride here, I have to say. Up until 1997, when the Kyoto Protocol defined the 6 groups of greenhouse gases that we now use for modern day carbon accounting today, everything was going really well. The problem was that it was at the nation state level. So nation states were really getting on board with carbon accounting, and they were really progressing it, but then companies were being left behind. So it wasn't until BP then decided that they wanted to measure their carbon footprint and to reduce it that a methodology started to be formed, and then we had the birth of the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. Now, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol is a brilliant document. It is the result of a partnership between the World Business Council for Sustainable Development and the WRI, the World Resources Institute. And it is by far sort of the gold standard of carbon accounting, so much so that it was wholly adopted by the International Standards Organization, I think in 2006. I probably should have put that on the slide, but anyway. It's been a roaring success. It is by far the sort of standard for company accounting, if nothing else. And then the WRI decided that they hadn't done quite enough. So they then partnered with the CDP, the WWF, and the UN Global Compact. Is anyone else sick of the acronym soup? Because I'm very, very bored of it. We have to get over that one. And they formed the Science Based Targets Initiative. Now, the Science Based Targets Initiative is a fantastic initiative. And essentially what it does is it helps companies to develop targets that are in line with the 1.5 degree target of the Paris Agreement. It used to be that you could have a well below 2 degree target, but we scrapped that one. Since then, there's been a flourishing of sustainability frameworks, my favorite of which, I'm not going to go into all of them because there's quite a lot, but my favorite of which is the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. Now, the TCFD was sort of launched at COP21 by Mark Carney, and in 2017, the recommendations were produced, and they really concern climate impacts and risks associated with climate change with regard to governance, with regard to strategy, risk management, and then metrics and targets. And the metrics and targets part specifically references the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. So therein we see that sort of global standard continues to this day. So, before I waffle on a bit too much, back to the basics. And I know what you're thinking. It's taken her 10 minutes to get to the agenda, so I will wrap it up quite fast, I promise. But what we're going to talk about today is how we engage stakeholders and how we then calculate our emissions. Now, this is a very basics 101. There are, of course, sort of deviations from the methodology I'm going to go through. And again, it does only concern corporate carbon accounting. But then we'll go into formulating a plan and specifically looking at how we approach targets for decarbonisation. And then finally, I'll sort of very briefly wrap it up with the implementing solutions and how frequently you should review your progress. So, I don't know about you, but I love engaging with stakeholders. It is one of the best parts of my job. At the same time, I hate engaging with stakeholders. So stakeholders are really, really important. And they're really important because they need to be brought in and have buy-in to both the process and to its outcomes. And not only that, the data collection process that we've heard about today is just ridiculously onerous. It is very, very difficult to get 100% of your data. So engaging those stakeholders makes it is really, really critical. The good news is you only have to engage your stakeholders twice, at the beginning and throughout. So we have internal stakeholders and we have external stakeholders. Now, there's a lot of both. So I'll just summarize by saying that the internal stakeholders predominantly includes your senior management, who need to be on board because they ultimately have responsibility for those targets and for those solutions. You then have to include those people that are responsible for data collection, your procurement teams, you know, all of the people in HR and everyone basically, and then of course you have to engage the people responsible for implementing those solutions. Now, the implementation part, that's going to significantly change quite a lot of jobs and the role of those jobs. So getting them on board and getting them in the right direction as early as possible is absolutely crucial. And then we look at external stakeholders. So again, there's loads. Investors is one that's come up quite regularly throughout today. But with regard to the sort of three main external stakeholders, we have suppliers, which are absolutely critical for your Scope 3 emissions. Sorry, guys. We then have, and I think, I'm not sure if he's in the room, but I think Adam mentioned yesterday that we have both your consumers and also your community. So your consumers are important to engage because they are going to see a lot of the changes with respect to your products and with respect to your services. So having an understanding of why those changes are taking place and the fact that it is for the betterment of society and the planet is really important. But on top of that, your community, and again, I had a wonderful conversation, I don't know if she's in the room today, with a lady called Alexandra, where we discussed talking to your community, talking to the professional bodies that have all developed guidance for your sector, talking to your competitors. And I know we're sort of moving away from that environment where our competitors aren't really seen as the enemy anymore. But really, I think we could do a lot more with our competitors. You're all facing the same struggles after all. So sorry to labor on this slide a little bit long, but it sort of crops up quite a lot throughout the presentation today. So, calculating your emissions. Once you have decided that you want to calculate your emissions, you then have to do so in line with 5 specific principles. Now, these are the principles of the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. They are relevance, completeness, consistency, accuracy, and transparency. Now, they're all fairly self-explanatory, but with regard to relevance specifically, what that essentially means is defining your boundary appropriately, defining the appropriate methodology, and then collecting the appropriate data as well. So those are the things I'm going to go into now. So you need to define 2 different types of boundary. You need to define your organizational boundary, and then you need to define your operational boundary. Now, your organizational boundary is basically what is it that you're assessing? Are you assessing wholly owned operations? Are you assessing an incorporated or a non-incorporated joint venture? Are you assessing subsidiaries, or are you assessing something completely different? This is what an organizational boundary addresses. So on the one hand, you have the equity share. And the equity share essentially reflects the economic interests of the company. So it's basically the rights to the risks and the rewards associated with those operations that you're going to consider. As an alternative, the control approach, that basically accounts, that's you agreeing to account for 100% of the emissions within your control. So even if you don't own, a set of operations, but you have no control over it, it doesn't go in your inventory. Again, here's where stakeholder engagement is really, really important. It's important because you want to avoid double counting, and you want to avoid not having some emissions make it into an inventory of some kind. So you find this a lot in the oil and gas industry, where there's lots of owners, there's lots of different players, there's lots of operators, and they all have to coordinate to make sure that their inventories are complementary to one another and there's no overcounting. Then once you've defined your organizational boundary, you then need to define your operational boundary. Now, I'm sure you're all very, very familiar with scopes 1, 2, and 3, but for the benefit of anybody who is not familiar with it, your scope 1 is essentially your direct emissions, anything that's within your sort of immediate control. Your scope 2 is anything generally related to electricity. And then your scope 3 is basically everything else. So that's waste, water, business travel, staff commuting, investments, franchises, everything. So you've defined your organizational boundary, and then you've defined your operational boundary, and your quids in a way to go. Then you have to define your baseline year. Now, generally speaking, we recommend you do a baseline year within the last 2 years. The obvious exception to this is quite a recent exception, COVID. If the operations do not reflect a general year within that organization, you should avoid using it. So a lot of organizations reduced their activities during COVID. 2020 and 2021 would not have been appropriate years to use as your baseline. If for any reason you need to recalculate your baseline, we call that rebaselining. Very inventive, right? So with regard to rebaselining, there's 3 key reasons why you might do that. Structural changes, mergers, acquisitions, divestment. If you're anything like RSK, we have to rebaseline every year and it's exhausting. Then we have methodology. So if there's significant changes in your methodology, you should account for that by rebaselining. And then, of course, material errors. And so if for a company that has to rebaseline a lot, especially one that is changing in terms of its structure a lot, it is valuable to have a rebaselining policy so that there's a consistent sort of method and approach to that as well. But I won't go into that too much. So you've defined your baseline year. It's then a case of collecting your data. Now, it's very easy for me to talk about, but it is an absolutely nightmare process. And I don't envy any of my clients who have to do it. I'm so glad I'm not involved. So you should really start at the beginning, start with your scope 1 and 2, and then make it onto your scope 3, which is obviously a lot more difficult because, again, you have a lot more stakeholders to engage, right? It is often tempting to try to define a materiality threshold. And we come across materiality thresholds quite a lot when it comes to climate change risk assessment, right? We only want to sort of consider the main risks in climate change risk assessments. That is categorically not the case with regard to carbon emissions. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol specifies that there's no need to have a materiality threshold. And there's a couple of reasons for that. That is an absolute definitive bias for under-accounting. Holding you all accountable if anyone has to do this. I'm looking at you because you're smiling at me. So there's a definitive bias, but also you have to, it isn't in line with that completeness principle that I mentioned at the beginning with regard to the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, right? If we want a complete assessment, we can't be leaving sources out. The other final one, I've forgotten. What's the other final one? Oh, well, if you have to figure out exactly whether it meets a threshold or not, you're kind of invalidating the reason for having a threshold, right? Like you're calculating emissions to determine whether it's under your threshold. It just kind of doesn't work. So then you need to collect your data. You should always collect your primary data. Obviously, that's things like kilowatt hours, litres of fuel, miles travelled, those kinds of things. And where it isn't possible, and quite often it isn't possible, although you should try to correct that over time, where it isn't possible, you then want to apply the appropriate benchmarks or assumptions. Now, benchmarks largely can be supplied by the industry and sort of professional bodies, or you can have assumptions, and that can quite often be based on prior data. It's not ideal. It is by far the best solution, but it is a way of filling in the gaps, and many companies do have those gaps. And of course, as you go along the process of accounting your emissions, it's really important to keep a good record of everything. Honestly, it'll make your life a lot easier. So you have defined your organizational boundary, you defined your operational boundary. What else did I say? Baseline. You've defined your baseline, and then you've collected your data. And now it's just a case of calculating your emissions. Now, in its most simple form, and I'm not saying every form, but in its most simple form, it's a super easy exercise, and a 5-year-old could do it. But you should still hire me to do it. It's basic, the formula goes, it's your activity data multiplied by an emission factor multiplied by the global warming potential of the gas that you are concerned with. Now, often you will see it just written as activity data already considered the global warming potential of the gas. So you just need to be careful with which emissions factor inventory that you're using. But essentially, it's super simple. So you have then calculated your emissions and you are ready to formulate a plan. So the first step in formulating a plan is setting your targets. Now, again, going back to this, the importance of stakeholder engagement, setting a target needs to be approved at the senior management level, so they should be consulted in the very, very beginning. After that, you then need to define what type of target you want to implement. Now, there's lots and lots of different targets, science-based targets, of which you have absolute targets, you have intensity targets, you have sector-specific targets, or do you want to go with net zero targets? Do you want a simple net zero target, or do you want a science-based net zero target? Honestly, it's a bit of a maze, but those are all top-down targets, right? So you're basically defining a target and then you're going to figure it out along the way. Love that for you. Then you have the alternative to that is a bottom-up target. So a bottom-up target basically means you're going to look at your inventory and you're going to figure out what levers you can pull, and then you're going to define your target. And that's quite often used by companies that are quite early on in the journey, right? But there is no right or wrong. I would argue that the science-based target is obviously the best, and then a net zero science-based target is even better. But start where you can, just get a target. You need to define the target boundary. So are you only you're formulating a target for your direct emissions, your scope 1? Are you including scope 2 or scope 3? Are you only including select scope 3s? These are questions that you need to ask yourself again. And also, are you going to only address a specific geography? Or are you going to include subsidiaries, for example? And there's a variety of very legitimate reasons for all of those. A company does not have to have just one decarbonisation plan. It can have several, depending on the type of organisation it is and how it wants to cookie cutter itself, basically. Then once you've defined the boundary, you then want to define the target completion date. Now, this is entirely up to you. There's not really a right or wrong answer here. But it is essentially the date by which your target will be realized relative to the baseline year. And then, of course, the last question is, do I want to use offsets or not? And I would... my personal opinion is that, yes, offsets should be used for residual emissions. They are by no means a means of reduction. If anyone uses them as a means of reduction or pretends to suggest that they are a means of reduction, please leave. So, don't tell me off for that, Sean. So then it comes to identifying solutions. Now, I know a lot of you are going to look at this and go, well, they're boring solutions. That's what everyone can do. They're supposed to be, it's a 101 class. But anyway, some of them do sort of expand between different scopes. Can you help me with that one? A bit too animated there. Anyway, thank you. So yes, so there's a variety of different levers, and again, even within the same organization, you might use different levers. Specifically, I know one of the issues we have at RSK is that we work in so many different geographies. Something that works in Europe might not work in Asia, which might not work in Africa, which might not work in the Pacific. So again, there's a reason why you might have multiple decarbonization strategies. Thank you. But once you've defined your solutions, and again, those solutions should be provided by a consultant. But if you don't want to hire a consultant, you should be talking to your stakeholders again, the people that know the job and what it takes to implement those solutions. And the people that are working with you in industry know those solutions. So go and knock on their doors, because it makes such a big difference to how fast we move towards this just transition. And then, of course, it's just a matter of implementing the solutions. So you should always work with the quick wins. And the reason for that is it gives you, again, I think Jessica mentioned about having to consider the economic cost of these solutions. So figure it out in terms of the quick wins first, and then anything that's more difficult, of course, look at how your industry is doing and what you can do to collaborate. And of course, during the process of implementing solutions, it's absolutely critical that you include everybody along for the journey. We are talking about a just transition. So don't leave people out. Communicate with your employees, partly because they're largely going to be responsible for a lot of your efficiency measures. So don't cut them out, because that's just a bit daft, quite frankly. But also your customers. Again, they are going to experience the change on the receiving end as well. And there's reputational benefits for that. Why would you not include them on the journey? And especially your procurement team. I'll just add that in there, that it is so important to include and educate your procurement team on what is appropriate to buy, and where to buy it from, and who to buy it from. Again, going back to a lot of the discussions that we've had today. And then it's just a case of reviewing. So the review process we recommend every year, that is largely in line with the financial reporting, but it really just gives you a regular sort of a milestone against which to sort of evaluate the effectiveness of the emissions reduction activities that you've been implementing. It's also an opportunity to make sure that your targets and the boundaries that you've set are fit for purpose. Again, going back to the experience of my own company, RSK, we have to re-baseline every single year because we are highly acquisitive. And that's a great thing. We're implementing actions all over the globe, but every single year we need to reevaluate our progress and make sure that the actions that we're implementing and the targets that we have are appropriate for the type of business that we are, and also the type of business that we want to be. And I'm sure you can all agree that the type of businesses that we want to be is a very ambitious business. So that is me. Thank you very much for putting up with me throwing stuff about. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. And it was especially impressive because Danielle's recovering from a stomach bug that she contracted about a week ago. But bravo, powering through. And I know there's probably already lots of questions, but allow me to ask some first ones of our panelists, because we have here, as I've already noted, some people with some very unique perspectives on decarbonization, on these kinds of strategies. And I also want to say, Danielle, thanks for emphasizing the notion of just transitions also includes being inclusive of different stakeholder groups in the decarbonization journey that companies are embarking on. There are many different definitions of just transition, as I think many people are getting the feeling for, and yet that's a very powerful one as well. Tim, let's start with you. As you well know, working for SCG, one of the oldest and the largest cement and building material company in Southeast Asia, you know that cement manufacturing is energy intensive, responsible for up to 8% of global GHG emissions. Tell us a little bit about SCG's decarbonization strategy, and then also point out along the way how it might align with, or as Danielle put it, deviate from the strategy that she presented. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Sean. So at SCG, we are a conglomerate based in Thailand. We have cement building materials. Everybody knows of SCG for our cement, but we are also in packaging, chemicals, logistics, many other businesses. So we have decarbonization challenges that are easy and decarbonization challenges that are very hard. Many have outlined that there are 4 grand challenges in materials: cement, steel, ammonia, and plastics. We're in 2 of those. So if we focus on cement, cement as a material is the most used material in the world behind water. There's about 8% of global emissions attributed to cement. There are roughly around 40 to 50 cement companies in the world, and the top 10 are in China. So China has been, up till now, the region that is producing the most amount of cement. Cement production globally is going to move to India and Africa. Cement use in the West is about 200 kilograms per person, but in China and these developing areas, it's over 1 ton per person. So it's significant. When you think of cement, how it's produced, you have 2 streams of CO2, and 3 if you count the electricity. The first one is the existing cement production process burns coal at around 1500 C to calcine the material. That's where just switching from coal to biomass or other ways to fire those kilns is one way of reducing the CO2 from the energy used. The second source is there's embodied carbon from the calcium carbonate. So when you make cement, you take calcium carbonate and you cook it to get calcium oxide and CO2. That is a very highly pure stream of CO2, and there we can utilize it and convert it into other chemicals. So we have a number of different challenges to decarbonize cement. SCG as a group makes 30 million tons of cement. So we make about 50 kilograms per person in Southeast Asia. And when we look at how to do it, we can switch fuels, we can do carbon capture, utilization, and storage. We can electrify all the belts and things like that. But there's a series of ways to step down. Each plant is going to have to develop and use different technology, because this isn't just 30 million tons coming from one factory. It's 30 million tons coming from 15 kilns that are spread across many countries.
It was actually an important word that Danielle used was deviations. There are deviations from the training that she was offering. It is a 101. It is the basics. Is it helpful to even think about standardized approaches to decarbonization if, in fact, even within one company, you have so many different kinds of plants, so many different kinds of businesses? Is it that you must have a very specific decarbonization strategy depending upon not just industry, but size of company, location of the company, etc.? Is it helpful to talk about standards in terms of decarbonization or GHG emission reduction?
Well, standards play an important role, but the company has plants that were all created at different times that are in different locations, so have access to different rail or other things, other means, different ways that we bring in energy, and different options in terms of the technology that we can deploy. So it's not just one approach. We have to develop many approaches. And for SEG, we have to develop many approaches across our businesses. So we have sustainability teams working in each of the business areas.
So tell me, so you're painting a very complex picture, not just of SCG, but of the journey itself. What would be the most, is there an important challenge that cross-cuts all your businesses? What's the most important challenge for SCG as it faces a decarbonization journey?
Well, the hardest one is cement. And this mainly because cement's about $200 a ton and doesn't travel very far. So when you add all of the technology to cement, you're talking about doubling, tripling the cost of cement, which then has a whole series of downstream repercussions in the construction industry, employment, all the way down. So for us, we are looking at how to decarbonize cement through existing means and then through investment in disruptive technologies. The second point I'd like to make about that is that the approach, when you think of chemicals versus cement, chemicals are at a much higher cost point, so they can tolerate different technologies. So we can't necessarily deploy the same technology in each location, in each plant, in each process. Chemicals plants tend to be very large and often are highly optimized.
Let's stick on a state of cement for a moment then. I understand that the bulk of your work is actually identifying companies with technology that's going to bring down the carbon emissions of cement manufacturing. What are some, you don't have to name the names, but what are some of the promising technologies or companies that are working with you on this?
Sure, I'm happy to name names. So I run our corporate venture capital. We invest in companies around the world. One of the ones that we've invested in is called Sublime Systems. Sublime Systems has the possibility to decarbonize all of cement making if they can scale their technology and get access to feedstock.
That sounds crazy. What is it that they have that others don't? Why hasn't it been done already?
Sublime Systems has a technology that is a liquid phase approach at room temperature that takes calcium hydroxide and does an atom swap to calcium oxide so they don't produce any CO2. So the two questions are, can they scale it large enough and can they get access to enough calcium hydroxide feedstock in the right material parameters? So they're written up, you can review them, they're well publicized at this point as one means of decarbonizing the overall production. There are many other companies that we are constantly evaluating that are at different points in their technology development journey.
I think this is a subject for an entire panel of people, and people too. They can give us a even a wider overview of the chemical processes and what have you, and maybe that's what's in store for us in future conferences. Tim, thank you for your feedback with regards to these opening questions. Poom, you advise many companies on sustainability, particularly on decarbonization. As we've learned, measuring and reporting on GHG emissions for the different business activities, different operations, is complex. I think Danielle also used words like exhausting. She also used words like nightmare. What else is it? No. Tell me, from your standpoint, seeing many different kinds of industries, what is the biggest technical obstacle clients are facing?
Thank you, Captain John. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to share the stage with such distinguished panelists. Now, ERM, we are a sustainability consultant with about 50 years of history globally, but about 25 years here in Thailand. And throughout much of that 25 years, I'm proud to say that we have been the hub of climate and energy consultant for both the government sector and the business sector, both in Thailand and regionally and globally as well. Now, talking about taking the very first step, knowing how much you're impacting the climate, Danielle painted a very good picture, very complete about scope 1, 2, and 3, so I won't mention it. But let me leave scope 3 for the moment. I'll get back to it. But just scope 1 and 2, right? Most of the time, we have pretty good idea of what data are required. We have pretty clear calculations of how you convert from your activity data, your fuel consumption, your energy consumption. Turns out liter of tons of coal or liter of gasoline, kilowatt hour of electricity into tons or kilograms of CO2 equivalent. So for companies or operations of clear boundary, as Daniel mentioned, that is not too difficult. But that is rarely the case for our clients, right? Because business can be very dynamic. You have new assets coming in, you have new machineries, you acquire new vehicles into your fleet, you retire old ones, you divest. And so for representative clients, which are medium to bigger in size, quite complex, you may start using conventional means like traditional spreadsheet, right? And you circulate that to all the relevant function. Again, stakeholder engagement, very important, knowing who are the owners of those emissions within your organization. Circulating that and getting that back. In the old days, or when your business is not too complex, that is fine. But increasingly, we've seen companies, our clients and not our clients, seeking digital solution platforms to help them gather information to be included in the greenhouse gas emissions calculation. So scope 1 and 2, so that is, I'll leave that there and go to scope 3. Now scope 3, the bane of all our existence, consultant and businesses. Scope 3 obviously very difficult because it involves working with people outside of your own organization, right? Just to get the data. And then the next step is how to work with them to reduce their emissions, right? But just to get the data, imagine if you're food and agro, right, or retail, you have very large number of suppliers, very diverse group, could be smallholder farmers located in very diverse geographical location around the world. How do you get the specific data from those suppliers? Very difficult. Again, digital platform comes in, increasing this space becoming quite crowded. So the key is how to pick the right platform, how to understand what parameters you use, how to work with those stakeholders. So we've seen a lot of companies just using the standard emission factors, standard value for each commodities, and just apply that to the spending data, volume of known quantity of the goods and services that you procure. And Daniel mentioned there are several categories of scope 3, but let's just focus on one, which is category 1, right? Purchase goods and services that you bring into your organization to produce or to convert that into the goods and services you offer to your customers. That, again, if you use the default value, if you use the standard value for commodities, you cannot measure the progress that you've made in decarbonizing your value chain because you just use the standard value over and over. So over time, you can't really measure. So now the challenge for every major companies with complex value chain is how to get that specific data. And digital solution is not the silver bullet, but it can help can help make that challenge a little bit more surmountable. But we can't, replace that with really hard work on the ground, collaborating, engaging with stakeholders. Again, very important. Doing your prioritization, knowing what the top, the biggest category of emissions coming from, what type of commodity, etc., and how to leverage your relationship with the suppliers. Again, could also mean working in a pre-competitive space with your industry peers, with your competitors, to build an ecosystem where you get a more granular data, more accurate data from a more detailed approach rather than just using a standard emission factor for all your commodities. So that is scope 3. So I covered 1, 2, and 3, right? To just recap, a lot more emphasis on digital solution, on platform, but that is just a tool that can't really, without the active engagement of your stakeholders, your value chain partners, that is, both things have to go together.
Yeah, we'll hear more from Bob with regards to digital solutions in a moment. But when I'm thinking about the answers from both of you, when I asked, what's the biggest challenge? What's the biggest challenge? You both are saying it depends. It's depending upon the industry, the business size, the factory, even the age of the facilities, and indeed because business is so dynamic, even the first step of setting a boundary is a challenge. So good. I'm getting a better picture of just how much is involved, and I'm understanding more of the choice of adjectives that Danielle used during her presentation. Apum, let me stay with you for a little bit longer though, because we've talked about the what, but I'd like to talk now about the when. As I do before any panel, I'll go straight first to your company websites or your organization's website and try to find the most interesting statements there. And I also want to say just that ERM's website's full of great resources, so please do check it out. There's a quote there that says, ERM partners and clients are working to operationalize sustainability at pace and scale through a unique combination of strategic transformation, etc. I'd like to know what is meant by at pace, because often, as I said, we talk about the what needs to happen and the difficulty of the what, but I often don't get to the question of speed or the speed at which companies must do this. So what is the pace at which companies should or be completing a decarbonization transition process? Can they, when they set a target, are they aiming typically at 1 year or 5 year? What are you advising your clients to be prepared for?
Thank you. Now, the short answer is, you need to move as fast as we can in all the direction that that, well, I'll get to that later. But if you talk about SBTI, Science-Based Target Initiative, they have a outline of how fast you should move, right, to be in line with the 1.5-degree trajectory. So for scope 1 and 2, it's about 4.2% per year, right, 42% over this near-term target, and 25%, so 2.5% per year for scope 3. But that is, a milestone or a framework that provided by SBTi. But again, coming back to my first question is, you have to move as quickly as you can. Again, taking into consideration the financial and economic constraint, the resources you have. We've advised customers, and this is by no means ERM's original ideas, right? This is just an approach that we use to put things in 3 buckets. Bucket 1 is to do now. This is, common sense, low-hanging fruit, quote unquote, things that have technological feasibility and makes financial sense. Things like improving your own energy efficiency, some aspects of renewable energy. So this is our bucket 1. Bucket 2 is to plan for it right now. So things that are coming along the line in terms of technology maturity. So certain areas of maybe electrifying your logistic fleet, which, that EV technology is here now and quite proven, but perhaps for your own company, for your own operation, maybe the infrastructure is not there yet, but it's something that you can plan now and have a very clear timeline on when you have to do it. And the third bucket is everything else, right? Bucket 1 and 2 alone probably won't get us to that decarbonization going to net zero. But given the pace of technological and regulatory development, you've seen things like the Inflation Reduction Act in the US accelerating development and uptake of many green technologies. That may have a spillover effect of bringing the cost of new technologies down, which benefit not just US companies, but also global businesses. So again, 3 buckets. 1 is to move as quickly as possible on things that, low-hanging fruit, that's quite a given, but also plan for the next steps and the unknown steps. Now it's, for the third bucket, right, we can't really say, let's do technology A, B, C, CCUS right here, right now. But it's important to have that infrastructure or mechanism to monitor and to have that governance structure to make decision on when to monitor the development and make decision on when the company should adopt. So in all, again, making at pace, meaning you act as fast as possible on the things that that has to be acted upon, but all the rest, you have to have a governance structure, the mechanism to make that decision when the time comes.
Just wondering, sometimes it makes me think like this could be a process that just gets, treated quarter after quarter, and maybe especially under scope 3, it just never actually gets addressed because it's so complex. But your answer is helpful in one regard, just saying on scope 1, there's things you can do right now, do it right now.
Right, scope 1 and 2, yeah.
And we do have this pace of 4.2% reduction per year. It must be hard, though, to drill down to a specific or to pinpoint exactly what a company, perhaps in the cement business or what have you, needs to do on a quarterly or yearly basis, or am I wrong about that? Is there a way to say, look, if we're going to reduce by 4.2% a year, according to international standards or agreed standards, to get to where we need to be at 1.5, can SCG be told this is what we need to do? And I don't know who to ask because you got SCG right here, and I think you also advise SCG, don't you? Let me put it to Tim first.
Well, I could say that on green cement, if there's demand, then we can put in technology to meet that demand. So and there are companies, take large tech companies that are building data centers that need green cement for their data centers. They can invest in those types of projects, and they are doing venture investments in the space to achieve that. That's where they're looking at their scope 3. A data center just needs electricity, for cooling, for running the servers, and then the embodied carbon that's in all the materials. That's places where you start to see market demand based on those companies looking at their scope 3. But if you say it's the government telling and saying, or if we're putting in 4.2% or whatever, that if there's, it's got to be supply and demand matched. We have a target to go down. And if we went all the way down to zero today, we would basically be selling no cement.
So, I understand. Maybe it's too hard a question to answer, but I'm going to give Poom a chance. Like Tim was saying, right? If you have a number, and again, matching demand, supply with demand. In my former life, working with another corporate in the food and agro industry, this is, not just for climate, but also for other sustainability parameters of performance. The question of, the companies want to be doing, above and beyond to make good quality, both in terms of just product quality and also the sustainability characteristic of the criteria of the products, right? But you have to match that with customer preference, etc. So there have been pushes internationally and some on a company level on communicating that, right? Influencing consumer data, consumer behavior, to let them know that, this is, companies are ready, given that, bucket 1 and 2, right? Maybe not so much on the far future, but for things that can be accelerated, the action that can be accelerated by more consumer preferring green product services, government. I think yesterday was also talk about government and policymaker level the playing field, right? Companies want to, by and large, want to do the right thing, but they also want to be recognized and rewarded for doing the right thing. And oftentimes, they might be temporarily punished or penalized for doing the right thing because their cost goes a little bit higher than their competitors, right? So I don't have the silver bullet answer, but it goes together from the consumer side, from the government policymaker side, and also from the business side. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And thank you, too, for being patient with my questions. They either probably sound irrelevant or they're too penetrating and you can't really answer it straight on because, in fact, there is no one answer. It's too complex an answer. We'd be here all day trying to answer them. But thank you very much, both of you. Let me turn to Bob for a moment now. We've been talking on the margins about technology. You've been working in Asia for decades now and in the technology space. Ran a telecom company for some time as well. Bob, can you tell us what are some of the technologies and tools at our disposal to help to reduce the cost of our decarbonization journeys? How do we get to net zero without breaking the bank?
Okay, well, I won't go into the details of the myriad of technologies just yet, but let me start with the concept of technology development. And in this context, let's not forget Danielle's presentation where we're talking about getting to measurement, and it's very important that we understand the objectives in what we're trying to do. We're trying to reduce emissions, and emissions need to be defined. There's no point in us all making a lot of efforts to reduce something that's way too nebulous, that doesn't mean something unless we have a largely agreed consensus on what the emission is. So that's why there's important standards around that. In technology, the use and take-up is never perfect on launch. So let's take 3 examples in the world today where one is globally used. The GSM system, the global system for mobiles, quite brilliant. If you think back years ago before we had this and you think about what you can do with it now and how it's globally used now and it's globally compatible. That required not only a lot of development, but also a lot of development in different environments with different users to come up with agreed standards. A second area might be systems integration in a commercial aircraft. So there's not one model entirely, but there are, in a very complex environment, there are procedures and standards that tend to be understood, and in a very, very high number of cases, in fact, almost 100%, it works perfectly and we don't think about it. The third area might be operating procedures in a medical operating theatre. These are going to differ based on medical understandings, preferences, and requirements in different economies. But again, there's some kind of standards and there's technology that develops around them. The point I'm trying to make is that technology gets better and better when a lot of people use it and feed back. I'm not supposed to mention internal combustion engines here, but I can mention electric vehicles. But in both cases, think about the reliability of those engine tools and the way they developed over time. So what's really important is to get in there and try it. And let's not overcomplicate the innovation process. The best innovation often occurs in the shower in the morning, not when you're sitting at your desk. So let's not constrain people in terms of developing innovative solutions. The most and very obvious and simple, easy to do conceptually thing is to digitalize. So what does digitalization do? First of all, it removes a lot of paper. Secondly, if we look at the broader sustainable development goals and those particularly impacting climate, it removes a lot of processes that are really not value adding. So if you live in an economy where there's still a massive amount of paper you have to deal with both in the private sector and the interactions with government, think about not only the climate impact that went into the paper directly, but also if we think about, scope 1, 2, 3, you think about all the other efforts, procedures, manpower, etc., that went into the paper-based process. So that would be the very first one. Electrification of a fleet has been mentioned. I've seen studies done in Thailand, for example, where EV is compared to ICE on a fully costed end-to-end basis. And it turns out, of course, that the EV vehicle, battery EV or even hybrid, is going to have a lower carbon emission over the life. And that includes all of the metals, etc., that got to go into the batteries and the capital costs. So then if we look at certain specific sectors, we are not clear on what we mean sometimes. So for example, green hospitality. What does green hospitality mean? And what are the technologies that we need to put into place to do that? So for example, in the hospitality industry, we can automate some things that don't need humans to do it, but it is a human-intensive industry. Green data centers, what does that mean? If we're simply shifting to some form of non-renewable based hydrogen, then we're kidding ourselves, for example. So data centers consume an enormous amount of electricity. In the race for green hydrogen and getting an economical price for that, along the way, if we're using power sources that actually just rely a lot on fossil fuels, then we're not there yet. But that's a journey. So what I wanted to say is that the cost curve of development of technology does rely on a lot of people using it and working towards some standards. So the EU has launched the CBAM initiative, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. We know what it's about. And it's interesting how that's being implemented. So from 1st of October this year through to 2025 is an initial sort of trial period. And in that time, we need to understand how it works. We need to understand, importantly, the additional cost. If businesses see a long-term additional cost, then they're not going to use it in the long run. They're going to try and avoid it in some way. And it might mean that one part of the world becomes a more expensive economic bloc to do business with. So that's clearly not the objective. We need to get to a point where the use of technology can reduce that. So let's look at then something that's on everybody's lips, which is AI. So artificial intelligence is very, very often the thing that's resorted to improve outcomes. And last month here in Bangkok, we ran a conference with the subtitle, Sustainability Powered by AI. And so in the climate area, we looked at climate-based solutions driven by AI. I won't go into all the details, but there are many ways where AI can be applied to various businesses that have impact on climate. That could be farming, it could be manufacturing, etc. And what this often does is not just reduce the the human cost of deploying people. If that's the objective, then start again, I would say. The real objective has to be to produce more intelligent and more focused outcomes. So
Can I
there's an awful
transfer
lot
to
on
that?
AI. Yeah.
The second question then, like how can AI or any other technologies are promising and be as specific as you can, and for the audience that's with us, that helps us to gather the data, to track the data, to analyze the data, to ensure integrity of the data that's going into what will be our final subject on to disclosures. What sort of technologies are AI or otherwise can companies use, whether especially if they're small and medium size, to drive down the costs of decarbonization?
Well, there's also, if you there's a website called There's an AI for That, and it's got literally
Fantastic.
thousands and
There's an AI
thousands
for
and
that.
thousands.
Okay.
It's called There's an AI for That, and it's literally thousands of applications and things
Mhm.
that you can use. My point is that my original point was that you've got to have well understood standards and things you're trying to get to.
Mhm.
There's no point in having an AI tool if it's just nebulous and you're not really getting to the right target.
Mhm.
So let's assume that you've done that already. You've followed Danielle's outline, and we're getting to a point where we might do that. So I'll give you one example on traffic management. So for example, AI development in traffic management, and the company is a state-owned enterprise doing it.
Mm.
And what it's doing is working out not only how to apply road pricing based on predictive analysis of where traffic's going to be
Mhm.
and where you want to incentivize people to go, but it's things like timing of traffic lights to reduce emissions,
Mhm.
all that sort of thing that
Mhm.
you cannot do at a human level. You just don't have a human capability to
Right.
manage that.
Right, right.
And without using artificial intelligence, which is a kind of human intelligence, with those cognitive processes, you couldn't do it in another way.
Mm.
So this is a good example where you're reducing emissions
Yeah.
by doing traffic management.
Hmm. You know, the other thing I was thinking about, the other theme of the what's it, air pollution? Or no, our biodiversity plenary, I believe it was, where one of the panelists said, look, if you want to have integrity in terms of tracing, you need to have boots on the ground, you need to have people. I'm wondering whether, and this is not a question I'm posing, it's more of a rhetorical question than a question for our panelists. Is it that the solution to scaling up decarbonization actually involves, yes, more boots on the ground for that traceability integrity, but also AI to back it up, to triangulate, et cetera. And I'd like to, I think, in the future, have a dedicated panel to exactly what are the most promising both technologies, but also the most, what's the right balance of human and non-human
Well, may I
resources.
just offer a suggestion on that, and that is the concept of AI governance. So the world now is wrestling with AI governance. So we didn't worry about this too much until late last year when generative AI started to come onto the scene and started to do really bad things. It let people defame people. It let people just make up stuff, nonsense, complete nonsense, called hallucination.
Mm.
Okay, so the reaction around the world is either to regulate this with hard laws or, in my opinion, more intelligently, to have guidelines and codes of conduct.
Mm.
Because 20 years ago, if a young geek appeared on the scene and they were going to do something disruptive, they were lauded. It didn't matter what they did.
Mm.
They produced toxic social media in the end, and we had to do something about that. Now, there's a much stronger civil society approach to tech for good
Yeah.
and doing the right thing on this. So I think there's a lot in AI governance on that would help with that.
Yeah, the word disruptive has become a little less glossy, hasn't it, over time, and it's going through its own transformation as AI's dangers also present themselves. But the promise and dangers of technology with regards to decarbonization would be a really interesting, I think, sub-theme of a conference like this and further discussion. Earlier we talked about how, and I failed to pick up on this, but the consumers have a big role. Demand has a big role with regards to how fast companies are going to embrace or able to embrace decarbonization. And here I am using, by the way, decarbonization as a proxy for all greenhouse gas emissions. Forgive me for that. But one thing we hadn't mentioned was that that demand is often driven by investors as well, not just ESG investors, but just more. It's becoming much more mainstream because people are associating climate risks with materiality, and therefore I'd like to understand better, Elizabeth, what are the trends with regards to net zero decarbonization? How are they being driven by institutional investors? How do demands from investors relate to our decarbonization plans and the pace of which they're being implemented?
Sure. Thank you very much, Sean. So I think a number of panels have already alluded to this. The previous panel this morning, as well as yesterday's panel, a number of people, such as Yoko from GRI and Eugene from Sophia, have already spoken about the importance of investors. And I think in this space, institutional investors are increasingly driving the conversation because there's a very clear recognition that climate risk is a financial risk, and also potentially that investors have legal obligations or fiduciary duties with respect to the monies that they administer, which actually results in a need for management of funds and pushing of portfolio companies to greater climate ambition. Now, I'd just like to highlight a number of investor-led initiatives that focus on engaging companies on their corporate emissions. One such initiative is Climate Action 100+. This consists of institutional investors representing 50% of all global assets under management, with a focus on 166 companies, accounting for up to 80% of corporate industrial greenhouse gas emissions. A very tangible way in which institutional investors are pushing companies is through the use of the legal mechanism called shareholder resolutions. This is done normally through AGMs and exceptionally through EGMs. Typical asks of companies to climate-related shareholder resolutions would be increased transparency and disclosure requests, commitments for companies to become a net zero business in their scope 1 to 3 greenhouse gas emissions, Paris-aligned business strategies with short, medium, and long-term goals, as well as disclosure of climate and energy policy lobbying. And there's been a reference, of course, to the panel before this by Professor Surya on lobbying and the ways that it might stymie climate or environmental protection. So all this is a little bit abstract. So I would just like to show you an example of a recent shareholder climate resolutions in Japan. If I could ask the organizers to please just flash a slide. Which is coming. Okay, maybe I just preface this with some context while the slides are being pulled up. So Japan is actually the jurisdiction in Asia with the most progressive shareholder resolution action on climate. And that's quite an interesting phenomenon because Japan normally has quite a traditional corporate culture, and it's not so common to see shareholders voting against the recommendation of the board of directors. But in Japan, under law, if a proposed resolution has received less than 10% of votes for shareholders, it cannot be brought again for the next 3 years. Now, the shareholder resolutions on the slide that you see are notable because even though they did not pass, they still received a substantial minority shareholder vote. So I'd just like to, maybe in the interest of time, just focus on the ones at J Power and Toyota. So in 2022, it was the first time that there was a substantial institutional investor-backed shareholder climate resolution that was brought in Japan. And there were 3 shareholder resolutions filed at J Power. The J Power is an electric energy utility in Japan. And the filing group consisted of a US $3 trillion institutional investor group, Amundi, Man Group, and HSBC Asset Management. And they co-filed the resolutions with ACCR, which is a research and shareholder advocacy organization. So if you see resolution 2 and 3 on the slide under the J Power section are particularly interesting because resolution 2 links the alignment of capital expenditure plans with emissions reduction targets. So that's a concrete link in a concrete way. And that received 18% shareholder support. And then resolution 3 is also very interesting because it links remuneration policies with the attainment of emissions reduction targets. And once again, linking to yesterday evening's panel, Eugene from SIFIA has also stated that he's done a report with the National University of Singapore on integrating ESG factors into executive remuneration. So this is a potential trend. So if you can see from resolution 3 under that section, there was 19% shareholder support, so quite a significant minority support in 2022. And then in terms of what happened for the same resolution that was brought again in 2023, there was a slight dip in support because there was some pushback from shareholders that were persuaded by companies' efforts in 2022. But nonetheless, this is an interesting development. And the other resolution that I'd like to highlight also is the next one with respect to Toyota in 2023. So that was the first institutional investor group resolution on lobbying in Japan. And this was brought by the Danish pension fund Academica Pension, the Norwegian financial services company Storebrand Asset Management, and the Dutch pension investment company APG Asset Management. So this resolution asks for a review and a report describing how climate-related lobbying activities actually aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement and Toyota's goal for carbon neutrality, and more importantly, asks for an explanation if there's any misalignment and any planned actions to address this. And once again, significant minority support, 15% shareholder support. So this is an example of shareholder action brought by investors, which can motivate companies to higher climate ambition.
Yeah, this is off script. Just to warn you.
Sure, no worries.
I'm actually looking at some of. I know that it's significant. 26% shareholder support for this kind of action from corporate management. Indeed, it's impressive. But at 85% though opposition, what I mean, it's actually pretty significant too that management would convince enough shareholders to say no to all of this. I'm wondering, it's certainly not unreasonable. I can assume I know why, but is there a compelling reason across the different companies that you've seen that's compelled shareholders to actually vote against these resolutions?
Yes, I think that there's a trend where maybe the height of shareholder climate action was perhaps in 2021, where there's the sort of famous case with ExxonMobil actually having directors voted into positions of authority against the recommendation of Exxon's management. So that was made a high water mark. And then sort of decreased in 2022 and 2023 because of a pushback, I think, with respect to ESG. There's been increased in the US, for example, anti-ESG related litigation, anti-ESG related discourse is all served to influence potentially the way institutional investors approach this. But at the same time also, one phenomenon is that a number of engagements by institutional investors don't necessarily coalesce in a shareholder resolution. And that may be an example of success because that actually shows that there is engagement which pushes the company and then perhaps agreement between the investors in the company as the company takes on board investors' concerns. So it doesn't actually have to eventuate into a resolution.
We talked about that dip in interest, but what about shareholder resolutions, the rate of uptick or downtick of shareholder resolutions in Asia and or shareholder litigation in Asia?
So shareholder litigation in Asia is not as common as in other parts of the world. And I also have to caveat some of my comments are a little bit guarded because I am from client Earth. And so there obviously we cannot comment on litigations specific to our or any other organization. But that may very well be because of a different sort of culture and sort of appetite for litigation in Asia as opposed to other regions of the world, which is very understandable understandable because, each approach to motivating climate action must be tailored to the particular country, to the particular region. And it may very well be that having very focused private discussions where investors speak to companies and ensure that their concerns are held, I heard, that will actually prevent potential litigation in the future because you reach a constructive agreement at a much earlier stage. Litigation is difficult. It is long drawn. Everyone gets defensive. There's no constructive movement forward. It's not necessarily always the appropriate course of action.
I do want to say that Client Earth is well respected among activists, but also increasingly and quietly by some of the people I know in business working, for example, on sustainable finance issues. So I want to say thank you for all the hard work of Client Earth and for you being here today, Elizabeth. It's now 10 minutes until lunchtime, so I want to open, if that's okay with everybody here, I'd like to open up the floor to however many questions we can get in within the next 10 minutes. I'm going to take 3 and then go from there. I see a gentleman here, I see a lady here, and Rohit, I think you asked yesterday, so I'm going to try to pick this gentleman here, and we'll give everyone a chance to ask a question. Thanks. Sir.
My name is Geert-Jan van der Zanden. I'm a visiting professor at Sassin School of Management. I teach sustainability and transformational leadership. We've spoken a lot about the need to transition and the desire to measure how we're transitioning. Because if we don't measure, we can't manage. That's what we think. I would like to question that, by the way. But I attended a really interesting talk a few weeks ago by a professor from Copenhagen Business School, Steen Thompson was his name. And he made a calculation of what it's going to cost us to measure and to audit and to report for this transition. And he came up with a number, a conservative number, which was about $500 billion annually, just for the auditing and reporting of our transition. That's about 10% of the entire cost of transitioning. And that's something that, makes you think. So my question to the panel, because also thinking about 90% of companies in this part of the world being small, medium-sized enterprises that don't have the bandwidth to do all of this accounting and reporting. Bit of a challenging question to whoever feels wants to answer. But if you were to cut the expense of the auditing and reporting, all of that in half, where would you make the cuts?
Thank you. Very, very astute question. Yeah.
Hi, this is Raskamo from HSBC in Thailand. I'm the head of corporate sustainability. I have a very quick question for Donald King. Just in regards to your presentation. So my first question is, you mentioned about using the absolute emission reduction versus carbon intensity. So actually, which one is actually better? And in terms of the material item that in terms of carbon footprint measurement. And the second point you mentioned about the baseline, which should be at least 2 years back. So what about companies that haven't really started collecting their baseline, until recently? So for example, I know that I read in, for companies that start earlier, or even Thailand, they use baseline back to 2005, which is fine as a nation. But what about companies that just started on the journey? How do they have the data that would date back into 2 years or more than 2 years before? Thank you.
Here in front of me, no? Rohit, I think I passed you over for somebody else. Oh, that was you, sir. Yes, please. Go ahead and just turn your microphone on. I have this main brain blockage at this point of any session I do. I don't know if you noticed. I apologize. Please, sir.
Pleased to meet you, all of you. My name is Alex, Custom Technical Officer from the Mission of International Corporation, Thai Custom Department. First of all, we normally aim to promote the trade facilitation activity across the border of the world. For example, national single window modernization and data analytic model. Furthermore, we follow by the international procedure guidelines and best practice from the World Customs Organization or WCO, such as the Safe Framework of Standards, Trans-Boundary Movement activity related to the Basel Convention, Montreal Protocol, Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. I kindly ask one question to the first speaker. According to the slide number 19, could you please clarify the green energy tariff? Additionally, the custom tariff structure is very sensitive issue and resulting in WACC in company, including debt with loss of stakeholder in many countries. Thank you so much for your reply.
Okay, great. So the first question was to anyone. Is that correct, sir? Do I have a volunteer? Yes, I do.
Sure, I'll take it. I think you can use AI to cut a lot of those costs. And if you focus on scope 1 and large emitters, then you get a substantial way through the decarbonization journey. Scope 3 makes everything complicated.
I've heard this before too, though. Tim's a big fan of prioritizing, like get the big stuff first. You know, let's not overcomplicate things. And it resonates to me, sir, resonates to me when I hear about these costs estimated at $500 billion a year. It will be very onerous on developing economies and developing and small and medium-sized enterprises wherever they may be. Any other responses to that question? If not, I think Boom, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, I think yesterday, was it Adam from Thai Union or someone else? Sorry for missing out, but somebody quoted another gentleman or person, I think leader of some multinational, but every dollar spent on auditing and measuring, right, is a dollar not spent on improving performance. So I'm sorry, I haven't looked into that billion dollar per year of auditing and measuring associated costs. But I would imagine that a lot of that is set up, right? Once you have a system that the people understand their role, responsibility, and how the data flow, I would hope that the cost should come down because you know better, you can replicate the system, etc. And again, prioritization of getting to where the impacts are where we have the most room for improvement, and not necessarily aim for complete audit or all the tiny things of emission sources, but prioritization. Yeah.
And that reminds me too of a comment that Pallavi made from Business for Nature. When I was suggesting it's a big jump to go from this kind of journey, the decarbonization process, to then biodiversity. A lot of companies are balking at this, but she said, look, if you've already started decarbonization, you started mapping out your supply chain, for example, your operations, you're already a few steps ahead. So Poom, what you're saying is that once the train starts moving, there's lots of you have your system set up. Each year the cost should go down. Maybe we start at 500 billion a year, but then that's down to 250 the next year globally, then down to 100 billion. Perhaps the journey gets cheaper as we go along, and indeed as we bring on AI, etc. Thanks for that. Thanks, both of you. The next question, I think, the next two were for Danielle. Yeah? Sorry about that.
This is why you don't have slides.
Slide 19.
Like to read them, and it's a bit of a nightmare.
Yes, good on you, audience. Thank you.
I think the first question was about science-based targets and absolute versus intensity. I'm sorry I actually didn't mention that because it is part of my notes. So if it's okay with you, I'm going to read you my notes so that I don't miss anything. But essentially, an absolute target, you're defining an amount of emissions that you are going to reduce and not emit into the atmosphere, right? So that's a very clear advantage of an absolute target. You have a definitive amount that you are not putting into the atmosphere. The other thing, the other advantage of an absolute target is that it's very transparent. That's easy to understand, right? The disadvantage of an absolute target is that, if we go back to that idea of why we might have to recalculate our baseline, if it's a company that is, sort of an aggressive acquisitor, for example, you're going to have to recalculate your baseline pretty much every time you do a greenhouse gas assessment for an absolute target, if that is the nature of your organization. It's also quite difficult for companies that do grow very fast, because you're obviously including more and more sources of emissions that you have to continue to sort of decarbonize, right? So that's the advantages and disadvantages of absolute. And then on the flip side, an intensity target is basically measuring the greenhouse gas performance relative to a specific metric. So the advantage of that is that you don't have to do that rebaselining every year. If your company grows, then it's reflected automatically within your target. It's also really good, and we see this a lot again with oil and gas companies, whereby it compares apples for apples and oranges for oranges, right? In the oil and gas sector, they commonly sort of refer to tons of CO2 equivalent per barrel of oil, for example, and everyone knows what exactly that means. So again, that's an advantage of that one. And then with regard to disadvantages, I mean, the big disadvantage of an intensity target is that you actually aren't guaranteeing you're reducing emissions. If you're growing fast enough and sort of measuring it in that way, you could actually add emissions but reduce your intensity, which is not great. Let's put it that way. So the Science Based Targets Initiative does actually prefer absolute targets. And they do very much encourage it. The other disadvantages is that if you have a company with a diverse set of operations, what is the metric you're going to measure all of those operations against? Obviously, you could use financial metric, but then the difficulty then becomes, when you've got changes in the prices of products or inflation and things like that. So there's advantages and disadvantages to both. And again, that's why it's so important to sort of engage with your board, because certainly at RSK, we had this issue where we went back and forth all the time between what was important for intensity and what was important for absolute, and what was the correct one for our organization, given its diversity and its aggressive acquisition strategy.
God bless people like you. I had a hard time following it, to be honest with you. But thank you for the question. It's kind of questions that we want to have more of, and kind of answers I want to be much more familiar with myself. So thank you for that response. But I think there's one last question there, and it's a little bit more politically sensitive because it involves tariffs.
Yeah, I'm very sorry I missed half of your question because I was concentrating on that lady's question. So I think I caught some of it, the difference between a green energy tariff and a power purchase agreement. So a green energy tariff is basically you're purchasing energy from the utility provider, whereas a power purchase agreement is a long-term contract with the energy generator. I'm not sure about the political element. I'm afraid I missed that one.
I only mean to say that discussions around tariffs and around customs and what have you is a tricky. It can be a tricky one, and of course CBAM being one of the most intense discussions in the sustainability field right now. Look, we'll bring the question and answer period to an end now, in the interest of time and the interest of nutrition. But I do want to give my panelists one last word, and so I'm going to go from one end to the other. Give me the last word on the decarbonization journey. 5 seconds, 5 to 20 seconds.
Wow, okay. So I think my go-to message is even the most basic or most company in the very first steps of this journey, they're not starting from scratch. They already have data, they have some understanding, they have access to technology. The key, I think, I borrow Tim's word, is prioritization. You're not starting from scratch. There's a way forward. So it's a hopeful message. I guess I keep it at that.
So our carbon journey has been about 400 years. Our decarbonization journey is going to take longer than 20 years. We can decarbonize without deindustrializing. The good news is we can do that if we work together, and that's also the bad news, is we all need to work together.
You don't want to work too closely with Tim, apparently. No, just kidding.
Sure. My last comment is, I think, addressed to all the lawyers who are listening on the role of law in supporting decarbonization and sustainable development. I think it's no longer possible to just consider yourself in silos. Corporate lawyers now have to consider climate sustainable development, investment and trade lawyers, litigation lawyers. And so I think this is a way to start to think about normative elements to your work. And coming from Kleiner for International Environmental Law NGO, we very much encourage that, and we think we can empower lawyers working in government for regulation in the private sector as well as in civil society.
Thank you. I think my sort of closeout comment would be to hold on to that optimism. It really does propel everyone forward. And I think the other thing I would say is just start. Your community has the answers. Engage with your community, and you'll get there.
The last word.
There's a race to net zero. There's two ways to get there. One, through organic emission reduction. Another one through all sorts of accounting, trading, and that sort of thing. We've heard today the money's going to the first one. So let's focus on the first one. Net zero with integrity.
Well, I'm not going to summarize because I think that was an excellent summary right there. Thank you so much to our audience, to our panelists, to all of you here today for this really enlightening conversation, one that's going to go only deeper. So I hope you were taking good notes. There'll be a quiz later. Take care and enjoy your lunch. We'll be back soon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi. Great.
Yeah. We'll go around here. It'll be easier if you go this way and this way. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for your help as well.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, sure. I'm actually a
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sure, yeah, but let's not wait for that because I'm going to forget my thoughts. Yeah. Just email's good. I can, if you drop me a minute.
Yeah, just a couple of guys.
Photos will be available to you guys later, like Dropbox.
That, yeah, use, they're both good, but use that one.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. And, I'll also give you my Singapore contact number. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, that's, sorry. You want to just put it, it's on WhatsApp. Okay. So +6 075.
Okay. Yeah, because like it'd be great if I could let you know what.
Yeah. So I don't know if I told you. I went to the Institute of Directors SGX on the 30th of August.
Actually, I was there.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's a shame they didn't publish the material. That was a shame because it was really good stuff. But I thought I've told people here that Singapore is kind of the regional leader in thinking about and putting in place the rules on proper reporting, etc., and getting the corporate sector behind it. I'm going to send you this PDF because it's
Oh, I know Julia. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay, so this is just out, but it's got a whole survey of the world's initiatives in
Yes.
various areas.
Yes.
So what I particularly like though was the analysis of the flavors of greenwashing.
Yes.
So
Yes.
the,
Yeah.
and green crowd.
Yes,
So
yes.
one of the problems we deal with here
Right.
is the, you know, the PwC? Yes. Okay, so I actually paid for a course that we did through SIB. Very good. And then I said to them, you have a Thailand equivalent of this. So we had the Thailand version here, and I posed the same thing. You know, is there any appetite for greenwashing regulation? And the PwC office here said, oh, businesses are not interested in that. Whereas Singapore was, we absolutely have to do it. This is arguing you have to, the longer you leave not having any greenwashing stuff, the worse it's going to get in the country. And I see that. I got a friend here who has the net zero toothpaste company. Okay, and he has saved 22 million trees already. So please buy the toothpaste.
Okay. Okay. Which toothpaste company?
The net zero toothpaste.
Really? It's called net zero
It
toothpaste.
is called net zero.
Okay, I'll have to Google.
You may not find it. You may have renamed it a bit, but
Sure.
yeah.
So we have some material greenwashing. In fact, we just launched a greenwashing guide regulation in Japan like yesterday.
Oh, okay. There's an Australian case basically running.
Yeah. So we sent off, right?
Well, there's another one.
Another
There's another one. Yeah. But no, I mean, we're doing a conference here this month
I see.
on, in fact, I might consult you on some material.
Oh, yeah,
for it.
sure.
It's going to be called Net Zero with Integrity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is the thing I mentioned just now. Yeah.
I love the program, by the way.
Where did you study your law?
I was at Singapore University, and then I did
NUS?
NUS, and then I did a master's in the US.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm also interested in investment and trade components. Just my background. Actually, I used to be in this field in private practice.
Oh, okay.
So it pains me to not necessarily litigate.
Were you a prosecutor?
I was also.
Okay, with the AGC.
Yes, the AGC.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but then after that, the private practice.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And so I think one interesting part, but I think also in the previous plenary discussion, is the international investment law framework. Because I think, in addition to the comments that I think Andrea made, it's sort of weighted in favor of investment against governments because that framework doesn't allow governments to counterclaim against investors. So the
that's
standards,
interesting.
the treaty standards protect only investors, not the country.
Okay, but
So it developed at a point in time where foreign investors going to these, for lack of a better term, third world nations, didn't have confidence in the legal.
well, you had IPAs, investor protection agreements,
Yes, you had those.
and that
So-
basically said if you have a change of government, you still have the same policy.
No, so these international investment treaties have much broader protective standards.
Okay.
So it's got a concept of, let's say, fair and equitable treatment, right? No
Okay.
expropriation.
Okay.
But the problem is that some arbitral tribunals have defined this really broadly, such that it actually prevents governments from having regulatory policies which undercut any kind of investment. So in Europe, I think some German energy companies have actually used it to prevent the Netherlands from adopting a no-coal policy. So because the Netherlands tried to adopt a no-coal policy, the German energy utilities sued the Netherlands for like billions of dollars, and then they had to settle outside. But this is that's why a lot of countries are withdrawing from the Energy Charter Treaty in Europe, and this phenomenon hasn't been so well analyzed in Asia, and that's something which actually I want to do a bit more of in the next year or so, because Indonesia has this problem and been withdrawing from its investment treaties over the past couple of years, withdrawing and renegotiating. And the UN Special Rapporteur on Environment and Human Rights has just recently released a report talking about how investor-state dispute settlement can undercut this right to clean environment. I'll send it to you as well. Yeah.
Okay, no,
and
interesting. Yeah.
Client has actually made submissions on the report, so some of them got in, so we're quite happy about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the what's the favorite tribunal for investor-state disputes? Is it ICSID?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
ICSID,
World
but
Bank.
so ICSID is maybe not as bad as some of the other ad hoc ones.
Okay.
Because ICSID maintains like a list of arbitrations and they also continually revise their rules but in terms of like ad hoc arbitration, which basically just means you have arbitration tribunal which is not linked to a particular institution. Hence, the particular standards of arbitrators are not necessarily, sort of, I won't say guaranteed, but overseen by a particular institution. So that is one issue. The other issue is that, of course, a lot of the arbitrators themselves are not lawyers with background in environment and climate. So as I said, once again, it's very siloed, right?
Right.
And if you don't think about, if you don't even, if for you it's just pure public international law and looking at the pure particular treaty provision standards and you interpret it based on past law, it doesn't take into account new developments. So, for example, new IPCC report developments, new whatever happens at COP28, other various COPs. It doesn't get into the kind of scores. Yeah.
Interesting. When I last checked, there were eight states in the world that had not ratified ICSID, and one of them was Thailand. Thailand, Russia, and some Caribbean and African states.
But a number of states are now withdrawing from ICSID. Like I think like a number of Latin American states are leaving because they don't like this type of system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can.
I'll send you the report by the UN Rapporteur and our submissions in that.
Yeah.
So,
There's quite a bit of state practice in not liking arbitral tribunals, like China in the South China Sea, or Trump and the state prosecution that's going on in New York.
Well, so China.
The rule of law thing. I'm very big on rule of law.
Yeah.
And in our community of 5,000 member companies, probably 40% of the leadership understands what the rule of law is in this country. Most think of it as law and order. So I had to do on our website. I did a whole glossary with a whole thing on rule of law.
Okay, I'll check it out.
I don't know if anyone read it.
No, I'm not against. It's not against the rule of law. What is important to change the normative standards of what law entails.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. To include that.
Yeah, to include that.
Yeah, to include that.
Anyway.
That's true, because when I went, environmental law was all about getting approvals for building development.
Yeah. And you said you were Baker McKenzie too, right?
In Australia,
Yeah,
So I did my law at UNSW,
Yes.
and I did a master's degree in business at Stanford.
I was Stanford too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What did you study?
I did my LLM in international
Oh, you
economic law,
did?
business and
Oh,
policy.
well done.
Oh, okay.
Did you go to the Stanford Asia Forum in January?
Yeah,
in
in
Singapore?
Singapore. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was
you
there.
did? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I was one of the organizers. Because I'm on the local Stanford Club Singapore committee. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hello. Yeah. You know there's a Stanford Arts event this weekend in Singapore. This annual event. I don't know whether you're on
But there's a lot here at Stanford. A lot of people involved in startup companies. Yeah. There's an innovation club of Thailand.
Okay, untuk mulai aking no matter what. A picture of him. So, here it is. Here we go. Here we go.
This is a microphone.
This microphone. So, hi.
Hi up.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't need it.
Hello.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so your company is without the yeah, so I think it's challenging. I would think we look back and something not something but my two members are all But you see, we have performance of the that's back. Why you been okay now? The issue that I have is there are also other Oh, okay. No, Amy. Good luck, guys.
Okay, her break. Oh, be back.
No, so I think my work gives me a lot of joy. I like my team. Thank you for this, but it's not otherwise, but hang in there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please come to the front if you can. Please don't be shy. Please feel free to move to the front.
Amy was going to announce, but she looks like because she doesn't have her card. Well, so if there's a fire, if there's going to be a fire and people want to exit and they'll lost their car. I know. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. We are here sort of towards the end of the two-day conference. And the next session or the session here in this room is going to focus on youth, business, and climate action, bridging the gap. And to moderate the discussion, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Belinda, who works with the UNDP's Business and Human Rights Asia team. Thanks, everyone. And if you could maybe move in the front, I think all the people who are sitting at the back, that'd be helpful to have the conversation, because I'm sure this is going to be a two-way conversation. Over to you, Belinda. Thank you.
Thanks, Harpreet. And hi, everyone. Please feel free. I'm going to give it a couple of seconds. If you're in the back, please feel free to scooch over to the front. My name is Belinda Shatraya. I'm with UNDP's Business and Human Rights Project. As Harpreet mentioned, this is going to be very much a different kind of conversation. Hopefully, it's going to be fun-filled, and it will be a conversation, so it won't be so much of us talking as all of us speaking to one another. Great. I see a few colleagues streaming in. Maybe I'll give you a couple of moments. But as we do that, and before I announce our illustrious panel, we have a question for you. By a show of hands, in the last week, how many people have bought anything? And I mean anything. It could be as small as mints, as big as, I don't know, a car. How many of you have bought anything? By a show of hands. Oh, wow, somebody has a new car, which is fantastic. Great, so almost everybody in the room. Now, next question. Again, by a show of hands. When you're buying whatever product it was, be it a car, box of mints, a can of soda, how many of you thought about how it was produced? So when I say how it was produced, I'm thinking, what was the environmental cost? What was the human rights cost? What was the labor cost? How many people were involved in the making of? Oh, wow, we've got some sustainable, environmentally conscious consumers, which is fantastic. But still, I think despite the show of hands, one thing is evident. This conference is about corporate sustainability and environmental rights. So everybody is vested in the issue, everybody here, and I see some young faces in the room, but I also see people from business, civil society, government, etc. However, we seldom interrogate, even in our personal lives, what are our consumer behaviors, right? How do we buy? Because we are using our purchasing power really to either help the planet or not. Are companies overproducing? So I was joking with a colleague the other day, and I said, this is my second X soda. I won't say which soda company. And they said to me, there are too many cans of this in every single vending machine. Are companies overproducing? And finally, what is the role of youth in all of this? Now, a 2015 study found that the production and use of household goods are responsible for 60% of global greenhouse gas emissions. 60%, that's a fair chunk. And that's all our purchasing power. To meet the current consumer needs, we would need 1.75 planets. And that was in 2015. Now we're closer to 2 planets. We need 2 Earths to meet these needs. Now, a key demographic in this discourse that has emerged is youth in Asia. because they are increasingly a growing consumer class. And increasingly, more than any other generation before, demanding that products are sustainably produced and, as we'll discuss today, they have the intent to make sure that they use their purchasing power for the good of the planet and people equally. Now, before I go into my ramble, I would like to maybe introduce my esteemed panelists sitting to the left and right with me. So starting to my immediate left, Louise Mabulo, founder of the Cacao Project, ambassador for the Food Land Use Coalition, youth champion of the Earth 2018, and a National Geographic explorer. And then over to Tran Max Min Kwang, member of the Child and Youth Major Group for UNEP, environmental activist, youth advisor of the United Nations Advisory Panel, UNYAP. And then over to my right, Shamima Akhtar, Director, Corporate Affairs and Partnerships and Communications for Unilever Bangladesh. And to my immediate right, Shubho Roy, Chair and Founder of Behavioral Insights Architecture and Strategy. So we're in for a very interesting conversation that's interrogating not only the larger behavioral insights, but also our own behaviors as consumers. Now, turning my attention to Louise, I had an interesting conversation with one of my colleagues here in the room, but I won't point them out. And they asked me, is the session for youth? Is it with youth? Or is it by youth? And I would like you all just to take a second to think about that. When we talk about climate change and climate action, are we saying, are we doing this for youth? For future generations? Are we saying that we want youth to be meaningfully engaged, i.e. with youth? Or are we saying that the mantle is passing on to young people to solve this current crisis? So, Louise, over to you. You have fostered the Cacao Project, right? Tell us a little bit about that, and maybe drawing into that question, for youth, with youth, or by youth?
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Belinda. So I began an initiative in the Philippines called the Cacao Project. And this initiative started when I was just 18 years old. I was a chef at the age of 12 and ran into a very early culinary career that drove me into the idea of food systems, that the food that we ate extended far beyond the plates that we have right now, but to a vast system of farmers and producers and design and people in marketing and a whole network that consisted of these holistic food systems. And this work has expanded to turn into an initiative that helps farmers build resilient agroforests and livelihoods, and also close the gap between our consumers and producers. And I mentioned this yesterday, we work with over 200 farmers, but we also extended to an audience of over 6 million people over the years of teaching about the importance of that kind of holistic web of food that we see. And when Belinda asked me yesterday, is this session for youth, with youth, or by youth? I was thinking, ooh, it's so challenging. I mean, oftentimes when we look at initiatives and they say youth, what does it mean? Is it because they're working with young people, or are they helping young people? And I realize a session is a little bit of everything, because it's for youth, with youth, and by youth. In order to design a really good solution, you need to hear the voices of young people. My initiative was designed by a young person. We work with young people, and we also do a lot of work for young people. And I think that's a perspective that we really start to need to integrate as we move forward, is that we're designing solutions for ourselves, for the next generations to come. And we need to hear the voices of those people. And so a bit of everything.
Thank you so much, Louise. Actually, just to your point, before I move on to the next speaker, I just want to ask, if you had 3 actions that you could recommend for policymakers and for corporates to center youth in the sustainable production conversation, what would they be? Just 3 quick actions.
Ooh, that's a really good question. And I've actually worked a lot in the policy space on this. I've designed a Youth for Climate manifesto with a whole area on food systems and non-state actors engagement. And another thing, we had the Principles and Policy Guidance for Young People, which is a toolkit for governments and corporations. And some things that I think is really vital, I think 3 quick pillars is reforms on policy, especially on consumer education, transparent labeling, and things that we can do to engage young people more and make it easier for young people to work and consume sustainably. Second is prioritizing financial and human resources for protecting children's and young people's environmental rights. That's a big policy ask, and it can mean many things, but I think that's something that needs to be looked into. And lastly, it's integrating youth voices and perspectives and incentivizing young people in building solutions and innovations wherever it is in their respective industries, but especially in food systems, which is increasingly in the production and an aging population. So it has to be a fun way to integrate more young people and look at food systems as something that can be cool and trendy.
Fantastic. And actually, just on that note of incentivizing young people, UNDP has launched, and this is hot off the press, we've just launched a study looking at behaviors of young people, so purchasing power of young people. And one of the things that the studies found is that though the intent is there, the action is really tricky. My next question is to Max Tran. You work with young people on a daily basis, and you specifically work on behavior-driven development. What nudges do you think young consumers need to move from the intent to the action of consuming responsibly?
Well, yeah, thank you, Melinda, for this question. So, as a members of CYMT, the UNEP, and youth advisor collaborating with NGO, IGO, and partner in Vietnam, so I observe that to effectively inspire the younger generation to transition from mere intention of environmentally conscious purchasing to tangible action. So we must establish a suitable framework that fosters a tactile experience. So at present, we are encountering a situation where environmentally friendly products may not always enjoy widespread popularities because of their design, experience, and or may come with higher price tags. So it's important to acknowledge that among the younger demographics, so only a limited numbers of them can afford for the products. So we in light of this, so is it common for them to make decisions that fall within their ability to adapt? So in my perspective, that a proactive approach would entail the implementation of various strategies, and they may encompass the establishment of exclusive intensive of provide more promotion campaigns for eco-friendly merchandise, but the good thing that we have to raise support from the state, from the retail sellers, so we can lower the price, and then the product can be suitable for everyone, and then the dissemination of comprehensive information regarding the environmental impacts of products, and the facilitation of platforms for social engagement.
Great. And what I'm hearing from you and Louise is that it's not a one size fits all, right? There are different nudges that we need. So we need, as you said, Tran, we need a tactile experience. We need state policies. We need a range of interventions. And I think you and Louise both talked about the social aspect, right? So young people in the room, I'm sure, are familiar with social media, the first generation to fully grow up with social media. So engaging those platforms to nudge young people to be responsible consumers. Now, I'm going to turn over to this side of the room and to the behavioral scientist in the room. Over to you, Shubo. Now, we talk about, do you think it's possible? Do you think it is possible for young people to shift consumer behaviors? So just beyond the individual, if one young person, say Tran or Louise, has all of these tools, what do you think it's possible on a wider scale? Sorry to rephrase the question so many times, but I'm very interested in this.
Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. There are three parts to the answer. First is to look at young people, not only as consumers. I know this chat is about consumers, but they're also going to be the entrepreneurs. So they're also going to be future producers. Last but not the least, they're also influencers. And compared to older influencers and younger influencers, they have a distinct advantage when it comes to changing behavior because they influence both the other cohorts. How many times have we, the older ones, got influenced by younger people? How many times the young child has also got influenced by the young people? So they have this unique advantage. So they play three roles. That's why it's important. Okay. People often ask a behavioral scientist about statistics. If none of these three arguments work for you, statistically speaking, they're more likely to outlive all of us because age is on their side. So that's, again, the reason why they're more important to the ecosystem. Now, how do you go about it was the point about scaling it. There are three aspects to it. First, I think business models need to be relooked at. Currently, most corporate work on sustainability sees these things, as I was discussing with some people, as cost centers. No, that's an investment. You are investing in sustainable practices. You're investing in a cleaner supply chain because in the short term, there might be some monetary losses, but in the long term, it gives you a goodwill, which again translates into economic gains. So it's a matter of a manager's or a brand manager or CEO's myopia, because the average CEO, at least in India, the average CEO's tenure is 3.5 years. Whereas these things will reap the benefits over a decade when these younger people will grow up. Okay. The second point is about empowerment of the youth. For the Lewis and the Trent and others to be heard, it's important that they are part of the management boards. Unfortunately, I do not see, other than software companies and few companies and entrepreneurial ventures, any multinational company having a board seat for a 22-year-old. Because those are the radical ones that you have to do. Average management committee, people grow up the ladder. They're in their 40s or in their 50s when they become a director. Why not have a 22-year-old as a board member? Last but not the least, the education model. It's not about responsible consumption. It's also about responsible influencing. And that's where I have a certain amount of, I'm a bit underwhelmed by this entire over-the-top consumerism going on amongst the youth. So I think somewhere responsible influencing is also something that needs to be taught to the young. That's it from my side for the time being.
Now, you've given us quite a bit of food for thought, and centering that conversation in these three different models presents an interesting hypothesis that I just want to quickly also just throw to Shamima just for a second. We've been talking a lot about young people's responsibility. How do we center young people in this conversation? But I'm interested, firstly, from your perspective, do we need to also be thinking about business? What is business's role in this? Are we overproducing? Is business overproducing? I know there's a supply and demand conversation, but should we be offering fewer options? As simple as that. Should we be exploring that model?
Right. Thank you very much, Belinda. I would have loved to be that side of the table to listen than be here to talk. Okay. As you have introduced, I work for Unilever, and as a multinational company, we go to 9 billion households every day. So the responsibility is big. And our responsibility is not just globally, but the territory where we work in. So I am representing my company here today from that perspective. And the first thing I would like to say is, of course, when business cases are built, and the young generation who are sitting here, they will be coming to the board soon, right? And they will look at business cases depending on the future demand, of course, for sure, right? And businesses are the wheel of economic growth. Today we are coming here, sitting here, talking here, because economic wheels are moving. Once upon a time, it moved in Europe and USA. Now it's moving in the part of Asia. This is where empowerment comes as well. You know, economic purchasing power gives us empowerment. And that is the conversation we are having today. How are we using this empowerment to nudge businesses, you know, taking up responsible production or responsibility to ensure that we do not need two planets to produce. So coming back, your core question that, is it too much that we are producing? Of course we are producing too much, because we are trying to address every consumer set. You know, I do have two children. I have a 16-year-old and a 12-year-old at home. And I try to buy two different sets of food for my two children. Why so? When I grew up, my parents did not offer this many variety of food. So, of course, we are producing too much, but we as a consumer also giving the signal to the businesses saying that I need a personalized production. I need a brand, giving me offering 12 times in a year. So these are the signal that we get from the market. And of course, Shubho has mentioned that let's not see the youth just only as a consumer. They are people, they are the present and future of the world. Then again, as a responsible business, when we do look into our supply chain, we ensure that every piece that we are going to produce, if it is not going to sell, then it's a waste. So of course, the calculation math needs to add up. Not that we are just willing to produce because we like it, but of course, if it is not getting sold, then we will not produce. So that's where comes the pull and push of consumer, responsible consumption and citizenship. That's where business will also react positively towards this trend.
Thanks so much, Shamima. Actually, just on the forces that are at play here. We were having a conversation not so long ago, I think it was last week, and you mentioned the design that, these considerations of youth being the future consumer and looking at young people as future shareholders is now boiling down to even design of products. So just for a second, do you mind just bringing us into the boiler room? How are you trying to center that conversation? Also bearing in mind some of Shubho's comments on what businesses need to do.
Right. As a part of the management committee, what Shubho was referring, right? We do not know these things because we are locking ourselves in the boardroom, doing hours and hours of meeting. That's the business life is, right? But we do have mentors. And you are right, Shubho, that the boardroom, it doesn't have youth now. 20 years back, they did not have women as well. So women has made their, sitting. Now, youth, we need to, but as a responsible organization like Unilever, we have seen we all have a reverse mentoring. So I have my mentor, right, who is 20 years old. So I need to bounce off my idea, my communication, my strategy with those individual groups because we do not know it. So hence we are actively seeking guidance from them because the organization we are building, referring back again, Mr. Shubho, who has said that executive's lifespan is only 3.5 years. But this organization lived 100 years, it will live 100 more years. I am here just to nudge this organization towards the right future. That is the reason hearing or like picking up those soft signals, what other panelists have said is an important job for us. Then again, one thing I will be keeping as a food for thought for those who are listening us today, there are youth, the voices of youth, are those the inclusive voices? There are enough influencer, right? If we go to TikTok is big in Bangladesh, right? We see different sort of content, but there are youth who are working in the field, making the changes or looking into the issues very differently. We have to ensure the diversity of youth voice needs to come up. Otherwise, we will be in a flow of hearing those who are popular, but those who are not bringing the right truth in front of us. That's where I see the responsibility of UN organization bringing those voices in front of us so that we are not missing those hearing.
Great. And actually, you point to something very interesting here on diversity of voice. So I might just turn over here to Louise, because I did read an interesting article. I think it was an interview of yours, and you mentioned that early on in your career, your challenge was getting farmers to understand what the mission was. And you said, direct quote, "If a girl like me shows up on a farm, people won't exactly take me with much credibility because there are stereotypes around farming." Now, just drawing on Shamima's comment on, we want youth voices in the corporate space. My question to you is, on a practical level, how were you able to kind of look through a lot of the stereotypes that you are facing and make people listen and say, look, there's diversity of voice in me, there's diversity of voice in the group of young people that I'm leading, and this is something that we should consider. We should consider how we farm sustainably and transform food systems.
Oh, that's an excellent question and really well researched considering. But yes, so when I first started this, I am in a very male dominated industry. I came from culinary, which was already, as it was, very male dominated, but farming was something else, because when you go out into a field, the first thing you're going to think of if you look at a farmer is not a young girl with like her red lipstick and her jewels and like dressed in a certain way, as cosmopolitan as it could be. But it was really vital that I was, number one, on one point, representing a different image of what a farmer could be or what someone like a producer could look like. And it kind of echoes to what was mentioned earlier about mainstreaming different behaviors that we might have these existing stigmas around green jobs or sustainability or production. So that was a big part of my role, was to change and disassemble and dismantle what people thought a farmer or a young activist might look like. And the second part is working with the farmers and really building solutions and teaching people who are much more older than me about regenerative and sustainable agriculture. So it was credibility building, because obviously one does not precisely look like a farmer, or one does not look like she has years of experience in farming compared to someone who's maybe 50 and has been doing this for years. But the point was, I felt that I had a role as an intermediary of bridging rural agricultural knowledge with and contextualizing it in modern day farming and production and climate change and sustainability and all these different concepts that farmers in a rural town may not have started considering or may have had for a long time, but haven't framed in that aspect. So in my work at the Cacao Project, for many years, we'd worked with elderly farmers and women, and we tried to make learning a two-way street. So beyond me teaching them about regenerative agriculture, we were also hearing their insights. What did you do through the years that was sustainable? What practices have worked? And how can we bring that into the modern age? Because I mentioned this before, 50 years ago, food was just food and farming was just farming. But beyond that, our rural communities have a lot to teach us. Things that my grandmother would say, she used to kind of sit me down and be like, Louise, if you want to have sustainable and wonderful and the best possible sweet potatoes this season, you plant a rock underneath your sweet potatoes, or you plant your fruit-bearing trees according to lunar cycles, so you would have more pods for your cocoa, and maybe you should whistle for wind so that you could have better rice sifting. And I'd be like, Grandma, why do we do these things? And she says, just trust me, it works. And I'd be like, okay. So I did. And over the years, it seemed to be working. And then I'd ask my uncles and my dads, and they were like, well, we do these practices because it's tradition, but also your grandma's a little crazy. All these elderly people have been doing these practices for a long time, and we don't know why, but we just trust them. And in our farmer field schools, we thought, well, let's test it out. And we spoke to some researchers, and it turns out planting a rock under your sweet potatoes meant that it was attracting worms because it was just natural vermicompost. Or, planting according to lunar cycles were tied to insect pollination habits. And it was only researched for dengue and malaria and medical reasons, but never for agricultural reasons. And so as a young person, it was my role to be an intermediary. And for whistling with wind, well, the reason we still don't know. And maybe there's some things we're not supposed to know. Maybe some things are still magical. But what's important is that as a young person, we work intergenerationally of bridging that gap between our elders and this new age, and perhaps getting all those knowledge pieces and traditions from our rural cultures that have existed for hundreds of years and looking at them as centuries of peer-reviewed knowledge and perhaps bringing that into a modern age and integrating science into it, talking about it on social media and building that cultural representation that we can embody as a next generation and hopefully pass that torch on to future generations so that we think of sustainability not as this add-on or a plus or value add, but as an inherent cultural practice that we can do in our everyday lives.
Thank you so much. And you bring up this intergenerational element of this conversation, right? Curiously, and I'm sorry to just bounce back and forth, but I'm interested in Shamima's response to this, simply because I know you're in communications, Shamima, and I did a bit of research on your work too, and I found that you've had a diverse career, including with the development sector. Now, Louise has just spoken to this intergenerational element of learning, of, these lessons of being a responsible producer have been there. Right now, you are in a world that is driven by fast data and fast data everywhere. And to Louise's point, a lot of what she learned from her grandmother and the community knowledge, it was not really what we call fast data. So just in your opinion, what are the risks of communicating corporate sustainability efforts in such a fast-paced environment? Are we missing something? Maybe that's the missing link here. Over to you.
Thank you. Let me demystify one thing about business. I feel like it's a responsibility. Unilever in Bangladesh started in 1962. And as of today, we have one machine that still produces the soap. So in many cases, we think that, no, businesses are really trying to discard things faster. Not at all. Businesses are about efficiency. If it is running, we will admire it, we will nurture it. This is the same way Unilever has got food business globally. And I have heard my R&D department colleagues talking about what used to happen in the old days. So that is one thing, that businesses is not always about changing things, changing the gears, not at all. But of course, consumer mind shift is shifting so fast. Shubho can tell you that the fraction of seconds now people has got in their focus, right? When TikTok came in, I truly freaked out, saying that, what is it? Now, we used to be in Facebook, now it's in TikTok, right? And within 5 seconds, if you can make a dent, we make a dent. Now, the challenge of communicating sustainability, right? It's not very attractive in many cases. It requires a lot of heavy statement. It makes sound boring. This is a challenge. And what Shubho was mentioning, that youth wants to be in a position to be seen or to be heard, right? In these cases, when we talk about sustainability, it's still for the room full of people like this, or in the boardroom, or in our sustainability or annual report. It's still not talking in the voice of youth. You may have seen the Facebook recent, video on their, ESG reporting. That was cool. That was a great communication way of, landing a communication, right? But then again, conversation is we are also worried. We do not know how to do it in a very interesting manner that our next generation will understand. We are still doing it in a bit of like stakeholder management lens or like shareholder management lens, because we feel like our shareholder needs to understand why this is not a cost center, rather it is an investment. So as of today, the sustainability communication is for the shareholders, the stock market, right? That's where there is a challenge we have, and that is not making our product, USP for the consumer. Consumer are not understanding that the initiative we are taking, this is good for the environment, right? Our communication are for the annual report, not really coming across as a true mainstream consumer communication, I would say.
Thank you. And I'm about to just pivot that question to Shubho, because you've mentioned a number of times this idea of young people as shareholders and not just consumers. Now, what mass shifts needs to happen for this to happen? I know it's a very loaded question. How do we start shifting the narrative with young people at the center as shareholders?
Yeah, so before that, there's this report that we have launched with UNDP. It says actionable SDG 12, bridging the intent action gap among young consumers. So take a look at it, and I'm going to quote some of the research findings from there, just to steer this narrative. In that report, during that research, we found three major aspects. Now, the good part is that young people do have an intent to buy sustainable products, or what we call responsibly produced products, okay? So they do seek information on three aspects: product certification, environmental practices of the brand, and labor practices. However, the moment they walk into the store or they open their Amazon, then the top three things that they look at is that, is it a latest fashion or a trend? Was it discount or offering? And has anybody else recommended that? Unfortunately, in behavioral science, we call it the empathy gap. There's an intent action gap. Now, it's necessary to work at this. And there are three fundamental reasons behind it. And I'm going to talk about the two other aspects of it. The one fundamental reason is that there's a saliency bias in our heads. What does it mean? What we hear, what we see more often, we seem to give it more mind space. So if I ask in this room to younger people that what does sustainable practices mean, more often than not, you will hear environmental practices coming in rather than labor practices. That's one tilt that as a stakeholder, we need to correct. Whether we do it through youth engagement, where we do it through more media engagements, where we need the conversation to give equal weightage to labor, because we don't often hear about that side of the story. So in the research, it's an interesting one. You can read it, if not for the knowledge purpose, just to quote it. Yeah, there are things about the technology segment industry. There was still mentions about labor, and you know why? Because during the COVID period, many people had lost their jobs. That's the only time labor practices came to the fore. Otherwise, you ask people responsible consumption, we'll talk about it. The second aspect, or more important aspect, was that when you ask people, younger people, that who's responsible is this? Consumers or producers? Invariably, what we call a fundamental attribution error. What it means is that we often over-exaggerated the role the others play and trivialize ours. So if you ask the younger people, say, what will happen if I buy one? All my friends are not going to do that. So more often than not, the onus is given to the producers. But here's the trick. Responsible production mirrors responsible consumption. It's not in a continuum on opposite ends. It's just the other side. Producers will never produce what you don't demand. It's a bad business decision. So that's the second one. The last one that we look at, and we were very quite intrigued about was that what kind of communication do we need for that? The point that Shiman was saying. Going forward, my take on this is a bit different. I think we have been too preachy about it. It is what classically is known as a top-down. So it's almost like we speak the language of the Sustainable Development Goals, we speak the language of the legal team, the regulatory team, the language of the climate experts, and it's almost like we're trying to teach the younger people, rather than simply communicate with them in their own language. Why not have a celebrity endorse that for the next 2 years, I'm going to wear fashion which is ethically produced? You'll see that it's going to work out. Why not somebody else create a TikTok song about the SDGs? Why not somebody create a reel with nice hip hop around behavioral sciences? Why limit all this conversation to this brilliant room with serious faces all around us? Life is not like that. Okay, so I think that's what's required. Thank you.
Brilliant, and actually, I like the analogy of the mirror. These issues are mirrors of one another, and Tran, I mean, you work with young people every single day, and to what Shubo mentioned, we've been a bit too preachy. We've been saying, you know, youth are the future, youth will lead us out of the climate crisis, so on and so forth. But we have not done a good job of listening to what youth are saying. So again, back to that question, is this for, with, or by youth? So, I mean, in your opinion, do you think we have done a good or bad job of making sure that youth voices are heard? Over to you.
Well, thank you for your question. So, in my opinions, I have experience work with the youth in Vietnam and in the Southeast Asia. So I think it is indeed this that there's heartening to witness the marginalization of youth voices in the realm of business and political decision making. So, regrettably, their perspectives are frequently dismissed due to some perception that the youth lack the necessary expertise and experience to contribute meaningfully and serve as a valuable reference. In light of my strong commitment to fostering the youth empowerment in Vietnam, I occasionally find this approach to be somewhat inflexible because the youth, they are young, yeah, we have to believe that, but they have the background, they know the problem in their communities, so they are actually they don't have like the BSD holders or an employee with experience in a large corporation, but it's important to acknowledge that their unique perspective bring the valuable insight to the table, and they possess the ability to consider the situation from the various angles, demonstrating an open-mindedness to assimilate the necessary alteration required to foster a positive outcome for all parties involved. So I strongly advocate for the implementation of a strategy that foster active engagement and meaningful involvement of young individuals in the decision-making process about the environmental matters and the sustainable management of businesses to effectively address the environmental challenges. So I think we must prioritize the task of raising awareness and fostering a sense of environmental consciousness among the businesses and the politicians. So we must recognize and value the significance of youth voices as a consultative party in the process.
Great, and I like the fact that you stayed on that mirror image, right? So just have a mental picture here of you mentioning that young people know what the issues are, but they're often dismissed. And this goes on to an earlier point that Louise mentioned, often dismissed for their youth, for their age, for their gender, etc. I'm wondering, Louise, if you have anything else to add to Tran's comments on what your experience has been. But I'm also cognizant that you have said, and this is to everybody in the room, Louise has said that she will transform food systems in Asia. So that's a big ask, especially given all these different hurdles that you'll have to face. So over to you, Louise.
Yes, I mean, it's quite natural that we might overlook youth voices or value Asian experience. But truth is, a lot of young people are very cognizant of the experiences that they've had in their hometowns. In my community, especially with typhoons, you find that young people have a unique perspective and ability to bring different and innovative tasks to the table. What I always tend to think of is that right now, I'm a young person, and you find that I have this amazing technological advantage of utilizing social media, utilizing technology. We even have AI now. And as the years go by, because of such an exponential rise in technology, I'm having such an impossible time keeping up with all of the different things that are happening, like all of the different technological advances that we're seeing. TikTok and their trends, we have a great pulse on that. And we have the ability to project what the next cool, up and coming, trendy thing is, but we also have the ability to dictate where it's going to go. But I'm realizing very quickly that many of these solutions and many of the problems we're facing are becoming so multifaceted that perhaps I don't have the ability to solve it. But maybe the next generation will. I'm seeing a lot of toddlers nowadays with their iPads just being absolute hackers and having the ability to figure out my password faster than I can even remember it. So maybe I don't have the solution, but because of the way that we're enabling and building this culture of sustainability as an inherent part of our lives and practice, the next generation might have the unconventional solution that doesn't exist yet, or they might have better skills and capacities to do something that would provide a different perspective than how we've been approaching it all these years. Because I mentioned this, we have the SDGs, we have ESG, so all of these different acronyms, but hopefully one day we'll look beyond those acronyms into a lifestyle that is inherently sustainable, that is inherently a practice that is the trendy norm that young people can mainstream as a normative behavior. But I think in terms of transforming food systems, there's a lot of things that we have to do. Number one, we need to invest in our young people, and that means building their financial literacy, making sure that companies are interested in investing in young people and providing grants that don't require as much paperwork or don't run young people into as much debt as it would be, or at least provide investments that are much lighter, perhaps mini grants. We also need to create advisory committees, as you mentioned, a board with a young person. That would be incredible. And we're slowly seeing that being built out in different institutions, but not as much in the corporate world. So maybe that could be a next step, because the solutions that we need, maybe it's not one big fix-all, and we've heard this so much. It's not one big, sparkly, expensive solution. It's going to be hundreds and thousands of young people, of corporates investing in young people, and hundreds and thousands of initiatives that are very hyper-local and small, but also take into account a curated solution for where they are and meet people and their needs where they're at. So that's kind of the way we'll transform food systems from a youth lens.
Fantastic. And actually on that, I would like to quickly open the floor for questions. As mentioned earlier, this is a different kind of session. I would like as many questions as possible. A few ground rules though, I see hands already up. Please make sure you introduce yourselves and your organization. It would be helpful if you also just mention who you're directing the question to. Okay, so now hands up. Okay, let's take a quick round of three. I see near my colleague there, first, one in the back, and then intently right square in my vision. So first over to you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Anne-Marie. I work for a collective impact organization that is funded by the entire financial industry in Malaysia. So I work with schools across Malaysia that has a high intake of marginalized or vulnerable youth. And so one of the things that we discuss a lot is equipping students for jobs in the future and emerging jobs. And a lot of our students, and particularly in rural areas, they do come up with a lot of innovations to address their local community issues. And the FIs in this, in my context, are very aware of that. But when we did a survey, the FIs are not willing to hire youth that are not in higher education, for example. They're not qualified to work. So I guess my first question is, how do we equip these students to be ready for the green job industry right now? And I guess ways to encourage FIs or corporations to include them. And my second question is just, in your opinion, I'm not sure in terms of youth, how young are we talking about, but what is your opinion on involving kids as young as 10 years old in the policy level or decision making in the government level even? Thank you.
Thank you for those poignant questions. Just a quick question. Do you want to point them to any particular speaker or just general?
I think it's open. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I think second was over there. Over to you for your question.
Hi, excuse me. I'm Romano. I'm from Insight Pact. We are a research, training, and development agency based here in Thailand, in Bangkok. The question is to the entire panel, and I apologize if this is a little bit too aggressive, and to torture the metaphor a little bit. When we're looking in a mirror, the reflection we see is not a clean reflection. I'll watch my partner choose one of the 4 different mirrors in the house, depending on the lighting or the positioning of the mirror and all of these things. And all those different elements, from messaging and marketing and product placement and quantity of production, aren't controlled by consumers, yet the entire panel has focused on the consumer's responsibility for sustainable consumption. And in my opinion, I feel like that negates businesses' responsibility to actually align their production and to be a leader in the industry. I mean, I think I still consider myself a youth at 34. And I'll go into TikTok or Instagram or Facebook, and it's bright, it's flashy, it's seductive. And we're asking a lot from consumers. And so the question, I guess, is what is business's responsibility beyond just saying we mirror consumers? Because I agree, yes, consumers have a responsibility, but what is the business community's responsibility?
Fantastic. And before the next round of questions, over to the lady directly.
Hello, I am Marina Avila. I am a college student from the Mapua University in Manila, Philippines. So my question is, due to the widespread appeal of fast fashion in the Philippines, numerous young individuals are eager to engage in selling these fast fashion garments, attracted by the promising profit margins. Given the popularity of fast fashion in Southeast Asia and the affordability challenges associated with sustainable clothing, what alternative strategies or approaches can be employed to produce sustainable products at lower costs, making them more accessible to the general population? Additionally, how can these strategies balance economic feasibility with environmental sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you so much for those questions. Very difficult questions. I was tapping the different panelists and everyone was like, no. So, actually, let's start off with Anne-Marie's question here on how do we equip students for green jobs. I would like anybody on the panel, I think I'm looking at either Max or Tran, if you could take that question. And then how young is too young to be engaging youth in decision making? Is 10 too young? Was Marie's specific phrasing, if I recall.
Well, thank you to your question. So I think that the significance of youth groups in advocating for businesses to assume the accountabilities for the fundamental right to reside in a clean, healthy, and sustainable habitats cannot be overstated. So a youth group frequently catalyze social mobilization, effectively like rising the consciousness regarding the utmost significance of environmental preservation within the communities. And this is primarily due to their proactive engagement and comprehensive understanding of the subject matters by easy accessibility. The potential sources of information could include the various digital platforms, such as social networking sites, as well as being exposed to trends created by social activists in their community, so they can passively absorb the information about the environment or intention. And maybe that is a good way to do that.
So what I'm hearing from you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we need to already start normalizing community learning around green jobs and leveraging that social learning aspect. So whether it's on social media, it's at the community level, that's what we should be doing. Well, interesting. Any take on this, Louise?
Yeah, absolutely. So first point on green jobs, I think there's a lot of, well, there's not as much frameworks right now when it comes to preparing people for a green job. In fact, many of the jobs that many young people will enter into probably don't exist yet. So I think it's important to cultivate this sense of flexibility and innovative thinking, kind of unconventional learning. And I'm personally a product of unconventional learning because I was homeschooled for most of my childhood. And, you know, learning about the world and the planet meant going out, engaging with the community, building this kind of comprehensive social understanding of the issues and needs that exist and what we can do and what solutions exist as well and what we can do to probably innovate or work with that. It's developing a sense of communication, understanding the narratives that we're building around or working around, and also just cultivating the sense of curiosity and wonder of the world and questioning why are these systems the way they are? Because oftentimes that's where we kind of find the new jobs that do come up, is where these kind of intersections lie, or where the nexus is of food or production and sustainability. And that's where I'm at today. I kind of carved out that kind of connection between food systems and culinary and chocolates and all of these weird things. And then in terms of like how young is too young, I think you can never be too young. Many policies should take into account the perspectives of young people. Even if you're 10 years old, you're already beginning to have an understanding of the world and how it's impacting you and how you might feel about it. And I feel like for really inclusive policy, we should start kind of getting an idea of what children in nursery, elementary, and even all the way through high school are experiencing affects them. And we've been saying this for the longest time. I think in 2020, I worked a lot in policy, and one of the things that they were emphasizing was how do we educate young people that they have substantive and procedural rights in law, that they can be plaintiffs in court, that they can sue if their rights are are negated or overstepped, especially when it comes to corporate impacts in rural communities or their access to clean water, clean air. So I think that it's really important that we have this education in schools, that young people should be engaged in policy spaces. And slowly we're seeing that. You know, we have the Youth for Climate movement, where I think it was 16 up until 34, and they're engaging young people to contribute policies and build manifestos that of issues that they think are impacting them but need to be done in the future and be developed upon. So it's a big part of it.
Great. And if I could chime in here before I hand over to the other panelists, I remember reading somewhere about climate anxiety and how it is affecting younger and younger age groups. So 10 is definitely not too young to start engaging in these conversations. I mean, simply because I think young people as young as 10 are aware that something is wrong and it's affecting their lives in a real way. I would like to hand over to Shubo, who has some quick reflections as well on these questions.
Yeah. Hi. Two data points. The first one is on the education part. In India, there's this emergence of smart cities. And for the smart cities, one of the things that we realized that most of this ran into huge amount of costs. We overshot the budgets. And you know why? We didn't have the right kind of foot soldiers. Imagine this building turning into a smart building or a green building. It might already be. You would need to upskill the maintenance people. And the reason that we ran, and most of these private public infrastructural projects are running way beyond what was budgeted for, was that we don't have enough skilled people for this new world. That's one. Vocational courses are coming up where people are being trained to learn about how to do the maintenance of these buildings. People are trained to run Internet on Things, and these are what we call quasi-technical courses. That's one. The second part is about how and what age. In India, especially in Delhi, the capital, we had a huge tradition, and it was deep-rooted in our heritage, about firecrackers being burnt during festivities. Because respiratory problems started affecting very young kids, and because the government and the school education policy started focusing on younger people, they were the ones who actually made the behavior change. Today, if it's firecracker free, and in this year, the Supreme Court of India is that, okay, you can't have any firecrackers, no matter what you call them, organically made, safe, or whatever you can call them, no firecrackers. It was again a movement started by younger people. Okay. Quickly to answer the other one. Yeah, then I hand it over to others. Okay, my job is done. The consumer, the producer part, we did talk about it, the production part. I think one of the brand strategies that producers are using is that what we call premiumization on one hand and cross-subsidization on the other hand. Because the problem is, one of the old theories was that make these sustainable and ethical things more popular, so they become more popular amongst youth, so youth is going to pay a premium on that. Then the reverse argument that you will exclude majority of youth from those products. Then how do you do that? You do that by you have certain lines of products where you charge a premium. You use that profit to cross-subsidize other lines of products so that more and more people can do that. And I think Shamima is the best person to say what is being done on the other side of the mirror. Thank you.
Over to you, Shamima.
I love these debates because that's what, makes it exciting, right? Two things. Number one is what is responsible production? And in many cases, as a consumer, they do not see it. I'll just give you a couple of examples. The Malaysia participant, you have mentioned that Malaysia produce lots of palm oil, right? And palm oil is the key ingredient for soap. Now, Unilever has, made a commitment that all the oils that we, procure needs to be, sustainably produced, and it is certified. Now, my company pays 100%, additional fees for importing this sustainably produced palm oil. Whether my consumer knows about it? No. Is my soap expensive than my competition? No. And we do not talk about this because these are hygiene inside the production. That's very clear. When we are saying that zero carbon emission, zero landfill, right? Net zero, these are getting tracked every day. So I'll give you another interesting example. During COVID time, many of our production was halted. Example, cosmetics, because people were not going outside, they were not using creams. Now, I do have a huge production facility that will, consume same amount of water to keep the maintenance. Now, we gave 5 young engineers the job saying that how do I reduce my water consumption? Because otherwise the soaps are taking a lot more water because it's a mammoth industry. And those young guys,
jumped saying that, oh my God, I found a purpose of my job because I am reducing my water consumption. Now, as a consumer, many consumers do not know that these are the challenges we live day in, day out, right? When I work with my suppliers, globally we have many suppliers, converting them to follow the human rights, responsible production is very hard job because I cannot police them. I have to incentivize them to do the job right. So this is called hygiene within the production that in many cases our consumer do not know for sure. The other thing which is, of course, you can say that, okay, why are we producing so many variant, right? There is a dilemma of business saying that if I'm not producing the new serum of hair, someone else is producing. They're taking up the shelf, right? And I'm seeing like I am not really an agile company. We are not innovative, right? That's where we have to constantly do the consumer mind space audit, what they want and how do we produce, right? That's the thing. The debate can be, why are you offering so much? If I'm not offering, someone else is coming with the innovation because consumer wants a different sort of, every consumer feel like I am unique. I need to have unique product. That's a dilemma we face for sure. But then again, our responsibility is saying that, am I producing less than 300 package, right? We have to go back every time saying that this package is attracting way too much of water or other natural resources and it is taking up too much of carbon footprint. So that is where we do quite audit of our product and try to simplify it. One request I will say that in many cases, now business sits face to face, right? 10 years back, if I would get this kind of invitation, I would not come and dare sit here, by the way. Mm-hmm. It has changed because we also want to know what is happening around. We also want to tell our story, our side of the story firsthand, not saying that, through email, send us the mail, I will revert. No, these days are gone. So that's the reason we're saying that we are trying to optimize. In many cases, we are realizing that if we are not innovating, that's where we are losing the market. And ultimately, we have to run the production, right? Ultimately, we need to be in profit to go back and invest for the sustainable future that we are doing. Because if I'm not doing, someone is going to come with a shortcut thinking that I'm going to make the profit and move out. So that's where we are constantly in a, it's a evolution journey. It's, I say like, mind game of like saying that which organization will sustain, which that organization will sustain, which is agile. That's where coming the trade-off. But fact of the matter, the responsible organization are mindful of what we are offering to the consumer and how sustainable we can make, so that it's not that consumer will demand and will do it. This is a responsibility upon us to make our product do not do any harm to the world.
Thanks, Shamima. Just quickly before we open for another round, just 10 seconds. So moving away from your particular company now, I mean, as a market, as an industry, do you think that businesses have been operating sustainably and producing sustainably?
No, it's not. Otherwise, we would not need 1.75 planet to produce, right? And bringing a personal example, the last question was fashion. Bangladesh also produced the highest amount of jeans. Now, my RMG colleagues brag about it. I hate it because I know the amount of water it is taking, because Bangladesh is a delta, very nice. We get, foreign currency. But we have to calculate how many gallons of water we are using, how we are treating. That's where companies like ours, who has built that muscle to come out and discuss, also we sit in a discussion panel of influencing other businesses, by the way. That's where the coalition conversation comes in, because I doing alone won't solve the problem. But if I have an experience, my responsibility, meaning like our responsibility, is to share the same experience with other industries where we are seeing that they are
carving out a plan. I hear from you that overall a business needs to do better. And there needs to be more sharing of data, businesses as influencers on exactly how do we produce sustainably? How do we make sure that we don't need two planets? All right, so for the next round of questions, okay, I'm going to start with the students in the room, and I'm having a difficult time. Okay, so maybe over to you first with the mask, and then actually let's do a round of three from the students, and then we'll come back to the adults in the room, the more mature.
Hi, my name is Prim, and I'm the founder and president of Verso's Environmental Club with Verso International School, a design thinking school. I'd like to open this question to everyone. What is the very first step for how youth can get more involved in the corporate world? Thank you.
Fantastic question. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so hi, my name is Hanlin Li. I'm from China representing Toxic Free Corps, and I'm still attending school. So my question is very personal. It's toward Luis, and we were discussing yesterday about how to prompt more people in my school to care more about the environment. So I'm just curious, like, what made you know that you were the one to start the Cacao project? Like, in other words, what gave you confidence that not only could you act yourself, but also you could kind of persuade even people who are older than you and more experienced to you to actually care about sustainability? And also, like, what advice can you give to students who have a general idea about what the environment, about the seriousness of environmental issues, but they really don't know how to act? Thank you.
Fantastic. And I see one more hand.
Hello, my name is Selena, and I represent Verso International School, and I am the current vice president of Verso's Environmental Club. So my question was about something that we've mentioned before in the panel about variety and personalized products. And what I wanted to ask was, how can we be accommodating to human diversity, so to maybe chronic health issues or things like culture, and also be mindful of overproduction, because we see that there may be some conflict in these two?
That's a fantastic question. And actually, there was a recent study, I forget who it was by, and it was looking at AI learning. And it found that the way that AI identifies soap is very different. It's the liquid soap. If you tell an AI, please show me a picture of soap. Whereas in many communities in Asia and I mean in Global South, think of the bar. So that's a very, very interesting question. So maybe let's actually start with that. Let's start with variety and personalized products, and then we move on to the very first step that youth should take. So how do we tackle this issue and accommodate for the diversity of voice and culture?
Well, I'll again give the example of my company. The way we assess the holistic impact. Example, that I do go to a shop with 30 different products. So if I add on one new product, right, how I will calculate the impact of environment. Am I taking more water to create that product? Am I using more packaging, different packaging, electricity? So these are basic health of a business. This is number one. Number two, if I'm offering a new product, right, what is not working? It's very important, because producing new means it's a complex business calculation, I would rather say. So it's not that a company will produce every year new and new. They will drop off some of the product for sure. So the way we calculate the net impact of our business on the earth and then serving the consumer. So it needs to be balanced, at least for the Unilever side. But again, I can request Shubho to look into it. there are new ideas coming up, right? So that those new businesses coming up, new products, and that is how the consumer shift is happening. So maybe Shubha, you can tell that from a researcher point of view, how more and more products are coming to the value chain, is whether helping or not helping.
Hi, before that, I'll take the question from the design thinking team, that how can youth take the first step, because it's related to the other one. Innovation. And we're not looking at very complicated innovation. I'll talk about two innovations because these were mainly created by younger people, college students. One is called Race the Clock. It's an hourglass you put in next to your shower. And it goes like this, that flip the hourglass before you step into the shower to see if you can beat the count to help the planet. The average citizen showers for 8 minutes using 20 gallons of water. A 5-minute shower only uses 12.5. You can save 37% more water with a quicker shower. It's a very simple nudge. It's a beautiful game. Every time you and that can you take a shower less than 8 minutes. The other one is this group of young students who have created like a taximeter and electricity and gas meter, which is not lying somewhere in the corner, but it converts it into money. But when you see gas or electricity converting into the money, you actually become more prudent because you see it's running. Okay, so these are the first step. Okay, now this personalization all, yes, but honestly speaking, it's a balance that the businesses always take. Because personalization is also the most expensive thing to do for a business line.
Right.
It reduces economies of scale. So it actually is a very cost-benefit analysis, okay, they'll do. And also remember, for the businesses too, the resources are limited. You have the same number of people, same plants, same electricity, same natural resources, same other stuff. So you can only make that many. So that's a very conscious call. Okay. So there are evidences that personalization leads to more carbon footprints, but at the same time, there is a counter argument that more and more businesses today are not trying to do that. The last point that I'm going to talk about was the point that she was saying. There's always this competition fear, what we call, that my organization does it, somebody else doesn't do it. How do you take care of it? That's where what we call, if industry resolutions are very important. The alcohol industry in India, the leading players of them, they've decided to rework on the packaging. So usually the bottle always has a monocarton. Similarly, the delivery systems or e-commerce players, because very often they send you a small thing in a huge cardboard package. Okay, they've again take a resolution that they are working on it. These are simple steps where if each one of the players say that, okay, we won't do it, then it's a level playing ground. This is.
Thank you so much for those responses. And I'm going to turn over to China Louise just to give a quick response to the two questions, but also adding a rights lens as well. We spoke a little bit about rights, but I think also just drawing on what Shubho mentioned, there is a rights cost to doing business, isn't there? And when we're thinking about the very first step that youth need to take in the decision-making process, it's also a question of their right to do so. So maybe over to you two to answer those very difficult questions in 20 seconds or less. Each.
I need like 20 seconds to think it through. But there was, I think, in terms of rights, well, there was a question that you'd asked earlier about, like, what can we do now in terms of environmental rights, in terms of doing something? One thing is to just do it, try. Obviously, it's not equal and it's not the same policies for every country. But one thing I always say with young people is that take that first step. Because when I started the Cacao Project, I didn't know I was the person to have the solution or to propose answers for food systems. And I think that's a good thing that I didn't know, because otherwise I thought climate change, that's not my problem. I'm a chef. But yes, it is my problem. So in the end, first of all, do that. And second of all, young people, we have a lot more leeway to make mistakes, and people are much more understanding to us to take all these different risks because we're young. If I'm, say, 40, I don't have the space to make these mistakes because I'm preserving my career and my reputation. But as a young person, it's okay to actively take those risks and make mistakes and admit and evolve over time and take up the space that you need in order to address your environmental rights or claim your environmental rights, because we have so much opportunity and so many rights ahead of us and a whole lifetime to figure that out.
Brilliant. Over to you, Tran.
Yes, I totally agree with Luis. I just want to press one thing the most important thing, in my opinion, that you should the young people should be educated about the sustainability more in their school, in their education, because the problem things I saw in maybe in the developing countries, so they are not really focused on teach about sustainability, environmental problems. So they just talk about something like very academic, but they not focus on the real future we face in the very near time. So because they are the young people, they will become the leaders of the world tomorrow. So if they don't know about those things, so the future come and they don't have anything to do, they don't know, they have no idea. So I think that's a bad idea.
Great. So prioritizing sustainability education. I like that. Now our final round of questions. So I see one at the back. So one, I see one in front here, and your hand shot straight up. Okay. So I think white top. Caroline?
Yeah, I'm Caroline. I work for Porticus, which is a philanthropic entity that also has a presence here in Asia. My colleague Joyce here. I just want to ask a question of some observations I'm seeing through our programming and our work in the US and Europe. And I'm curious if this is happening in Asia or not. But a project that we support in the US is a group called Climate Voice. And this is a group that is working with students and young employees that are really the talents of the future. And they are trying to encourage these youths and giving them the information and knowledge they need to speak up in their business, and to specifically speak up to encourage the businesses to be more active for policy change. And we heard in a panel before the necessity of businesses lobbying for good. Lobbying can be a very positive term. So this is an example in the US. Example in Europe has been the Benefit Corp movement, and the recognition that we're not going to get more purposeful businesses out there unless these businesses are also engaged in policy. So recently we funded the Benefit Corp B Lab to have a policy team. And in there, we see that these companies, a lot of the youths are actually coming forward with some policy change and influencing within their businesses. To your point on water and how we shower, it's pretty important not just for water consumption, but also for how the water is heated. And the Scope 3 emissions of a lot of consumer companies are actually, almost 40% is in the way that consumer uses their water. This is a policy change that has to happen, no matter how much education you have. If that water is still heated by oil or a gas burner, you need subsidies from the government to encourage people to change their boilers, right? So this is the policy change. These companies will never reach their Scope 3 emissions reductions without policy work. So are youths in Asia willing to step up in their businesses and to engage in policy reforms and get their businesses to be active in the policy arena? I'd love to know more about the environment here, and if they have the courage to do that, or if they're being stopped or silenced in some way.
Great. And over to Harpreet.
I'm actually really thankful for that question, and I kind of don't have a question, but I have a comment, and I think in some ways that does partially answers to answer to the question that you raised. I kind of feel like in the room we are still undermining the power of consumers that, or the young people that we have. And I'm going to give you another example because again, we are the older generation, so we've seen things also changing and happening, right? But when I was in school, or when we started early on, with our careers, environment conversations and climate change did not dominate anywhere. We hardly heard these terms, even in schools, like don't use firecrackers came in, I think maybe when I was in college or late college. But I'm going to give you examples of, when, and I think this kind of relates to, how you use, how consumers have really helped in also changing policies. I mean, who's making our policies, right? Our governments are making our policies. These are the decision makers there. How are decision makers making a decision on what policy needs to be there is your vote bank. And when you look at around elections, suddenly you start seeing a lot more engagement with young people because everybody at 18 in India you start voting. So the conversations are about we've got these young voters, and to try capture that first time voters, because the older ones are difficult to change. But to try and capture this first time voters, the conversations about what matters to young people starts like really, you see them in the election manifestos, you see them, how the policymaker starts engaging with young people. So a lot of young people started asking questions on environment and on climate. I mean, climate change wasn't even like a big term, when I was growing up, but environment kind of more broadly. And then suddenly we started seeing questions being asked in the parliaments about, that this is this is something happening. There were issues about waste disposal. There were issues about, our rivers getting polluted. And that's when the questions started hitting the parliaments, and therefore the policymakers started becoming alert about it. And because it was like, saw a lot of young people coming in there, and they were like, we need to get this vote bank. The next policies conversation started there. But what did these policies did, right? I mean, one of the way that they looked at is, how government started responding to these concerns, and, also how they were started policies, but also how they were drafting then policies for businesses to operate. The laws around, for example, waste disposal started coming in then, kind of more strongly. So I think we're really still undermining. I kind of feel, the feeling is that, we're still really undermining the power of consumers and young consumers because, they are the ones, need to hit them, you need to figure out ways for them to also engage with parliamentarians, with policymakers, because ultimately, that's where the change is going to happen. You do need the government to subsidize. You need the government to, to kind of also come with an enabling environment so that businesses can still operate, but also be able to, but be also be able to make profit, but don't pollute or, don't add to the further adverse impacts. Thank you.
Thanks, Harpreet, and for bringing in that very worthwhile note of voting with your wallet. I think I've heard it said a few times in the conference. Over to the lady right at the back, and I think that will be the final question.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tui. I'm from Vietnam, and I'm running a company to train young Vietnamese to learn about sustainability and work in sustainability. So I understand today panel talking about the youth role in responsible consumption and production, but I want to expand the role to more influencing employee, influencing family member, because I read the statistic that Asia have nearly 5 billion population and the average age is 31. I think Southeast Asian is more younger, especially like, for example, specifically in Vietnam, by 2025, 2 years from now, Gen Z will contribute to 25% of workforce population. So 2 years from now is not the future, it's the present. So I always hear about, youth is the future, but actually I think youth is the present now. And look at the room today. I think for this discussion about youth, 2/3 or more than 2/3 of the participants is still youth. So I have a question about, what would be your one advice, for everybody to come back if we are youth or we working with youth to influence corporate, influence our parents, our family member to know that it's not a future anymore, it's a present. And because if the corporate don't understand it, they don't know this, they don't just look at us as a customer, they look at us as employees. We can make decision, we can influence policy. How can we do that? Like advise, this especially Asian culture, right? You have hierarchical culture, so we don't easily speak up to the older generation. So yeah, that's my question.
Thanks, Terry. Actually, I think that final round of questions is brilliant as a way to wrap up. So just as a response to those questions, I see Shubha. Over to Shubha first for a final word.
Yeah, it's very nicely said. You have to look at the competitive culture in India or any Southeast Asia currently. Any younger manager, his or her promotions or going up the ladder is dependent on delivering business results. It's not so much tied to doing sustainability or contributing to these costs. So that means we have to relook at, if one advice would be, relook at the appraisal system, relook at the KRS for a young manager. But that itself is flawed currently. If you are constantly judged by your business matrices for the last quarter or last year, then no matter that whatever the corporate sustainability team does or anybody else does, businesses will be only focused in one direction, that is deliver business goals. So that's one advice from me. We have to completely look at the reward and incentive systems with regards to appraisals.
Over to Shamama.
10 years back, sustainability officer was not part of the management committee. It is now. All the larger companies has got a chief sustainability officer sitting in the top management. That is a change. So it says that it is important. Number two, diversity is very important for organizations, right? One advice I got at my young age saying that grab your chair, do not wait someone else to invite you in the discussion table. This is the same for the youth, right? You are already feeling the heat. You just have to find a way to talk to corporate. I manage my CEO's communication, right? Anytime any mail come from any youth organization, that will be prioritized. That's a fact. So you may not realize that your mail, your communication, whether it is getting recorded or not, it is getting recorded. You just have to believe that your voice is important and just push for it. Do not hold yourself back. And the third point from my side saying that all the great ideas, we always bounce it to the young colleagues because we always feel hesitant saying that do we have enough good ideas? That is the reason we always go back to our youth. I will just point to the first question saying that how youth impact the advocacy in Asia, right? Government only takes opinion from the experts. There is a way to put the youth as an expert. I do not know the answer. Maybe that's where the youth organization like UN can help us to put youth voice on regulatory table. Otherwise, business won't be able to do it just with ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And over to Tran and Louise, just for final words. I'm cognizant that we're running out of time, so please keep your statements to 30 seconds or less.
Thank you. So I think like right now, the most important thing we have to do is promote the community's awareness, like the girl from Vietnam said. So it's imperative that we focus on creating a heightened sense of consciousness within our community regarding the significance of responsible consumption and its positive impacts on the environment. Because the youth will become the leaders of the futures, and right now maybe in some developing country we are not like think that is important. So I I believe that if we focus more on the youth initiatives, especially their initiatives with cooperation in NGO, NPO, and IGO in Asia. So I think they can do the best, and based on their expertise, their experience, the thing they make will change our future, because we cannot change the past, but the future is in your hand.
Great. Thank you so much, Tran. And over to Louise.
One thing I think I would say is that we really need to look critically at the way we're centering our narratives around sustainability and development. I think it's that sustainability is not just like this add-on or buzzword anymore. It's a matter of survival. We're headed to a 2.7 world right now, and not the 1.5. And even both cases are a matter of extinction. It's not a matter of just like, oh, a warmer climate. And businesses and people and even families and individuals need to adapt to this change, or they'll get left behind, because someday all businesses have to be sustainable. It's going to be the baseline, and that's where we're headed if we need to get where we need to be. And lastly, good business practice is sustainable business practice. It can be profitable. We just need to look critically at the systems that are governing it, and we need to enforce it, whether it's as a consumer, whether it's a policymaker, or whether it's as a business.
Thank you so much. And I think with that, we're about to close our panel. So thank you so much to all the different speakers. What I will say quickly is that if your question was not answered for any reason, either we didn't get time to it, please do feel free to approach any of these panelists after this. Thank you so much. And as we say goodbye to this panel, may you please help me with giving our panelists a round of applause. I think they did a great job.
Thank you, Belinda, and thanks to the panelists as well. Just a few announcements before people start moving out of the room. So the closing plenary begins immediately. So the ones who are seated here, please do not leave the room. As you will see, the participants from the concurrent sessions are also joining in. So I think we would start with the closing plenary in about less than 5 minutes. So just please stay seated. There will still be an opportunity to meet everyone and network at the coffee after the closing plenary. So you're going to have opportunities to also meet and connect with the participants just after the closing plenary. There's tea, and I think there's some snacks outside. So please just please do stay back for that one. And just the last one, if anybody is interested in downloading this, this brief on youth and responsible consumption, I think my colleagues have left a few documents with some QR codes. It's also available outside at the tea table, so please do feel free to download. And if you have any questions, find one of us from the team and we would be happy to provide more information. Thank you, everyone. And can we have a huge round of applause for the panelists and the speaker, please? Thank you.
Okay, may I ask our closing plenary speakers to approach? Lisa Murphy, Mrinalini, Renaud, Jessica. There we are. An exciting 2 days. I think most of you would agree. In fact, someone came up to me just moments ago and said, "Sean, you must be exhausted." But I don't feel exhausted. I feel kind of sad that it's over already. And I thought maybe this person was projecting, actually. Maybe that they were exhausted. But indeed, no, I personally learned so much in the last 48 hours. I'm not sure I have completely absorbed it all, internalized it all. I'm glad to know we will people have been taking notes, there will be an outcome report. And we'll make sure to disseminate that widely when it's finished. There will be some video products as well, and indeed our photographer will have photos uploaded on a shared drive especially for the speakers. But like, this is a closing ceremony, and sometimes it's underpopulated in large conferences. That's not the case here. We still have a very packed room, and we had some interesting statistics to share at the end about the composition of the room. I'm going to have somebody send me a WhatsApp message on the final tally, but we were going for a wider business engagement this time. We didn't make that explicit, but we did want to appeal to the business sector, the private sector, to join us in greater numbers on this occasion than in others, if only because we can't do it without business. And yet there is a feeling that business is starting to shy away. There are other conferences too for them to attend where they don't run into a controversy so much, where their friends, longtime friends and colleagues are at the podium with them, surrounding them. They are in their comfort zone there, and I don't blame them for choosing those venues. So it is sometimes it feels like a uphill task to encourage business to attend these kinds of conferences, multi-stakeholder conferences at the United Nations. I won't kid you, it's not always easy. In fact, we had some valued private sector partners say, you know, I'd like to speak, but I want to watch this time. I want to see how it goes. I believe we had a very constructive, respectful conversation between people, even as people did not self-censor. They said what they felt. The questions from the audience were honest. I'm very, very pleased with that bit of it. And so just a quick review. I started off our conversation at the beginning of our Corporate Sustainability and Environmental Rights in Asia conference by saying I hope three things would happen. One, that you go back home to wherever that may be with actionable information, and I hope you have. Two, that we develop get towards a common vocabulary so we could speak with more precision about controversial topics. And three, that you would feel more comfortable working across business, civil society, government, so that we could truly join forces going forward. So my comment about engaging business, bringing business here, making them feel comfortable is towards that last end. They're the group that feels sometimes the most targeted. They feel under the microscope, and in part because at this point in history, there is more attention to operations. There is more attention to value chains. There is more attention to purposeful business, responsible business. So I want to say thank you to all stakeholders for being here, but I'm very proud to say that we had over 33% of the people in this room at various times come from the private sector, and I'm very, very happy to have seen that. Those are my reflections. Well, let's move on to the reflections of others. We have with me Lisa Murphy. You know her from IUCN, and she moderated our biodiversity panel, our concurrent biodiversity panel. Rinalini Rai from Women for Biodiversity, who was there for our biodiversity plenary. Jessica Cham, who moderated our opening climate plenary, and a new face, Reynold Meyer, who is the resident representative of UNDP Thailand, who will also be offering some reflections. So, Liza, let me start with you, our partners from IUCN. Tell me, what are the biggest takeaways for you from this conference?
Well, first, thanks, and it was a pleasure to meet all of you that I did meet. I think the biggest takeaways that I would have is that we talked about things in a way that was a bit siloed. We brought out various themes. And what came out to me was that the clarification of the questions that siloed thinking can bring us can be very, very helpful. But at the end of the day, our solutions, we heard this over and over, our solutions are actually, the best ones are brightly woven whole cloth that's resilient and can resist tension. So I think that we saw that today. We brought out a number of questions, or today and yesterday, a number of questions around specific things. And yet every time we talked about solutions, they were cross-cutting. And that to me was a very welcome thing to hear. Because it hasn't always happened. So thanks for that.
And we plan on being here. we plan on being here 12 months from now. We don't have a tentative date to provide just yet, but I'd like to know what do you hope to report on with regards to your own work 12 months from now? What kind of changes do you hope to see this time next year?
So in kind of thinking through these questions, as Sean has shared, he shares the questions in advance. And so one of the things that I was reflecting on was how powerful it was to hear people talk about their results. Right? Every time we were talking about a topic and someone shared their results, it was very, very powerful. And so I would like to hear more results in the light of the aspirations that were framed here today. And I think then with that, based on what I do for a living, I'd like to also hear about how we use verified results as trust building tools, right? Not because we do need verified results, right? There's no debate about that. But I think that we should treat them as trust building tools. We need to find ways to continue to build trust. And this was a great exercise here.
Tell me exactly what do you mean by you want to see more verified results? Where does it come from? What does it look like?
So whether it be through a certification program, we heard from JD talking about the impact that RSPO and certification has had. We talk about the just facts, scientific facts, measurement of air pollution, and things like that. So it's good to talk about what we want to do, our aspirations and how we want to get there. But when we can actually say this worked, and just as powerfully, what didn't work? And this goes to this trust building exercise. If we talk about what didn't work quite as we thought it might, we build trust with each other. So we just have to be trustworthy. Yes. My mother was an English teacher. I shouldn't use the same term in one sentence. So,
Thank you for those responses. They're
Thank
very
you.
meaningful indeed. Rina Lini, we had conversations about biodiversity, had conversations a bit about gender. From civil society perspective, what are some of the biggest takeaways for you, and how can Sarah improve? How can it be better next time?
Thanks, Sean. I think it was a very engaging 2 days looking at biodiversity and the climate and the trainings. I'll start with one key element, and still trying to focus for all of us to bring the attention is that we talk sometimes with terminology like human rights, sometimes very easily, right? So it will be very important to see how we really put these human rights aspirations into actions. I think I would be really very happy to see. I saw some also people sharing and also interesting to learn what people were doing. But I think another takeaway that I'm kind of going back is that it is, of course, working with business and civil society and environment is pretty new. It needs to be developed more, strengthened more, but it should not only be about economics. It should not only be about monetary valuation of either the environment or people's lives. I think it is more than that. And I think there is an opportunity here where we all are together to really ensure that whatever work, policies, business plans, supply chains, whatever we are doing, that we really ensure that we actually have actions in place to make sure that everyone has a right to live in dignity. Either we are talking about, there is a responsibility of the states and the businesses, and how do we really ensure that there is that a mechanism to really ensure that, we use a term like leave no one behind, we need to step up. So I'll leave it at that.
And if I could just add to that, you may have noticed with the exception of Pak Saleh from Indonesia, there were very few government speakers. And so we'll probably be looking at that to actually take the messages from right here at this panel. And of course, as a sounding board from the audience, so that policymakers can hear from us directly and need not be filtered through an outcome document or word of mouth. Thank you, Minalini. Jessica, let me just do a quick plug. I I'm a real big fan of eco business, and I was always, when I first was exposed to it, I was surprised because I remember in the 1990s just how vociferous and articulate the late Lee Kuan Yew was against involving environmental issues in trade negotiations. He thought that that was a way of keeping Asia's development back. And yet today, Singapore is considered one of the leading countries on environmental sustainability. And the kind of reporting that comes out of eco business, I mean, really doesn't pull any punches. And so it's really a sea change. And I almost think of it as a indicator of how we might see the rest of Asia change in time. Sorry, that's more. It's not just a plug. Actually, it's a reflection on where we might be, if not 12 months from now, 24, 36, or 48. In any case, I'm not in business for a reason, as you can tell. My numbers don't add up. Jessica, tell me what's been your most important takeaways from this conference?
Thank you very much, Sean, for that little plug. And, you know, I always joke with my team that only the UN people read us. And I wonder if it's true, but no, I'm joking. We do get a very senior policy and business audience, but this has not always been so. And if I can share a little, you know, when we started in 2009, it was really out of the frustration that mainstream media was not covering any of the sustainable development issues that are so critical. And it was really, really tough at the beginning. I wasn't only until 2015, when the Paris Agreement was adopted and the UN SDGs were signed, that we suddenly saw, you know, business and policymakers actually say, hey, actually, we do need a high quality level of information, you know, and we still now today are the longest running, you know, authority platform on this. But that space is shrinking. And you know, I think Bea talked yesterday about the civic space and how the civic voices are struggling. I can tell you very honestly that our stories, we pull no punches, but, you know, sometimes, you know, governments get angry with us, businesses get angry with us, then they stop funding us. And that means that the team can't continue their stories. It is a really, really difficult position to be in. And I think that even though encouragingly, this very important agenda of business and human rights and, you know, environmental issues and sustainability is on the international agenda, at the same time, people's fragile egos are more fragile. You know, they are a little bit more protective of their reputations, etc. So it becomes an increasingly complex and difficult environment to operate in. And so I think if you ask me what the key takeaways are, is that it's great that we've had this conversation and we've talked about policy recommendations, we've talked about corporate action, but how do we take it beyond this room, right? People who are here, we all care, we all work in this sector. How are we actually going to drive change to the mainstream? You know, they have no idea about the things they were talking about in this room. And I'll give you an example. Last weekend, we had the Singapore Youth Climate Change Rally. And as you know, with Singapore and civic space, we have one very small square called Hong Lim Park that we're allowed to stage a protest. And there was a lot of conversations around climate action. And there was one youth that showed up wearing a shirt saying, I love fossil fuels. And it was quite funny because our team interviewed him and he said, I represent the mainstream. Because this is an elite conversation and you're having a conversation that's not representing, you know, most of the people out there who either don't care or think that, you know, oil, fossil fuels are okay. And it was quite interesting for the team to be like, you know, yes, actually, the issues that we talk about are super important, but how do we constantly communicate this to the public? Because they need to understand the issues so they can vote in the right governments and they can support the right businesses. So I think, you know, the discussions today have been amazing. I think, you know, what this conference has done, which other conferences have not done, is really putting business and human rights, sustainability, environment, and climate agenda all on the same page. And very often you get these siloed conversations. But you can't have a just energy transition without talking about all of this. You can't solve the climate crisis. You can't solve inequality without talking about all of this. So I think it's been super encouraging to see that. And then I think just one more last thing, which is policy coherence. I think we've talked about how, you know, Christina Figueres is encouraging governments to do their homework. You know, there's a lot of things that you can do domestically before you go and negotiate internationally, and cannot emphasize that more, because when I look at Asia, the political leadership is the one that's severely lacking. We need the enabling environment, we need the right legislation, we need the right incentives. And I think together, if we can get that done. So again, to answer your question, in 12 months' time, what would I like to see? I would like to see policy victories, you know, specific policies that have been created and passed in 12 months from now, and I'd like to see results, you know, as Vicky has mentioned, Lisa has mentioned, results in corporate disclosure that actually show the decoupling of emissions from growth, to see disclosure around biodiversity, to see disclosure around TNFD frameworks, the TCFD frameworks, and the increase of the quality of those disclosures. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, no, that's a lot, but also very rich. I just want a quick question on that last point. Are there any low-hanging policy victories to be had? Is there any low-hanging fruit in that regard? What do you see?
You know, yeah, the most low-hanging victory we could have is to cut out fossil fuel subsidies. And actually, surprisingly, I go back to the Institute for Southeast Asian Studies Climate Change Survey report that has public and electorate support. Even in the difficult countries like Vietnam and Indonesia, where coal is huge, there is electoral support to remove fossil fuel subsidies, to put in a carbon tax so that we remove all the market distortions. The UN Global Plastics Treaty is the other low-hanging fruit. And I think these are all really like on the verge of being passed through, and we need the political action and also public pressure for it to go through.
I think I'm going to go back and ask that question of our other panelists. Just a fair warning. Because I really like this answer, and it makes me think I could focus there. Or maybe we could all be focusing on the low-hanging fruit. I am a fan of prioritization, and if only because sometimes I feel overwhelmed by all the different challenges. So I'll be coming back to this issue in a moment. Before I turn questions to Renaud, I just want to check in with my team to see, Sheila, do we have a QR code to put up on the screen, or is that idea been, where's Belinda? Sorry, we were going to put a questionnaire. Okay, great. We're going to, forgive me, we're trying the QR code as we speak. Yeah, we will be asking for your feedback too, through your mobile phone. Again, this is the inaugural SARA event, and we want to make sure that they improve every single year thereafter, if indeed we can get the support we need to run this event. Renaud, allow me to turn the conversation to you. And as I do, let me just say that I've been working with Renaud. I've gotten to know Renaud over the last 4+ years, and a bigger friend to the business and human rights agenda in our region is hard to find, and he really does stick his neck out on the controversial issues. That's not common. I wouldn't say it's rare, but it's a dangerous thing to do sometimes. And I want to say, on a personal level, thank you, Renaud. It has not gone unnoticed by myself and other people seized of our agenda. Let me ask you, Renaud, you haven't been here for a lot of the days because you have other obligations, but let me ask if you have any reflections from what you've heard on this panel and from what you've heard from word of mouth about our conference.
Thanks, Sean, and thanks for the kind words, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Let me start by apologizing for indeed having missed most of the discussions. I had spies in the room that were reporting to me, though. So I know how intense some of the conversations have been, which is good. It shows that it's a healthy conference. But I was actually behind the lines. I was behind the enemy lines, I should say. That's where I was during the last 2 days. This week, for those who are in Bangkok, you would know that at Queen Sirikit National Conference Center, the big conference center inside town, there's the Sustainability Expo ongoing. It's an annual event. It's the largest sustainability expo in ASEAN, as they've just reminded me this morning. It's organized by 4 of the biggest corporates in Thailand, in Bangkok, actually, I should even say. And it's a wonderful show of how great the corporate world is doing when it comes to environmental standards and sustainability issues. So I felt that my presence there was going to be even more important because there were not many of your type in the rooms there. And they did invite the UN, and they know that when they invite us, they don't quite know what they're getting into, but I made sure to remind them of a few commitments that they had taken. And some of them resonate very nicely with what has just been said. And so if I can, Sean, I'd like to share a little bit about that, because I think it complements, in a way, it's the other side of the same coin. And let's start with the good news, right? Because we should start with the good news, because the bad news are maybe a bit longer also. The good news are obviously the acknowledgement by everyone of the of how the member states have now added this right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment to the long list of fundamental rights, and that's not up for debate anymore. It's right there. What I think, and we've had also internal discussions within UNDP, not only in Thailand but at a regional level, how we have to internalize this and in a way take it to the next level, not just applaud, but think of, okay, what does that mean for NHRIs, for national human rights institutions? Right? Are they equipped? Are they tooled? Are they capacitated to take a stand on not only promoting, protecting, but also, going into the remedy side? And if you talk about the remedy, then where's the judiciary? Is there sufficient knowledge about environmental justice, about environmental rights in the Court of Justices around the region? And we all know probably the answer is no. And so to us, it was an interesting first step, but it has to only be a first step. The second good news is more now taking it at national level here in Thailand, but I'm sure it will resonate with many of you. UNGA 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister of Thailand, the new Prime Minister of Thailand, recommitted to the 2050-2065 commitments on carbon neutrality and zero net emissions. That was, a given, but it's always good to hear. But then a week later, we see the Niagara Falls entering Manhattan subways and transforming the staircases. I'm sure you've all seen those images. They're really impressive, which shows how commitments today are always overtaken by Mother Nature and the events that is unfolding on us. So clearly there's a need to accelerate action, and it's very true in Thailand also. Any policy measure that is taken is almost obsolete or not sufficient, within the next 6 months. So a kind of a rush, and this is why I really like the SG's comment about this is not anymore about global warming, but it's about global burning. And we've seen many images also, on screens in Canada, for example, where, geographic zones that are okay in Canada, but when you compare them to other countries, it's like half of Western Europe have just gone up into flames. If it had happened, if you combine a fire that wipes out France, Switzerland, the Benelux countries, I think we would probably talk about it more than what we have around Canada. Also on the side of the good news is there are some policy and regulatory measures that are being taken. And here in Thailand, we have now this mandatory one report from the Security Exchange Commission for Thai-listed companies on their sustainability reports. And Lisa was talking about evidence, right? And numbers and verification. I mean, I think that's a very, very good step that the country is proud of and will definitely push, and we will help them promote this, beyond the borders. The second NAP, the second National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, was launched in Thailand. Also a subject of a lot of debates, some okay, some heated. But one trend that we saw from moving from the first to the second was the increased dominance of environmental issues in the conversations, right? So again, I think a trend that is positive and something that we want to see. And finally, and this is the whole Sustainability Expo objective, is that we do see, and we have to acknowledge it, corporates, business sector, taking measures in their business practices to align what they do. Now, of course, a lot is PR, public relations, and nice announcements. But I think it's really up to us, and that takes me now to the second part, and for us to kind of get ready and engage with them, to hold them accountable and to measure and to show that evidence. So I've talked about the growing gap between events and resolutions and decisions and what we actually see happening in the world. But I also see a lot of lack of coherence and really hypocrisy, to use that word, between announcements and what actually happens. And the point that you just made about fuel subsidy is a blatant one. Right. And in the NDP, we use the number of 10 times. The difference between investment in renewable energy is 10 times lower than the amount of public money that governments around the world put in fuel subsidies. Now, you seem very optimistic about saying that there is, a constituency to reform this. Honestly, in Thailand, and that's what I can speak of, I don't think there is, right? Because the minute that the government is talking about reducing the subsidy on diesel, for example, you have half the trucks of the country that stop, right? And that started a strike. I'm French. We know quite a lot about strikes, trust me. And here it's peanuts compared to what we do in France, right? So I wish I could join you on that statement, but I think there's still work to be done on a lot of advocacy and just common sense, right? I think we should not allow people to come up and glow and brag about the money that they're putting in renewable energy, or else I'd put a subscript and say, and this is how much I'm putting on fuel subsidy at the same time, right? And then we would have an honest conversation, I feel. Another point that I made this morning, I should say that I was pleased to see next to me not the Minister of Environment, but the Minister of Social Development. Now that's interesting. And he made a very good comment saying that sustainability is not only about the green agenda. Sustainability for societies at large requires and has for precondition inclusiveness. And I said, wow, that's a good statement that we will use as UNDP to remind him of that once in a while. But I think, again, it's progress in the right direction. So talking about the need to not only have this link between the social and the environment come together, obviously on the rights platform, but also the need to stop looking, and I think it was Lisa who was referring to siloed approach. We were talking a lot about systemic approaches this morning with the business, and the example that again I put on the table. They welcomed the beginning, they didn't like the end, but it was on purpose. I highlighted how great Thailand was doing on incentivizing EVs, electric vehicles, right? So there's plenty of tax incentive, they're bringing in technologies, a lot of investments on EVs. And so probably half the rich people who were in the room came with their Teslas to the conference, and they were plugging in while they were talking and listening to us. I asked them, do you know where the electricity is coming from? Right? And what's the point of you increasing the demand of brown electricity and therefore increasing the consumption of fossil fuels to produce that brown electricity, and you've put extra money in your Tesla? I shouldn't say Tesla, sorry, I'm doing advertisement. Electric vehicle. Right? So to me, this is a simple example of unless you take a systemic approach to those issues, irrespective of good intent, on EV in particular, you're really not addressing. Actually, you're making the whole situation even worse because, again, you're increasing the demand for electricity, which is brown electricity still very much in Thailand. But I think we need to put those realities in their face and in front of them so that they really appreciate the need to shift a little bit the gears when it comes to those larger, broader issues. Maybe two quick points I want to add. Sorry, I'm being long. Three, actually. One, and this is more to do, right? What's to come? And I think what's to come, again, I'm talking here about Thailand, but it could be relevant for others. The problem with this debate and this discussion and this engagement with the business is that it's usually done here in Bangkok. Right? But 90% of the economy of Thailand are small, medium-sized enterprises in the provinces, and a lot of it are self-entrepreneurs in the informal sectors. So they are miles away of the conversation, right? And the effort that we all make, and here we're all culprits, is usually on those low-hanging fruits and those big companies. And when we do something with them, then we say, hello, hoorah, we've done something. But that's 10% of the economy. Right? So we really need to make an effort at tailoring the tools and the approaches and the investment in awareness raising and explanation to lower level of engagement at the provincial level, at the subnational level, with companies that, of course, are not going to have the same budgets and the same knowledge to invest in those issues. And for them, it's going to be maybe even a matter of survival if we ask them, to change their ways of doing business. So we need to think also about this large group of target audiences. The second one, I mentioned it already a little bit earlier, but I want to reiterate, is we need to engage the judiciary. I think it's extremely important that we look at the end cycle and to really make sure that on the remedy side of a lot of those issues of confrontation between rights and defenders and the companies, we have a remedy system that is ready to engage constructively, fully aware of what the issues are. And here again, I don't think we're doing justice, it's the case in point, to the needs. The last part, and this is where you get, again, I mean, you go back to being central stage. Unless we really incentivize platforms, not like in Quincyric meets the business sector, at the UN meets the civil society, and then we exchange messages. And no, we really need this face-to-face engagement. So I'm glad to hear, Sean, when you started, to tell us that there was about 30% of the private sector. I hope they're still here, and if not, it's unfortunate. But we need to find better ways of engaging with them directly. And I think the NAP in Thailand is a very good tool for this. We unfold it. It's seen as now something that all sectors have accepted. Sometimes with in duress, but it's accepted, and it creates a platform of engagement, and there's no other way, because if we only have civil society on one side, shouting and crying and saying this is not the way to go, and it's ignored by the business sector, who continue to tap themselves on the shoulder to say how great they are, we're not going to make a lot of progress. So I really hope then, to finish with the question you asked, what do I hope to see in 12 months? Yeah. Maybe that ratio to go to 50-50, right? And really put our effort in having a dialogue where we can all agree on basic fundamentals and take it from there, and struggle, to reach to the other levels. I'll close by a little announcements. UNDP Thailand will be issuing a report on the protection of environmental human rights defenders, or no, human rights defender in general, but of course there's an element of environment. And we'll launch this in the next few weeks, so keep tuned. But it will be an interesting report to provide recommendation to the Ministry of Justice on how better to protect human rights defenders, because we really need that. Thank you very much, and sorry for being long.
No, and Jessica, please.
Yes, Renaud, thank you so much. While you were sharing, I had time to pull up that survey, and I would surprise you because the percentage of Thais that support the removal of fossil fuel subsidies is actually 57%. And so I think that, we may have certain perceptions, but the key is to have an orderly transition. And the point about EVs as well, it cannot be more emphasized that that is still preferable to the diesel alternative, because you're not putting PM 2.5 particulate matter into the air. But if you want to transition, there has to be the plan for, the grid and investments and renewable energy and the electric vehicle infrastructure. But it should not be an excuse for not moving. So I just wanted to make that point. But, thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Wendy, a lot of themes here. This could be a whole other panel where we discuss policy and attitudes, language, elite versus bottom of the pyramid perspectives, and certainly one of the common things I think we all agree is that action needs to catch up with the rhetoric. But at least today we have that rhetoric. There have been times where this was not on the map. There were times where this was just not spoken to. So let's acknowledge that. We are getting the conversation going. We have business engagement. The other thing I want to point out on this before turning over to other speakers, and then even preserving some time from reflections from the audience, is that in terms of business engagement, there are a number of people in this room who have worked for national human rights institutions that now work for business. I want to point to Juan Qasim, for example. I'm very proud to say he's a colleague and friend who's trying to do the right thing where he works, and he's making traction. Yoon worked at UNDP Malaysia before on biodiversity, now works for Wilmar. We have people that are working for business. Some sustainability officers have told me that working in the big companies that they do now, it's like being a little NGO in the Death Star. I don't know if that's fair. I think they said it in a joking manner, but I'm glad they're there. And it's one reason why I sometimes bite my lip before I criticize business, because I know I got a friend inside there who's doing their darndest to effectuate change, and the blanket criticism is not always appreciated by those people because it sets them back. It sets their advocacy back. So I'm very careful. I try to be very precise about the criticisms that need to be made against certain entities when there's that opportunity. And often I'd not. It's not a part of my terms of reference for my job to do that anyways. But in any case, I do want to champion those people that are working inside those businesses and that are doing their darndest to change their operations from the inside out. And let me turn back to the policy thing, and then I'm going to put it back to the audience. Marina Lini, I asked, what are some of those low-hanging policy objectives that Jessica saw on the horizon? Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, but I'm going to take up your point about people in those Death Stars. I'm sorry. No, I have friends like those too. And it is absolutely, I think it's not the system, but it's the people that you trust who are in those systems. However, that should not let businesses or states get away with violation of rights or not having policies in place. That has to be said. It's not the responsibility of your friend and my friend to make that change. States are obligated. It's their responsibility, right? They're for the people, by the people, of the people, whatever you may say that. So we really have that. We definitely do absolutely also acknowledge that we shouldn't be putting all the blame on everybody, right? That is there. But just saying that there is that status of responsibilities, and we still have to hold that accountable. On the low-hanging fruits, I also want to say this because I think Mayor's talked about the Environmental Human Rights Defenders Report. Again, saying that is the crust, should be the crust of this discussion. When you're talking about EVs, you're talking about coal, you're talking about just transition, you're talking about fossil-free, you're talking about businesses. What is it? It's got to do with the lives and peoples who are closer to those spaces. Are they talking about landscapes? You're talking about resources. They're not in my house nor in my city, right? Where are you going to go for? And that is where you're talking about the rights holders. Either you're talking about marine, you're talking about the fisher folks, to palm oil plantation concessional workers of small-scale producers, to indigenous peoples and local communities. They have to be there. They have to also be part of this discussion. We're talking about very big discussions around a lot of these, some of them good scales, free plastic, just transitions, but who is it for? That is the question I would really like to know. We really haven't touched upon that. What's really important for us is to really look at the production and consumption cycle. I don't think so circular economy is the end all goal. I mean, I don't know. I just see it in my household, right? I try really hard. But, you reach a point where you don't have anything else to recycle anymore, literally. Like my jars, all the milk bottles, all the olive cans are my achars and my Indian masalas and my rice and my basin. But I have reached a point where I don't know what to do with it, right? So I have to discard it. So I'm just also trying to understand, as we talk about circular economy, there will be, where is that draw? Where is that line where we'll say that we need to do more? Right, this is just story of my everyday lived experience. And when I look at alternatives, like going and buying a milk from a bottle from a farm, I need to drive at least half an hour to that place, which is one shop, which will give me milk, and I have to be very early there because it's in great demand, and it's double the price. So just looking at where we really need to situate this discussion. So what we really also need to be doing is we need to be really understanding that, and this is where I really want to put the emphasis, is that when you're talking about indigenous people, it starts from there, right? We're talking about remedies. I really want to see that what are we doing for prevention, right? Because remedies cost much more money. But what are we doing for prevention? When we go to a community for concessions, do we have the FPIC, free, prior, informed consent to engage? Right, when we are looking at these policy spaces, looking at, I think, and I'm going to be an example of all the sessions that I've been to, right? We're talking about garbage pickers, right? We're talking about that people are not, for me, people are not vulnerable. It's the systems that make them into vulnerable situations. right? I don't think so. If you talk about villages or well-being, an indicator of well-being is not economics. So I keep saying that. It's like, do they have enough food to eat? Healthy food to eat, right? So this is where I really want to, again, I'm sorry to taking this space, but really want to point it out that this is what I would really like to see us engage in. And it's not pointing fingers at businesses. It's rather saying, please join, look at these incentives, look at these social impacts that you could be part of. We talk about garbage pickers, very interesting. And then it really made me think, is it because they're garbage pickers by their generations? No. Who put them in those situations? If you're going to trace where the garbage dumps are, it's usually not in one of the great house colonies where we all are staying in, but rather those situations are placed, environment, we're talking about health, are placed in communities which are sort of distant from the larger 1% Tesla or even maybe, I don't know, other easygoing machines, right? So this is, hopefully that's going to get a discussion. So low-hanging fruit for me is that participation, inclusiveness is a word we use. We really need to put that in action. Inclusiveness also means voices of all, youth, women, but also understanding that creating a safe, enabling environment. We talk about rights defenders, right? Is this alive? If you're looking at the region, how many how many spaces do you think where a defender can actually also say, right? You're also a bit wary about what you can say. I'm murmuring now. What you can say, where you can say, just to say that, so you have to be able to be inclusive. You have to also make sure that you have enabling environments in place for that person, procedures to really make sure that it's there. Now on the policy level where I work, with the CBD and the biodiversity, it's your one way of looking at putting the global biodiversity framework is your national biodiversity strategies and action plans. That's at a policy level, what governments can do, where civil society can engage in, is looking at these NBSAP reports, like your NAP reports for climate. They are biodiversity strategy plans that each of the countries are building up right now.
Do you know how many we have in Asia right now? The NBSAs?
The NBSAP that I know of right now, some of the countries are developing that. I know that Japan has already finished their NBSAP. And I want to end it up with also saying is the role of UN agencies. So the NBSAP reports are supposed to have engagement of civil society, indigenous peoples, youth, and women organizations to engage, but also saying that how the UN system can support, we're talking about, how do you bridge that coherence, is that the UNDP has a fund from the GEF. GEF is a global environment facility for an early action fund, right, for 138 countries. So that means UNDP is supposed to support 138 countries to support them in their revising or reviewing of their NBSAPs. So that's why I also want to encourage the agencies here to see how you could, get this and pull that together.
We'll take on that challenge. And indeed, I was just asking about the NBSAs because I want to know what they are today. So 12 months from now, see how many we got. We just got some NAPs. We have four NAPs to be proud of on business and human rights, but they took a substantial amount of time and resources to move. Anyways, it just says it to draw a baseline and to see where we are. Again, 12 months from now, 24 and 48. I want to preserve time for the audience. So can I ask you, Lisa, just to make a really straight to the point, what are the low-hanging policy items here?
So the good news is, if we think back to yesterday morning and Patricia telling us that our enabling conditions are in place, our legal platforms are now in a place that will allow us to start to answer these complex questions. So what I would like to see now as low-hanging fruit, representing IUCN here, I would like to see us do what our frameworks allow us to do, recognize these complexities of answers. So shall we make sure that when we talk about climate change, we talk about biodiversity? When we talk about human rights, we talk about biodiversity. They are not siloed. They are siloed topics, but they are whole cloth answers. And I think that is, we may not actually, everybody in this room may not believe it, but I believe that that's low hanging fruit right now. The enabling conditions are in place. And I would then add to what you just said that the other thing that I think is low hanging fruit, we talk about policy and we talk about implementation of policy. I think we should also always recognize the power of individual voices. And so here today and yesterday, hearing the younger participants in this panel gave me great joy. All right. I didn't have that voice when I was your age. I wish I did. All right. I'd be louder today, I suspect. But thank you. And I think we need to remember the power of individual voices as we're having these conversations. So thank you.
Thank you. So look, I'm going to end the question answer period. And I'm just going to see if there are comments from the audience. No questions, because that could, as you can tell, they can kind of get out of hand. Just teasing all. Yeah, so I see Elizabeth has a comment. Anyone else with regards to takeaways, recommendations, how things could be better? Number 2. Okay, so Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you. So I have a comment responding to Mr. Myers' comments himself on judicial capacity building. At the end of this month, the Mahkamah Agung, the Indonesian Supreme Court, the Indonesia Center for Environmental Law, and Client Earth will be organizing a 5-day training program in Tiawi in Indonesia for about 60 judges from around the region. And this will, of course, also involve invited speaker judges who are being flown in. So notable judges who have decided important environmental cases, such as Justice Antonio Benjamin, Justice Nicola Payne. You have the first female Supreme Court judge from Pakistan, Justice Aisha Malik, as well as a number of other distinguished female judges who will also be present. And they'll be providing training on climate litigation, climate human rights, biodiversity, the interface between corporate law and climate change, climate science as well. We're doing one session where Winston Chow, who is the co-chair for IPCC's Working Group 2 as a climate scientist, will be providing some instruction for judges to determine how to look at climate science in the treatment of their and treat it in their opinions, and also finally in terms of remedies, what kind of remedies are available for environmental and climate cases.
That was a fantastic plug. I mean, it was really fast, but really rich. And I take it as a recommendation that we get judiciaries involved, we get judges involved, we get people that are engaged more fully with the judiciary, and start talking.
Yeah. And UNEP is doing a lot, actually, because UNEP has already done environmental training for judges for a number of years.
Yeah.
And I think there's also publicly available material on that.
Fantastic. They'll be our special guests. Sir.
Yeah, this is Manish Jadhav, representing United for Human Rights. I'm very thankful to United Nations, UNDP, UN, UNEP, IUCN. I would like to let you know that 15 years back, when I was studying my Masters of Laws in Human Rights in the United Kingdom, that time the dissertation title of mine was Corporate Sustainability and Environmental Rights in Asia. And I am here because of that, because the 15 years back dream has come true because of United Nations. This is a great platform, great stakeholders coming together. Thank you.
Interesting.
Let's make it happen together.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for that. Any other last comments from our audience, from our esteemed participants in the audience? Wow. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for attending this closing, for attending the last 2 days, for your engagement, for your bravery and courage in speaking up, for offering your experience, putting that on the table and sharing it openly. I want to thank this closing panel, and I want to thank all our speakers that have been with us today. Thank you very much, everybody. The conference has now come to a close. Oh, and I see that the QR code is up. Nice. Oh, that's sweet. Yes, please use your phone and take the short survey. I think there's about five to 10 questions so that we can indeed improve on this event going forward. Thank you very much, everyone.
You may have it. Oh, hang on. It may be.